and fill the chairs. There's something I call energy. What is it? It's an energy club. So so what we do is that was just an example. So, I'm looking at you guys, and you guys look absolutely gorgeous, absolutely amazing. So, like energy club. Oh, already. Okay, 3, 2, 1. So welcome everyone to the iLembe Book Festival 2025. It is amazing to be here. It is nice to be here. And I'd like to, before anything, Jay, before I even start describing what's going to be happening today, I'm going to call one of my favorite poets in the world. Not just in South Africa, but in the world. If you have a phone or anything, you need to search igama lakhe uThando Fuze. Sounds good, right? Yes. The poetry is going to sound even better. And you guys are going to be so happy to say what I played. Okay, uThando Fuze is one of the best poets in the country, in the world, one of my favorites. And that energy club once more. And if you hear anything that you like within the poem, you simply do this. But you don't have to, like, if you type it and bad, because the only you say that, and then everyone ends up saying, and then we lose concentration. And I can promise you that. So it's 3, 2, 1, let's just send the power clap, and then turn off probably. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Thando Fuze, everyone.
My name is Thando Fuze. I am a poet. You guys look beautiful. My mother's mother blossoms into a wild flower. She grows in gardens that turn her into a fungus. She loses her petals. Her fertile seeds fall into the hands of men who tend the soil with thorns. My mother is a dandelion, an unkempt girl with a mysterious dance. She takes to the wind and soars to places she sees. For me, in the end, she disappears with a tornado that no one saw coming. My sister does not fall too far from my mother, an apple with a flimsy stem. She too is as wild as the wind, with her petals already loose and falling. Women of the wind, quiet as white noise. I am a blooming wallflower. I inherit a strange kind of delicate, a breed of fragile and stern, a wholesome loner who mistakes the rain sometimes for drowning. At bloom, I pray away the storm, lest it mistakes me for them. I do not call them by name. I only inherit their silence. I don't know how we're doing on time, so I'll do this one. What happens when Black women who have died more than once get to heaven? I imagine that all worship stops and all other women gather to await the coming of a storm. But it's all joy and jubilation because death has become our saving grace. And as one woman arrives, ushered by the greatest of her great-grandmothers, she sits in front of a timeline of women fallen from her family tree. And with a sigh dragged from the back of her mouth, she says, I think we're going to need more wine. Gabrielle has died more than 8 times along with all her joy in bundles. Her body has kept her prisoner for decades for being woman, convinced her arms they aren't warm enough to cradle mankind. Her womb couldn't stomach the screams of babies born of loud bones, of warrior descent, babies born of a woman who holds power on her tongue. Another woman arrives, a gleaming light, to a congregation of women singing Hosanna in the highest, my mother, a woman of the cloth, fed us prayer when she realized that sometimes death is building entire worlds in the heart of another, only for them to set sail and settle in the backyards of other dying women to build crumbling castles in the air to their house and then step out and leave them, raising black Barbie dolls in broken homes, 2 women, unsure of themselves. It showed in their steps, and as their innocence crept, they kept looking back at their fading dreams, too young to fathom how death found them snug in the arms of their so-called lovers. Uzolile noJabulile, their names sound like a quiet storm, unlucky to have stirred up a mess of a love. They woke a sleeping Goliath with not enough a David in their throats. They died by the gun and fell at the feet of their men. One woman walked in a flame. She came flickering to her demise, followed by another. A massive explosion, a supernova. I guess it is true. Some stars glimmer long after they have died. And maybe to die before you die is a synonym for Black women bodies. I too have died. In cages, on stages, in hallways, untwining my fingers from my lovers, too afraid of stares and slurs. I grew tired of loving with my heart. Every lover a metaphor. How could I dress my heart in such awkward attires of dissonance for such an honest love? How could I not? What harmony could come from such heavy fright? My thoughts take flight and hover over the women of Kampala, Nigeria, Darfur, the South. Africa has always raised her daughters with their heads held high, her hands still tied, her belly mined over gold and oils, and still remains the uproar of oppressed nations. Some women are born seas. They're skyscrapers, born to stand erect, to rewrite history. Some are synagogues, they're places of worship. Some women are igloos, incredible beings of marvel. Some are oceans of holy, oceans of baptism reduced to blood rivers. We are walking monuments. But first, we are people, we are women, but God knows we are not afraid of dying. Thank you very much.
I don't know much about goosebumps, but I think whatever it is that is here, this is called goosebumps. Well, and Uthando is actually an author. The author. And ngiyakhumbula khona ibhuku lakhe lithi Conversation with the Human is one nje leyo title. Conversation with the Human. So thank you very much. And I think I've also seen her as a Sweden, as a Gothenburg Book Fair. So she's been doing quite a lot. And yeah. Sibonga kakhulu kabaxhasi abasixhasile ekhaya no-sponsors wethu amahle. Thank you so much. iLembe Book Festival, Maning, if you see the poster, So ngimtshela ngawani ukuthi obani lobani laba. Kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi there's also Poetry Africa, Shine. There's also Caesar Water, Shine. Oh, Luthuli Museum, Shine, Luthuli Museum. And on that note, why ukuze sifile at home singabiza abantu basekhaya yabo la eLuthuli Museum ukuthi basibingelele kahle basitshele ukuthi i-toilet lingakuphi isiphuze inamanzi seku-right. So umuntu from eLuthuli Museum esizomcela Mr. Xaba. Mr. Xaba from the Luthuli Museum.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Siyaphila-ke then mina-ke then angeke ngifane nawe the point. Ngizofunda. So it's an indication yokuthi-ke then creative people are fighting for us. They are God's gift. Siyabonga. Thanks, man. In front of you, I stand here on behalf of the museum, the Luthuli Museum. And I think I greet you all in the spirit and the memory of Babu Chief Albert Luthuli. But as you know, Babu Luthuli was not only by himself, I also greet you in the memory of Mamnu Kanya, Omar bin Luthuli. Because as you know, ladies and gentlemen, Babu Luthuli, Mamnu Kanya, always gave a sword. And one was able to do what he was able to do, being a public figure, because he had a supporting wife behind him, who took care of young kids. Your poem wouldn't have been basically well-paced, also like this space we find ourselves in used to be the humble home of the Luthuli family. Up until 2004, when the place became a museum, when it was given over to government establishment museum. The Luthuli family lived with the property from 1927. Then up until then, when it was launched as a public service or public benefit organization to host our events of Canada, to provide a space where actually people can feel at home and where people can realize their potential. Hence, this one I said I should to the museum. And then we are very much grateful and happy to see you again supporting the event that is happening today. As the Luthuli Museum, beyond us being humbled by your presence, we are also humbled, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you've been following up with SABC Eindabeni, where actually the Babu Luthuli, he died on 21st July 1967, and he died under questionable circumstances. Yeah. But we became humbled when actually the Pietermaritzburg High Court on April 14, 2005, they reopened the inquest into the death of Babu Luthuli. And I think the proceedings went up until June, and then we've now also become aware, I think they resumed again on 13 October. And then they finished on the 14th. We are now aware that on 3rd of October, then there will be the final announcement. The verdict will be given by the judge at the Pietermaritzburg High Court, who will then give the verdict in as far as basically the validity of the inquest that happened in 67 that said Babu Luthuli actually was killed by a train. So then all of us on the 30th of October, let's listen to radio, let's listen to TV. At least it will be a milestone, not only for us as a museum or the family of Babu Luthuli, but I think basically for all South Africans that stand for truth and justice. Salman. Thank you. Apart from it, that's October. I think another milestone day for us as the Luthuli Museum is today, the date of the 25th of October. Because, ladies and gentlemen, today becomes important in the journey as a museum as it becomes a public service organization when we host the iLembe Book Festival. The organizers, I'm sure most of you know them, And then when they approached Luthuli Museum actually to play host 2 years ago, we never knew that actually they want to do it second time around this year. And the organizers, as you know, is called the Happiness Foundation, and Libona, who we've got an agreement with. And they're the ones basically that who've been pushing, who've been dedicated and champion that this event takes place even today. I will request Nati as the crew that has said special design. What becomes important for us as Luthuli Museum is because what they came to us and they shared their vision, not only for the museum, but for the district of iLembe. And they know what actually such events, such festivals, they are actually not only economic drivers, but they also basically drive the society. They also drive education, they drive literacy. So I want to say to them, again, 1,000 more, and I hope they will continue with what they are actually wanting to do within the district, and hope that they will not falter because then, you know, sometimes when you knock on many doors and you don't get the support, you sometimes basically then become demoralized. But from what we see in the Luthuli Museum, they don't give up. And I think on that note, we need Nakona to recognize also then their sponsors and who actually basically then open the doors to them when they knocked. I think you've mentioned them. We speak about actually, we've got the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture Mzansi Golden Economy Program, which actually came through for them, I believe, also almost at the last minute. We've got the Oppenheimer Memorial Trust, which also basically opened its hand for this event to take place. We also have got Exclusive Books, who were also their partner, also even than the previous one. And from what I've heard, that Exclusive Books is also thinking of basically broadening their partnership with them. We've got the Caesar Water, that also then came on board, and I think I also became aware of them this year. I'm also made aware that they are also publishing houses that have also basically then partnered with them. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we also thank ourselves as Luthuli Museum. That also basically then still had an ear to listen and also decided to work with them in the past. I think beyond all of those who are actually making contributions, there are people that we also like to thank and also basically to recognize. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to also to thank yourselves, the participants in the program, the authors, the moderators, and as I look around, I see a lot of people in Wabona TV, and Wabona who are people who are driving basically thought in our society in South Africa. But today we are honored to have them here in our presence. And thank you also to the organizers and also to those people who saw fit to come to enter here too. In closing, actually then our staff at the Luthuli Museum, that also basically has worked with actually then the organizers. I was made aware of they've been working actually since from the beginning of the week by the outreach, working with schools, children, donating books. I think they also finished late last night. And the organizers had to wait, ladies and gentlemen, they had to wait to come in and do the setup because we are hosting this side event at G20 for 2 days. And they finished quite late. And I could see that they were tired with their outreach, but they still made time with our planning so that we can raise on time today. And to all of those, and on behalf of Luthuli Museum, and also our council, and also the management of the museum and staff, I want to welcome you all again to the book festival and to wish you all with your endeavors on this day. Siyabonga.
That was insightful. And couldn't I shoot about Bala? Utena, Konaban, those who are on TV was of Berani. I said it before, Uti, I'm going to be driving. And these people drive. They drive thoughts. Oh, nendaba ngiyaxolisa ukuthi ngikhuluma into enhlanje bese ngizokhuluma ngendaba yama-toilet ukuthi angakubo. La ngoba sila we have restrooms. Yes. To euphemize nje. We have restrooms that are here and we also have them that side. We have for our males and females here and right at the corner that side. Amen to that. And then we have a gallery that is upstairs, and this is the auditorium. So our sessions will be divided. The program there will be 2 sessions at a time. So it's either Zobula, the auditorium, or Zobuse gallery. So you have options. There's a poet who once said, it is not our choice that it is our choice. A man makes the best decision out of the options given to him, so it is not our choice that it is our choice. So right now, also Kuluma on behalf of iLembe Book Festival, ngizoswela ithukaba futhi ngingazama ukuhlanganisa izinto ngoba kade khuluma ubaqaba sengizophinde ngibize u-Ayanda Xaba ozokhuluma on behalf of iBook Festival. Ayihlangene neyibongo oqaba cela senzeke i-energy clap here to as u-Ayanda Xaba comes.
Hello. Yes, it is the same mother actually. Yeah, maybe it's the corners we are not scared of him. Good morning again. Hello to everybody. There's people that we already saw last night at the welcome dinner, but then I'm seeing a lot of gorgeous faces that were not there. No, guys, it's not a big dinner. It's just people are here, eat together. Thank you, but Mr. Baba has already covered everything. For me, it's just to say thank you for honoring our invites. Thank you for respecting us. We are still new. We're trying, we're going to make a lot of mistakes, but just thank you for your patience and your support. It really means a lot. Your participation is the success of the festival. If you didn't come, it wouldn't have been a festival. And to mention just a few people that Mr. Aba forgot, it's in our school reach programs, like our dean is saying that reading is a privilege, is a right, not a privilege. We just wanted to bring reading for fun to the community of the iLembe district. So in that, we visit schools, we work with the museum, they allocate us schools, see these ones need more help, the children need assistance. So we visited 2 schools this year, primary schools, Tembeni Primary and Lloyd Primary School, and that would have not been possible if it was not for Nalibali that came with us and they sponsored activity books, they played games with the kids, and Siafunda with the book donations. They do a lot for the children of this country. They travel all over, donating books, building libraries. Caesar Water is the one who sponsored with the water that you're drinking. They also helped us with the schools program, together with OMT Foundation and Macmillan Education that sponsored us with a lot of books for that program. Again, thank you very much to our sponsors, and thank you again to the community of Groutville and the iLembe district at large for welcoming us into their home and coming to help and to attend. Thank you so much.
Oh, now California. Oh, two, Nkwana zitawuja. Nkwana. Nkwana. Hayi. You guys look amazing. Lokho ngizoloku ngisho nje kancane nakukhulakani. Yabo. I've never something zithi akaze ngiye ezulwini lokho lento eyingelosi nelize niyenze but close enough. So what we are going to do right now is to have umfowethu esimthanda kakhulu. I love authors and I also love books. I remember, hey my God, when I was in primary school, near library, I wasn't really a reader that much. Okay, I wasn't really a reader that much. So what happened was, I just went to the library, picked up a book, and then the librarian asked me, Ubuti, this book that you are taking, like how many books have you read this year? And it was like in November. I was like, it's the first book. How? So for me, that was an embarrassing moment. Yeah, how? One whole year in November. From that day, I was like, it's embarrassing to not read. Not being able to, reading is a right, not a privilege. I love that theme, or I love that slogan. So guys, let's just read. There are books outside. Are you guys gonna purchase books? Yes. Men are purchasing books. So, sizobisa one favorite, but I have like 10 favorites poets in the world. Ne? 10. The favorite. So this one right here, igama lakhe bambiza ngoSteel because umumbuka nje ngathi uyinsimbi, is a man of steel. Insimbi ayibhobi babembiza kanjalo esamncane. So Ubiza Steel. Every time he walks to stage, everyone says steel. I said then song steel. Okay, we'll do our energy thing and then call steel. 3, 2, 1.
Someone, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much to iLembe Book Fest for the invitation. I'm going to perform 2 poems if time allows. Yeah, so my poems are in isiZulu. My first poem is titled Ngaleya Nkathi. Aziphelele kukhona eshodayo. Kulezi enginikezwe zona kukhona eshodayo. Isisindo sazo ngiyasazi kakhulu kunami.
ngike ngayibona idlala ngezinhlamvu zokubhala ingixoxela ngayo ilinganisa ngengunaphakade iminyaka yayo ithi indala kakhulu kunokukhanya yazana nokhokho besibhakabhaka nabazali bezinkanyezi ithi yabhalwa isidalwa somhlaba wangaleya nkathi esakhulelwa imibala sazala uvemvane olwadukana kumnyama lwabuya selumathambo zenkanyezi iyakhuluma iyaxoxa inkondlo iveza isithombe kungekho lutho ithi uyakubona yini konke lokhu akukho nokukodwa okwavela selokhu kwabakhona ekuqaleni yakusiyona inkathi kepha okunjalo bezidalwa ezazala konke nakhona ezibelethweni kunesiso isiqalo nakhona kunemikhathi kuyo ukhona abakhulelweyo ngezansi amazinga emikhathi anganasiqalo angapheli atholakala emicabangweni nasesifubeni emanxebeni emabeleni nasesibelethweni emhlabathini yasezinyangeni ezingaziwa bheka kuzalwa thina kabusha nakhona kasipheli sidlulela kwesinye isigaba ngaleya nkathi sikhumbula esasiyikho sesifunde nezindlela ezintsha zokuphefumula ithi iyaphila emathunjini osiba anduba ihlanzele emakhasini onyazi unyazi lungumzukulu womvini umvini unganye nomhlabathi indikimba yalombhalo isothulini ukungapheli kuyisiqalekiso uba yikho konke ngisho woqenyanya ngaleya nkathi uzibona sezimhlophe namaphiko angabaleki izingelosi nazo zike zabane zempondo ubuhlungu kangakanani nakuzo ukwazi ukuthi yakubona ubunjalo bazo bokugcina lokhu izinkanyezi yamasinagogo ahlala okuzayo okulindele ukudlula kokukhona ubuhlungu kangakanani ukuvumbukela ezigodini zegazi lapho isikhumba singambathwa khona lapho izidalwa zihamba izibili zazo zingaphandle amazinyane ezingelosi yahushulwa aphila khona imithi nezilwane kuyalalana uphuma izithelo eziphilayo abantu nomantindane kuzalwa abantwana abadala kunonina impilo yinde kakhulu ukuba singazigqilaza ngokuzehlunga ngokobulili nokobuhlanga akupheli ukuba utho engiyikho nawe uyikho komunye umkhathi. Thank you so much. That was one. Ngizopusha lo scale bese ngihlala phansi. Ukuba njalo inhloso ubuntu iqatha emphinjweni ngophakathi kwenyakatho neningizimu ngowaphi isibongo esifubeni sami kunemizila emibili ebuyela kuyo futhi egcineni utholakala kanjani oduke endingilizeni lapho zonke izimpendulo zibuyela embuzweni lapho konke ukuzishaya sengathi kungilahlekela ngoba makungathi kusuke kungenjalo njalo mase kungathi kuba sengathi konke obekukhazimula izolo uhambo lwelahle ikuphi yokusha ngoba sonke siyazi umphumela umlotha bayadela abafike ngayizolo abaphendi besanda kuthoma okukabani ukuzama ukukhanyisa isibani ngalezi zintuli zokwenzeke izolo kwehlula izintombi ezinhlanu esendleleni umyeni maye ngami umuntu kazana ngingenaso ngisho isibeletho umlotha kuba sengathi uyazi ukuzekela ngokuba ilangabe ukukhangisela impahla engasekhoyo konje ingevu yake yaluthetha nanini utho kwasemadala judeni yebo uyingxenye yomlilo, kepha uyile ngxenye engingayidingi. Konke kuba sengathi njalo uma kusaqala, othandweni kuba sengathi ngizothandwa, emgqeni yokuba ngowekhethelo kuba sengathi ngizogqama, emzamweni yami kuba sengathi ngizohlabana, lezi sinzucuza lenhliziyo kuba sengathi zizokhandwa, emfesweni kuba sengathi ngizoqashwa, amadikizwa kuba sengathi ngizosinda, emabhukwini ezichaka kuba sengathi ngizocishwa, isibani sami kuba sengathi sizokhanya, emvuleni yenhlanhla kuba sengathi ngizonethwa, esizibeni sendlala kuba sengathi ngizontanda. Kuba sengathi nje ngoba akwenzeki, kuhleze kusala kancane. Amathambo ami alinde iphimbo likaHezekiya, cishe ngathandwa. Ngiyadliwa lapho ngigembula ngalesifadini sami senhliziyo, cishe ngalithanda nebala lami, nokugwegwa kwalo emgqeni yokubukeka, cishe ngawuthanda nomzimba wami, ongenamdumisi ebalazweni, cishe zaqhuma nezihlathi zami, ezimumethe intukuthelo kababa, naye owayenayo ngoyise, sibuko uthunyiwe, ungani uthi ngibalulekile nalobude bami obuyisidadada, sengathi kukhona okukhethekile engaba ingxenye yakho. Kwakusambanisini lesi isicishe siwumbe umgodi, kwakuntombini lena evuka ngovivi ilunguze abakhongi ingaceliwe, kwakusokalini leli eliqhosha ngocu lingaqonyiwe, kwakuthando luni lolu oluthi angizikhohlwe mina. Kukho konke okusengathi kunye okunjalo, okuyiqiniso eliwedlula onke. Amen. Thank you.
Emfesweni bengazi ukuthi ngizoqashwa. Yonke into nje cishe. Awu kodwa nje uphathe kabi kwenye indawo. Uthi emlilweni wena ingxenye engadingeki wasaphenduka wabuka mina. Le moto ayihambi ke ukuthi angidingeki ukuthi usho mina. Ngiveze lokhu. Last year we had a poetry slam khona la iLembe Book Festival. Mengicabanga nje. Poetry slam is a poetry competition. It's a fancy way of saying competition. You say slam. Mengicabanga nje ubawa wina leyo competition. Akusho mina, kusho bona. And later we are going to be having a poetry slam. And he's going to be one of the judges. Amen to that. Steve. That's actually from the Hey, ukuqinisile bakuqala yazi lento le TV yokuyisho malokhu ngiphendula ngempela ngiyasho ukuthi wemaye iTV le iyadlala iTV lokhu ngibona abantu baku-TV. So njengamanje isikhathi sethu ngiyacela ukuthi abantu bengacasuki because I'm going to be pushing wonke umuntu ozobe enza lama sessions azobe khona. Sibonga kakhulu njalo kuma curators ethu iLembe Book Festival. Sesidudu. Cela sinephe izandla kanje. Bese kuba Nozizwe. Ngicela naye simsinethele kanje. Bese kuba nobani? Ayanda Xaba naye singamsinethela sithi. So I'm enjoying the snap thing. So as we see our program ethu abanye bazoya phezulu at the gallery and others are going to be here at the auditorium. Ukhona uciko nokulondolozwa kolimi, preservation of language. Ne? So abantu abazobe be-facilitate that kuzobe kukhona uNtokozo Ndlovu, umuntu omuhle Mcambi, Sifiso Mzobe, Sindiswa Zulu, BK Ngwenya. Amen to that. And then we'll have writing, the unspoken. That's where we're going to be navigating family and secrets and storytelling. That's going to be happening at the first floor. With Anelile Dlamini, Gibiko, and then Ulebo Mazibugo, Andile Tele, Esvin, forgive me in advance if Exora, Moshidadi Letomela. So I'm gonna be coming to you guys and telling you so whatever it is that we are doing, let's make it snappy. But it needs to be extremely informative. Yeah, don't just make it snappy and not say anything. Say something. So shout out to the iLembe Book Festival. Let's do our energy clap as we stand. Yes, sanibona again bafethu njani? Kwabakwazi ukusondela futhi bengasondela yabo labantu sondela okugcina. There's also a green room lapha phezulu. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, but you should never be but it's
Yeah. We are protected. Sanibona le. Njani? Sikhona nathi. Siyajabula ukuba nani namhlanje ekhaya. Luthuli Museum. Igama uThokozo wakwaNdlovu. So ngibekiwe nama angilutho mfowethu ngimncane. Ngifana nolimo. Ngifina ngolimi njengekhomo. Nabe abantu abakhulu la esiphethe bona namhlanje ukuthi sizohlaziya kahle indaba yokulondolozwa nokulondoloza ulimi kanye nanokuthi ke obantu abesibhalelayo uma ngabe sibhala ngazo zonke izilimi ezikhona eNingizimu Afrika. So ngicela uku-introduce nje ngoba isikhathi sincane kakhulu esinaso singaphansi kwehora, so ngizothi nginike nje noma mhlawumbe bazi-introduce bona ke bazazise bona kunina ukuthi bangobani benzani njalo njalo. Ngicela ukunikeza nje umzuzu owodwa nje before
Sanibona. Igama lami ngumuntu omuhle, ngowamcambi. Ngiwumbhali, ngingumshicileli, ngingumhleli, ngingumsabalalisi wezincwadi, distributor. Ngibuye ngenze izifundo zokufundisa ukubhala ikakhulukazi ngesilimi. Angithi nje ngolimi lwesiZulu si-conduct ama-workshop. Lokho esisuke sikufundise khona yikho esibuye sithathe sikwenze kube yincwadi. Lokho sekuyincwadi yikho esikuthathayo sikwenze ungene ema-library. Lokho esikufaka ema-library yikho esiqinisekisayo ukuthi kuyafundwa. Kuzophenduleka lapho-ke umbuzo othi sibhalela bani. Emsakazweni Ukhozi FM ngibhala umdlalo womoya osihloko sithi isinqumo, odlala ngoMsombuluko kuya kuLwesine. Uma ungalizwi igama lami elimenyezwa, isizathu esokuthi mina ngingu-storyliner. Storyliner uyena okhipha umhlahlandlela we-story awunikeze-ke u-head writer a-crafty blog ezonikezwa ama-script writer lawo wezwayo wena emsakazweni. Bese-ke iy'ndaba-ke ziya kubantu-ke abazofunda. Ngaleyo ndlela-ke kuningi wona imisebenzi esiyisebenzayo ekusebenzeni imisebenzi yobuciko. Siphuma nje komunye umsebenzi kade siwenzile wey'nsuku eziwu-8 besenza i-book fair nathi iziko Arts International Book Fair eThekwini sibambisene nomasipala weTheku kanjalo no-Department of Sports Arts and Culture kuso isifundazwe iKwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyabonga.
Sanibona. Igama lami nguSindiswa ngwaZulu, ngiyiciko lombhali wanazi incwadi ezimbili, ngizibuka kuwe noma yini Ekucikweni ngafika-ke ngezinkondlo ngiyazihaya, ngiphinde futhi-ke ngisengashicilela futhi ngisazoshicilela. Nokuthi-ke okunye nginentshisekelo enkulu yokuthatha iy'nkondlo ngizifake nakwezinye iy'nhlobo zobuciko nengikwenzayo-ke njengoba ngibhala imidlalo yeshashalazi, yenza yavele nakhona, kodwa ikakhulukazi ngiyabhala ngiyaqondisa.
Batshele futhi ukuthi uvela na-TV. Right.
Sanibona, nami ngiyavela ku-TV. Ngicela ukunibingelela igama uBhek'Inkosi uMaqhuzu waKaNgwenya, umbhali wencwadi at the same time against i-Writers Project or i-Writers Club ebizwa i-Chorus of Rustics. La esifundisa khona abafowethu ukuthi babhale siphinde sishicilele umsebenzi wakho. We-pride ukuthi siney'ngane ey'ncane ages from 10 sekuney'ncwadi ekhona 12 kunencwadi eziwu-2 ayikhiphile ngakho ukuthi amanye sine-audience lana bakhona laba ababhala abancane. So we also do ama-sessions nasey'koleni sifundisa abantu sibalulekile sibaphablishe incwadi yabo.
Igama nguSifiso kaMzobe, ngiwumbhali, ngibhala ngesiZulu nangesingisi. Incwadi zami zokuqala inoveli yokuqala yayi-English and esibili ama-short stories ayi-English. Kodwa ngisebenza kakhulu behind the scenes translating izinto ezibhalwe ngesingisi ngiyimisele esiZulwini. Kukhona nje lana i-Diary of a Hitman, si-translate yona sayithatha kwi-English sayithi isiZulu. Ipublishwe yibona abantu laba beLembe, Happiness Productions. Yes. Singeze okuningi nje kuningi kakhulu esengikwenzile ngoba sesimentorisha nababhali, sibathatha from stage, from i-idea to a full short story that were published online. For a long time I worked with the iLembe Funza Literacy Foundation for 10 years besenza lokho. Nakhona futhi ngi-translator ngisusa ngapha ngisingapha and umentorisha nje ababhali abancane so that their voices could be heard.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngithemba ukuthi-ke nonke-ke senenalo seniyabazi ababhali bethu esinabo la ukuthi abantu abasebenza kuphi kanjani benzani. Right, sizongena-ke manje-ke esihlokweni sethu esinike sona sanamhlanje, ukulondoloza ulimi njengoba sibambelela. Ngifisa ukuthi siqale la ngelokuqala. So sikulondoloza kanjani noma siqoqa kanjani ifa ngizothi ngoba sidakwaZulu likaZulu njengoba seniyichazile-ke nje stage ntoni poet njalo ngiyabhala. Kubaluleke kangakanani and ngizoqala ngawe uMdali ukuthi kubaluleke kangakanani ukuthi sikulondoloze leli fa leli lakwaZulu.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu sizwe lakithi. Kubaluleke kakhulu ukuthi silondoloze ifa lethu leli lokubhala. Esikhathini esingaphambili eside imisebenzi yethu ingabhalwa kwesebenzisa umlomo kakhulu. Umlando wedluliselwa ezizukulwaneni ngokuthi kuhlalwe phansi kuxoxwe izinganekwane, kuxoxwe imlando, kuxoxwe inkulumo eyisuke ibalulekile zaleso naleso sizwe noma zalowo nalowo mndeni. Kangangokuthi ngisho iy'bongo zamakhosi zayingabhaliwe, zazihaywa, amakhosi ayehaywa, udluliselwe lowo mlando ngokuthi njengoba sila KwaDukuza nje unodumo ehlezi kamenzi. Uma ungazi ukuthi umuntu okuthiwa unodumo ehlezi kamenzi unodumo ehlezi, angeke ukwazi ukuthi
kwakudluliswa umyalezo ngaleso sikhathi. Kufanele mhlawumbe uthole umuntu onalowo mlando ozokwazi ukuchazela ukuthi hayi kwakushiwo ukuthi uma kuthiwa ujame ngomkhondo phezu emzimvu nani makondo nesabelo komlokho kuzanye ukuchaza ukuthi wahamba waze wafika lapho ngokomlando wakhe. Kodwa uma ukuthi lo mlando awukwazi ukucwaninga ke wena uhluze uhlaziye uzogcina ungezwa ukuthi ubethini lo muntu ngoba kubhalwe ngale ndlela yokukhonjwa. Okusho ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi kwakudinga ukuthi umlando kube abantu abakhaliphile ngempela abazozi ukuthi ibithini imbongi bese udluliselwa ke esizukulwaneni esilandelayo kanjalo umlando. Sekungcono ke uma sekufika isigaba la abantu sebebhala khona umlando eminingi amakhosi noma indawo noma izizwe ngokwehlukana kwazo igcine iwela kwabanye okungafanele ukuthi ngabe bangamakhosi. Ngasizathu isizathu esokuthi labo umlando kwafanele ubhalwe phansi awukaze bawubhale labo bantu so babengabhali. Uma ke sekufike isigaba la sesibhala khona sekulula manje ukuthi umlando ubhalwe. Uma kuthiwa nje inkosi ithe ummeli wakhe engimhlonze ukuthi uzoba inkosi emva kwami usibanibani kubhalwe phansi. Awuphumi umlando lapho ngoba kubhaliwe kusho ini inkosi. So kuyasiza uma ukuthi umlando siwugcina ngakho ukubhala ngoba ulahleke kakhulu umlando wethu ngesikhathi ungabhali. Okutolikayo nawe nje uyazi indaba nangabe uyixoxa wena uyizwe kumuntu kunezinto ozoyishiya kube nezinto ozoyifaka. Nowesibili nowesithathu ozwe ngawe nomunye uyothi uyofika kulo wesithupha lo wesikhombisa yikho lokho obekufanele kube yikho noma iqiniso lakho akusenjengoba kufanele kube njalo. Ngakho-ke ukubhalwa komlando njengoba ubhalwa njengamanje iyona ndlela engcono nesilekelela kakhulu ukuthi sikwazi ukugcina amagugu ethu ifagugu lethu elifana nani nolimi lethu. Yebo.
Siyathokoza kakhulu.
Okunye nje ngicela ukupenda kulento eshiwo kwabo. Umlando uzoxoxwa abantu okuyibona abawina kulempi. Uzoglorifya, uzodumisa labo bantu labo. Ngeke udumise laba bantu. Yabo. Uzodumisa lo muntu obhalayo. Akawuphika wenze ini noma yini. Ihlale la emlandweni. Sikholwe nathi. Yabo. Ngoba iyona into esifundayo. Bafuna ukwenza.
Uqiniseka kakhulu kudinga ibona manje lokhu esikufundayo ngoba thina sikwazanga ukuthi sikwazi ukuyibhalela. Right, siqhubekele phambili. Ubhuti vele kuthiwa mhla kuzofakwa isilo noma kuzobekwa isilo noma kuzogcotshwa isilo, ubhuti akuphelanga ngalehora kushiwo kuthiwa isilo umisuZulu sobeka. Hayi weseyibhalile iy'nkomo zakho. Zasezikho. Kodwa ngisoyishiya igcineni uzosihayela zona sizokuzizwa nje kancane. Right, angiqhubekele phambili. Sisi ngikwena manje. Sivuselela kanjani lento? Ukuyisengondweni uyabhala, usemsakazweni, umabonakude. Kodwa lukhona ugqozi nje kulabantu la besithi sibenzela lezi zinto ngenhloso yokulondoloza imlando, amasiko njalo. Lukhona ugqozi kodwa kubantu bakithi emalokishini emakhaya emphakathini siphuma kuyona senze njani ukuvuselela lo yaqozi?
Okay. Sivuselela kanjani? Ngicabanga ukuthi zonke izinto zihambisana nenkathi le esikuyona. Indlela engibona iyinhle yokuvuselela ukuthi lowo
obhalayo nonelungelo lokubhala ebhalela ukugcina umlando wethu, egcina ifagugu lethu, kumele akwazi ukuthi ayithuthukise ukuze azi izinto ey'lisayo ngaleso sikhathi. Okuwukuthi kunendlela okwenzeka ngayo izinto manje kufanele uyisondelanise nazo, ngoba into ebuye inkinga ukuthi siyathanda ukuba ama-purist, siyathanda ukubambelela ey'ntweni ey'ndala ukuthi lento thina lokho esayazi yenziwa kanje, okwenza ukuthi uqhelelane nabantu baleyo nkathi ngoba bona bathanda lokhu abakuthandayo, ukuze babuyisele kulento ofisa enenhleke vele. Kumele ukuthi uthole indlela yokuthi uyihlanganise lento ize kuyena ipackage engale ndlela le oyifisayo, ngoba kulokhu ekuphakelayo uzothi ngisangisa noku-attenda i-workshop ya-AI besho ukuthi uzobhala erobho kanti utshele right, yabona. Uma uzothi umuntu insakavukela umchilo wesigaba, yini sekumele manje azi ukuthi khona into ethiwa isigaba, yini isigaba sinomchilo futhi isigaba sigqokwa umuntu okulesi sigaba, isigaba oganile yini ukugana. Uyabona ukuthi lapho usukhava imvunulo, usukhande imicimbi, usukhande usikompilo, yabo. So kumele kube khona indlela yokuthi uphose umqalazo, ugqozi lukhona, kodwa kuwumsebenzi wakho njengomuntu onothando nesifiso sokuthi kulondoloze ulimi, ukuthi wenze indlela.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicela umtimande la. Umtimande uthi uyashicilela. Ngiyezwa ukuthi usushicilele incwadi mhlawumbe ezingama-23 and more. And ngiyagqugquzela futhi abantu ukuthi babhale ngolimi futhi lolu lwakithi likaphuma nomakhelwane. Iy'ngqinamba ohlangana nazo la in the process noma kulolu hambo nomkhankaso lo owuphushayo, ziziphi and singazama ngayiphi indlela nathi siwumphakathi ukuthi simlekelele noma simlekelele ekuthaneni sikwazi ukulondoloza leli lifa likaZulu.
Okay, ngiyabingelela ngibonge ithuba. Lo mbuzo osubuzile uvekane wanyusa ushukela bese ngicasukile uvekane ngikhulume ngesingisi. So I have to justify my standpoint. I come from mina ngibiza njengombhali emancipation author. So Tina, we have to justify our existence as Africans. We have to beg for everything. So for me to be accepted, I have to be a different color or a different shade. So what we are doing is a writers club, a chorus. I'm challenges esibhekana now, sinabo ababhali like I'm saying ey'ngane. But for me to present a program ey'ngane, I have to speak a different language and I have to come in a different shape. Meaning which you don't appreciate who I am because I don't know what's a Groutville was channel. I'm a published author of 23 books. I have published over 60 authors. They are nowhere to be found. And I'm nowhere to be found. So our challenge is better now, acceptance in the community. Not only acceptance, but promoting a culture of reading and writing. Maybe who's going to buy in I equal that culture. Am I embrace even within the community and the municipality? Lokho, October, we're supposed to go to Western Cape, George, Siomela, a province, KwaZulu Natal. We found the championship as a writers club. As far as that come, we did not get funding, only for 9 people. So we may write and post to TV and stuff, but along the lines, that's the challenge is playing now. I've got in line, they are passes calling They are published authors. Next to them, Mono Teach is also a published author. But the same school level from Nakon, they've never done a book launch for me. They've never even bought a single copy. We meet a library for our Literature Friday sessions. The same library is like an So, we should say, no, that's the challenges that we are facing with the industry. To a point, you also feel like I have to give up or I have to leave in our and it's true. You'll never see our value. But the moment she has elsewhere, claim, but when we were there for you, you did not see a value. So from iLembe Book Festival, which yesterday for the first time Imperial as an author, I felt it which the home body. This is wow. Saturday dinner, share with other audiences. I enjoyed that experience. Thank you so much. If only we'd got it way better. So now 9 years, 6 months in the literature industry. You know, for example, who is a drug addict recovery? Only not that I believe my life as a drug addict. Umhlaba isiphila bona, that's why it's 2 years of we are fighting against our drugs. But who's there to support him? But we take the little this is the awareness is in because it's crumbling in society. So, but when it comes to the real fact, we want money as on us. I want you to buy books. You put me in passion, your work. You put me okay, amateur happy, you want to enjoy because of writing books. But you'll never accept us because we are emancipation authors. We are telling that story enough ways. But as blacks, we have to justify who we are wherever we go so that you accept us. As a vote, we will strike hard until our voice is heard.
Demand. Ayibashaya kakhulu. Kodwa ke asiqhubekele phambili nizoyihlaziya bafowethu ngoba nathi isikhathi. Right. Udomdala ngifisa ukuthi sifike la. Umlando wakho wokubhala. Waqala esikoleni, ubhala ama-literature ukhokhisa abantu imali, ubhalela ama-homework, bekuthengele ophaya. And finally uyibhala incwadi young blood kuyimanje ishicilelwe emazweni amangaki eMelika eGeorgia. I think that was 10 years ago. Ngifuna sikhulume ngobuciko bokubhala. Ubuciko bokubhala kuleli lokishini iyona impilo yakho ejwayele njalo njalo. Kusho ukuthi umuntu nomuntu la ekhona ngabhala kodwa ubuciko lokukhuluma ngobuciko the art yokubhala.
Ukuze ubhale kahle kufanele ufunde izincwadi ezibhalwe kahle. Futhi kufanele ufunde ukuthanda. Kufanele ufunde uthande usamncane. Akekho umuntu ozokutshela ukuthi thanda ukubhala. Wena umuntu hunger for knowledge verse natural hunger for knowledge yabo. When you hambelayo or you lie library. When you lie, yes, number one. Number two, ufanele ithembe. Uzakhela istyle sakho, indlela yakho lobeka ngayo. Musu yazithemba. Musu ungayiqambeli kodwa manje. Wazi ukuthi imingakalo uthatha isikhathi eside ukuthi into isentence umusho obe perfect isikhathi ubhale ukuqala. Awubi perfect isikhathi ubhale ukuqala. Kanjalo nje umusho wodwa the chapter leyo lewebhale ngeke ibe perfect isikhathi ukuqala. Kufanele ube the high yathi ube almost ngazi ngoba obsessed yabo. Ukwazi ukuthi kusifike lapha yana kusuke sekunjani Kodwa lokho kwazi kanjani na ngokuthi ufundile ababhali ababhala kahle. Yabo. So ayikho enye indlela yokukwazi ukubhala kahle ngaphandle kokuthi ufunde izincwadi ezibhalwe kahle. Yabo. So umuntu nje ukumbona omunye umuntu thina besijajela ama-competition yabo ama-publisher kuye uthola ukuthi i-manuscripts bayisendela ukuthi ifunde and then ubanika ama-pointers. Khona umuntu obhala ubona ukuthi ubhala kahle. Inkinga yakhe akayifundi izincwadi zabanye abantu. Yabo. Kuba khona lokho uthola ukuthi into emkhiphayo ile ngoba okunye akwenzayo uyabona ukuthi i-mistake enziwa yibo bonke abantu noma lento ayibhalayo yake yabhalwa omunye umuntu ngale ndlela exact ukube yena well read ngabe ukwakha isitayela sakhe esisha. So kuloko kunzima khona kodwa nje into efanele wazi ukuthi uyayithanda and uyenze ngezisisi. Musu uyayithemba ke yabo. Afuna uyithembe ngoba musu uyahambisile i-manuscript yakho laba publisher amakhulu. Ama-critic amena uyayihambisa i-manuscript yayo novel le bese kubuya i-email enolayini abaningi. Yabo ababovu olayini abaningi ababovu basi nawo ama-suggestions thina suggest ukuthi ungenza nje bese ekugcineni kodwa-ke phela ungenza lokho okubonayo yabo ukuthi akuncengeke lapho futhi. Yabo. So nje kufanele ube into ethandayo and kufanele ufunde ama-lessons ube nabo ama-lessons wathathe from other authors.
Hayi siyabonga kakhulu. Ngizophinde ngifuna ukunikeza ithuba uma ngabe kukhona abafisa ukubuza imibuzo kuma-panelists wethu. Nginika leli thuba nje ngizothatha nje 2 bese siqhubeka phambili. Uma ngabe kukhona ngicela nje aphakamisa isandla simnikeze umbhobho akwazi ukuthi abuze lo mbuzo. Uma ngabe ngekho futhi kulungile sizoqhubeka phambili. Namsi ngoba ufuna sena.
Someone ngifisa ukubuza specifically about translator umsebenzi wethu. Because isikhathi esiningi sithola ukuthi zikhona iy'ncwadi publishing eziningi. Sithola ngesi-German, sithola ngesi-Italian, sithola ngawo wonke ama-languages. Enye into engiyibona kakhulukazi nama-festivals around the world khona literature. Abantu bahlezi bethi umsebenzi wami kodwa asikwazi uku-accessa because u-available ngale language eyodwa mhlawumbe. So I'm interested in finding out from you some challenges around ukusabalalisa umsebenzi, not specifically around translation, but ukusabalalisa umsebenzi, ama challenges ezibhekana nawo, as well as translating and making umsebenzi more accessible to abanye abantu mhlawumbe that might not necessarily speak ulimi lethu.
Muhle umbuzo nami ngizocela ukubhekisa nabo ukuthi njani. Iyoung blood siyayidinga ngesiZulu. Right? Njengoba enzile inganono
Wenzela abanye.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Siyidinga ngesiZulu. Siyidinga ngesiZulu ukuthi ngicela uzame
Mfowethu yona ekugcineni kufanele ngigcine ngiyibhalile. Kodwa phela inkinga phela isimo esiphila kusona. Ukutranslate kuyabiza, ukutranslate yabo as a project, kuyabiza as a project. So ngiyacabanga ukuthi ama-publisher amaningi ayayibalekela indaba yokutranslate it costs a lot ukutranslate. Yona young blood ayifanele yona ngiyenze manje isikhathi asikho isikhathi afuna ukuhamba mama phela siyajayisha impilo lana kuney'ngane to pay the bills. So makusona i-translation yencwadi or i-translation yalencwadi asikho isikhathi nje ama-facts of life lawo mfethu. But kukhulu bese kodwa ukuthi umsebenzi uphume nje eSouth Africa uye kwamanye amazwe. Kulukhuni I think kukhona leyo nto yawo ama-publishers amaningi phela babelungu they want ukuthi nabo baphushe lama orders abo. Uyabona yona. Ikhona nje leyo nto njengathiwa zingayalena le. Ngoba uyabona nje incwadi uyabona nje mina le incwadi zami they've won multiple awards. Kodwa mekuthiwa ngikhipha incwadi manje ngeke ubone bebeka ama-cutouts amabhodi amakhulu njengalezi okuyibona izinto exclusive books and stuff. And uyayilwele leyo nto bakunike balokuya nale. So izinto ey'khona kodwa fanele sibe nenkani. Lokho ezikubhalayo kube very good, much better than their stuff. Ukuze kube into abangakwazi ukuyideny. Yebo. Yebo, mhlawumbe ukwengeza kulokho kushiwo baba ukuthi inkinga yokusabalalisa komsebenzi ngifisa ukungena ngoba ngisebenza ngakho nakho. Komasipala nakuma-department engithela ngithole umsebenzi wokusabalalisa iy'ncwadi noma ukufaka iy'ncwadi ama-library abo. Iy'ncwadi zabantu bakithi ziba u-5, ezabanye ziba u-50. Ngizokwenzela nje isibonelo ngenkampani eseCape Town ngelisho igama layo. Inama-title 15 kwi-project engisebenza njengamanje. Inama-title 15 bese kuthi enye eseGoli ekuyisebenzisane ney'nkampani zaphesheya ayikhohlwa 38 kwi-project engisebenza njengamanje. 38 titles, 50, 20, 30, 35, 60. Zonke zabantu abangaphandle. Ngisho ngithi ngicela ukurecommenda usibanibani. Imali yakho nje njengoba yayithengiwe yayifakwe yimina. Yes. Ngisho ukuthi ngiyacela. Ngicela ukurecommenda nathi imali kaSibanibani bayijikise. Yabo nje basikhuluma nani bayijikise ngisho ususunozeli. Yes. Angikhulumi ngento ngisho into engiyenza manje. Ngithi ngicela nifake nanami uSibanibani, ngicela nifake nanami ngicela bezeli. Ngicela ni-add nanami bayibuyise ilist enamagama abantu balaba thina sidingi u-local, sidingi international. And sidinga u-international ka-2024 i-fiction adult, 2024 no 2025. So uyabona ubunzima esibhekene nabo. Enye inkinga esifike sibhekane nayo futhi ukuthi bodi unawo umsebenzi wakho. Uma ungibona ukuthi ngiyasebenza awuzikini. Nawe unawo umsebenzi wakho. Uma ungibona ukuthi ngiyasebenza awuzikini. Nomunye uyabona ukuthi nangu umuntu osebenzayo. Kodwa ke kulo muntu ukuthi mfowethu ngicela ukuthi ake sisebenzisane, ake sibambisane. Kangangokuthi ngisho sesithi sakha ke manje i-association yama-publisher ese-KZN. Laba esibafunayo lezi. Kuza laba abangcono umsebenzi wabo ongcono. Umsebenzi wakho uma unenkinga nje ku-cover page. Kusho ukuthi i-disqualify incwadi yakho ngoba i-cover page yona qobo lwayo inenkinga. Ngemuva kunenkinga. Kusho ukuthi incwadi yakho i-out. Uma sikudonsa nje awusondele sizolekelelana sifundisane kwayona ikhava. Uma uyidizayina kanjani, isixoxa kanjani isitori. Zonke lezo nkinga ufike ubhekane nazo umuntu ubona ukuthi hayi nake ngisebenza noSibanibani. uSibanibani ubani? Kanti akazi ukuthi uSibanibani wazana noSibanibani. uSibanibani wazana noSibanibani. Usuyafika ufika abantu abaningi lolu lwazi olufunayo lukhona la. So ke enye engayisho ngikhuthaza bengifuna ukuthi ungena ngaleli phuzu elithi mnewethu. Uma uzotolika incwadi ayikho into eyingozi njengokuthi incwadi yakho itolwe umuntu ongazi ukuthi ufuna ukuthini. Kuhle ukuthi unike umuntu owaziyo ukuthi ufuna ukuthini ngoba uzosebenzisa izaga nezisho izenza ukuthi zifenqo njengawe sisi njengoba uyifakile emsebenzini wakho angazi lo muntu omnikile waseGoli kuyasazi isiZulu kodwa akazi ukuthi wawufuna ukuthini uma uthi Zayile Mthumeni nika umuntu ozoqonda ukuthi uma uthi Zayile Mthumeni kusho ukuthini Zayile Mthumeni kubani ubayifuna ukuthini izinto ezizama uyichaza ukuhle uma uzotolika umsebenzi wakho utranslate ufise kwelinye ulimi kodwa nikeza umuntu oliqondayo nolimi wena olukhulumayo ngoba kunezinto oyikhulumile esiZulwini azodluleka lo muntu umthathe first stage ukuthi azisho ukuthi bufuna ukuthini ngiyabonga
ngisakhamuzi esicasukile empeleni angingabuzi ngicela sethe umbuzo la yes
Ngiyabonga ngethuba ngibingelele uMamkhize Bovunenkani, I'm a teacher at high school level ngifundisa i-grammatics nesiZulu. Nginombuzo nje owodwa ngithi mangibhala nami ngombhali wezincwadi ngithi ithuba elinjengale sasilalile thina sibangaka nabantwana ehamba nabo babengekho obabongwenya ukuthi basigayide ngithi umsebenzi wethu wangagundane lapha emaqeleni amadayari saswabhala. Nawo umbuzo wami inkosi kwethu asebehambile indini. Ngingasibekela kanjani ukuthi labantwana laba esibafundisayo ababhalayo ngoba ngesikhathi unalo eklasini khona izinto abazintsha abayilethayo babhala i-poetry ne-poetry club nje nami esikoleni uma benza ama-monologues ngishathiwa English kugcina phela sekuvuka leyanto kuvuke leyanto ayidilile into yakho ubona ukuthi si-original. How can we assist those learners bangafani noMamkhize osengaka oqala phansi abanye?
Ngicela ukuthi mhlawumbe kukhona umuntu obubhekisela noma ugeneral nje. Okay, ngicela ukuthi sawuthathe lo mbuzo.
Into engiyaye ngibuke ukuthi uma umncane kukhona into noma ifuna leyo nhlansi ukulokoza kodwa uma kungekho into ephambi kwakho eyenza into enjalo noma eyelanga lapho uyaye kube nzima ukuthi noma ufuna ukubona kodwa uyazi kahle. Mina ngiyakhumbula ukuthi bengilokho ngithi ngaqala ukubhala ngesikhathi sokuthi ngisho isikhathi engase ngihaya ey'nkundleni emthandazweni kwaba khona umuntu engangifunda naye e-primary ethi ngakuzwe ngedweni ukuthi waqala e-high school kanti yini lento esasikubona uyibhala ngalesa sikhathi ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ngangingakamboni umuntu owenza into ukuze ngiyiqambe igama nami noma mhlawumbe ithanda ukuhluka kunekabani kodwa isondele uyabona. Kwathi la ngibona khona uMamgcina Mhlophe kwani manje yenzeka lento. So ngizama ukusho ukuthi ukulekelela kuyinselelo yethu thina esikwenzayo lo msebenzi ukuthi ayikho into ebalulekile bafethu njengokuthi ube accessible. Umsebenzi wakho ungafukuli ngendlela yokuthi usuqhelile kubantu obarepresentayo ngoba ekugcineni lezi zinto esiyibhalayo siyibhala ngabo abantu futhi sibhalela bona. So ngicabanga ukuthi lokho kuzayo kuyinselelo kuthina esibhalayo ukuthi sondela ingane ayibone ukuthi usufike kuleli zinga ngoba wenze lokhu nalokhu nalokhu. Mhlawumbe uzuveze nokuthile ongakwazanga wena ukuthi ufinyelele kukhona. Nokuthi-ke ave kuba inkinga isikhathi esiningi ukuthi makuhlangenwe siyaye si-generalize izinto ukuthi ufuna ukuphumelela sebenza vuka ini. Uma ngifisa indaba ye-distribution ngitshela ukuthi kwenziwa njani, like yona into yenziwa njani ngoba abantu asebephambi phambili entweni banawo lo mkhuba ukuthi hayi bekezela nje ukuze incwadi yakhe ingene ka-Department of Education for example. Fakubhala nje wena uyazi ukuthi waxhumana nomuntu mtshela ukuthi kwenziwa uma ungeke vele uzunginika inamba yakhe-ke ngichazele ngokunetwork ukuthi usebenzisa ziphi iy'ndlela uyayizwa lonto ngoba abantu aba-gatekeeper-yo yilaba abasitshela ukuthi asinga-gatekeep most of the time. So ngicabanga ukuthi yilokho.
Sicela encane.
Okay. Kancane nje mfimane sisalele imizuzu nje engaphansi ka-emhlaba. Kahle kahle. Kodwa bengifisa ukuthi-ke uzophefumula kude then nomunye umbuzo. Baba Sontoba. Asicela sinikeze ngoba uSontoba nobuthi. Ngithemba ukuthi iyona imibuzo emibili nekhona. Otherwise, uma ngabe kukhona eminye imibuzo ngingaba engage nje uma yes.
Cha mina abona umbuzo. Sanibona igama ngokunakandani babashiye. Ukuphawula nje ngoba indaba yokubhala nokuchelela iukhalo olude lunezinkinga eziningi ngeke sikwazi ukuziqeda isixazululo ukukhuthaza ebengifisa ukuphawula ngakho nje okuyinkinga eqhamile eyokuthi indlela imibhalo ebhekwa njengayo umtimande ukhala ngokuthi wabhala ngabe babe George abazibayo ngangile kulo mkhosi lowo kwakhalisa ukuthi kwabale ezinye izifundazwe inkinga enkulu ehlasele izwe lonke ukuthi imibhalo ayibhekwa njengalokho mhlambe esingathi i-heritage. Ngokwesibonelo lapha nje KwaDukuza kade kulo mkhosi wayelembe makusuke kukhulunywa kulo mkhosi lowo kuyekhulunywe nezazinhlanga kukhulunywe nabantu bepolitiki kodwa akaze mhlawumbe kwamgeje akaze kwenzeke ukuthi ku-television kubizwe umbhali oke wabhala ngelembe noma oke wabhala ngendawo yakwaDukuza kungofanayo futhi ngoDisemba 16 kuzobe kukhulunywa indaba yaseNcome ngisho khona eNcome bengaya ngoSeptember akukho la mhlawumbe okubekwe khona izincwadi ezikhuluma ngeNcome izikondlo ezikhuluma ngeNcome ngoJanuwari kuzobe kukhulunywa ngempela yaseSanibani akaze kubizwa babhali abantu ngosithini simanga kuthiwa wabhala umdlalo othi izulu elanduma eSanibani wawuthi kukhona esingafuni akho-ke lokho kwenza ukuthi ngoba lokhu akubhekwa njengegugu not angasifani isingisi akubhekwa njengegugu likazwelonke lokho kwenza ukuthi kungabi lula ukuthi kube khona abantu abaqikelela ukuthi kube khona izimali eziphumayo kubhekwa ezinye izinto akufanele zibhekwe ngeso lokuthi umbhali uzozuza malini noma umbhali azibheke ukuthi izozuzani imalini uma kubhala le ncwadi. Ngokwesibonelo uSpecial ukhuluma ngokuzima bokuhumusha ngoba kuyizindleko. Ngakho-ke lokhu kwenza ukuthi uma abashicileli bengabheki ngokuthi ukunyushwa kwencwadi kunyushela olunye ulimi is of heritage value. Akuzibalule ukuthi kuma budget abo bakhiphe noma ngisho kuthiwa u-0.5% ukuthi asiqikelele ukuthi ibe khona incwadi ukunyushelwa olunye ulimi. Ungaphaseli ukuthi izothengwa kangakanani noma kube khona some funding ezolekelela ukuthi izincwadi zihunyushwe. Kube khona into ethi ema-library azibe khona izincwadi ikakhulukazi ezihunyushwe zisuke kusuka ezilimini zethu kuya ezilimini zabezizwe. Ngakho-ke ukunqamulela inkinga enye idinga ukuxazululwa ngokuthi imibhalo ayingabhekwa njengokuthi kubalulekile ukuthi ifundwe njalo njalo kodwa ake kubhekwe ukuthi ubugugu bayo bungakanani ukuze umtimande umwaso mntobana kodwa kuzophela iminyaka 120 kwenzeka ilabhabhathi kodwa akukho okuzothi nakho osekubhaliwe ngalaleli ngakho singase ziqhathaniswe kanjani lezo ndawo lezo ezivela kuma-literary texts so that kube ne-link between ama-texts mhlawumbe ne-literary tourism ngokwesibonelo so kungashona ilanga umasida kodwa yilokho okunye okungasiza uma ngagcizelelo ngakho uma ubhala yazi ukuthi this is of heritage important ukuze nokubhalayo kwazi ukuthi yiphi blessiswa akhona ukuthi uyabhala ukuze ubhale inani lencwadi osuyibhalile ubhale mhlambe ukuthi sengathenga ibhayisikili ngathenga isithuthuthu ngathenga nokunye ngemali yezincwadi
So,
hawu anisha imali
engcweleke enkulu kakhulu lapho kulo mshikashika lo. Ngicela ulethe ubhuti ithuba uthi nje qapho mfowethu bese siyafika. Kunokwenzeka ukuthi ukuthulwa ndlela saselicathule kakhulu ngendlela embi. Mhla lusikafulela belumbi. Abeka mfowethu.
Ngibingelele kama masanile wangwane. I'm a published author encwadi. It's my life as a drug addict. I never lost hope in the possibility of change. Wow. Oqala nje ngibonga uNkulunkulu ubalala hlanganele nani ukuyithando yakhe. Nginombuzo nje ongathi ngifisa cause before nje ngibuze angike ngiqale ngithi sesikhulumile konke sizwile nikhulumile kodwa ngifisa ukwazi solution because isikhathi esiningi bese leyinkinga sesikhulumile sisombululo ukuthi engabe isona sisombululo esinazo engifisa ukubuza kakhulu nje ukuthi mhlambe njengababhali ngaphansi kwakhe ukuthi mhlambe yona iy'indlela esingakwazi ukuthi si-collaborate ngayo ekuthenini kulababhali esinabo ngoba ngikholelwa ukuthi ufanele kuphela wangibhala nencwadi. Baningi iy'ngane ey'nencwadi, baningi abanye abasafisa ukupromotha i-culture of reading and writing. So engabe iyona yiphi indlela eniqhamuka nayo or isisombululo eninaso. Mina nje ngibhala incwadi yami la, ukubhala kwami incwadi yami it was pain and suffering. Engangifisa ukudlulisela nakwabanye ukuthi befunde isifundo even to the next generation njengoba nje experience increase i-rate yey'ngane ezisedakamizweni okungenzeka mhlawumbe khona nabanye iy'ngane zabo la okanye bona abasedakamizweni abangazi ukuthi benze njani ngalesifo abanaso because addiction I believe ukuthi it's a chronic disease actually or basically it affects your mind. Ukuthi mhlawumbe yona yiphi indlela esingathi mesikherishela le message isuke siyikherisha kwabanye abantu ingagcineki la eKZN kuphela kodwa ikwazi ukuphuma nakwezinye iy'ndawo mhlawumbe kusale ngihamba amasakhe ka-substance and-social
Correct, I'm better than the words. As in the number of weeks, I know, so, in closing, the solution. Demand is not because we are bad. You only said, gas benefits of pay for. Need most of the women who are so dominant in what they sis, put from that. Ngiyabona ngathi usejahle enye session ukumela moderate enye session kodwa interest nje ithuba umdimani uzoyifika yonke inkulumo le asebeyithintile nawe la futhi kusho kodwa nje sinikeza imizuzu emibili.
Okay, ngiyabona ithuba ngicela ukuphendula okunengi. Belithi ngesikhathi ekhuluma mhlawumbe uzophakamisa incwadi yakhe abantu bayibona idlule esandleni sami ngeyancwadi nikamfowethu idlule kumina from the corners of Christ. So engakusho othisha ayisongisho ukuthi kube yikholini mekuthi ubona ingane enethalenta esikoleni yakwazi ukubhala contacta umzali wayo uthi tell lokho engibonayo enganeni then from there as uthisha nawo ama-contacts nga-attenda ama-workshop then babiza ababhali bezonilekelela mina upstairs ukhona uthisha oqhamuka all the way from Organised eNkosibongo Secondary School wafika lana wathola ama-projects wenza. NgoNovember silontsha incwadi yey'ngane eziwu-12 ezifunda eKwaSuka. So ngizama uku-appeal to ama-educators, if nithola leyo opportunity, nithola ukuthi kunababhali, sebeshiye labafowethu nalana. Niba-approach umzali, you'll find ukuthi ingane zibhala enye into ozoyibuza ukuthi uthatha ukuhamba ngani. So talk to the parents and then engage with abafowethu abanalana nabangaphandle. And then uphendula mhlawumbe umfowethu uSanyeni. Then yokuthi siwine la KwaDukuza ukuthi sibambisane. But currently indlela esenza ngayo siyadlala namkhamba ngiyakho indlela omnahamba ngiyakho indlela. So if we come together as ababhali and we fight a common war, we know who the enemy is. If sibambisene singakwazi ukuwina. But mesihluleka kanjena ngicabanga ukuthi kuze kwenzeke. Umuntu omuhle akamuhle kuphela ngegama nangenhliziyo. Nisondele kuyena usondele kuyena uthena kuyadistribute nawe ngicabanga ukuthi ngakuyekele. And bafowethu we are accessible, sikhona. Mina I've been all over for free. Ngifika nasesikoleni ngibe kuyimanje kunama-project engiwenza e-BCA. Ngispenda 300 rands ngisakhathini ukuthi ngiyele ngibuye from my own pocket. Ngisiza iy'ngane zase-primary ey'balayo. So we are there for you. But then mhlawumbe yini elingafiki kuthina. Ngifuna ukuyibalekela leyo yokuthi asikho accessible to you. We are always there. Siyabonga ithuba esilitholayo.
Bazo-engage outside uma ngabe kukhona mhlawumbe abanemibuzo abaneclarity nencazelo lapha nalaphaya abafisa ukubhala njalo njalo bakhona ukuthi kodwa ngisakhamuzi esicasukile kodwa namuzi siyabonga kakhulu bazalwane.
Sasingeneni.
Sanibonani. iLembe namukela nonke. Mina ngizokhuluma ngaqambili zoba isiZulu nesiNgisi. Yeah, igama lami ngizalele lapho. Ngizobe moderator the session in the Groutville at the station. On the panel, ngasokuqala ubaba uFred Khumalo owumbhali onanencwadi ekhona. Isihle Mthembu naye owumbhali futhi uyi-producer. Kube uNosizwe nayo nencwadi i-Happiness the Four-Letter Word. Nosizwe KwaDukuza naye from iLembe series. Yes. Ngingazazisa kancane.
Sanibonani. Yes, as my intro, so my name is Luthuli Museum. I am a writer of fictional novels. For the film series, I have a couple of books in between. I have Blue House and I have another one. So one of three of my books were adapted into film by showmates and exhibition. So yes, that's me. So she's basically saying she was the writer. If you my name is Luthuli. I'm also a writer. I've got two novels. Happiness is a Four-Letter Word, which was adapted to a film and back in 2016, and it has had two other sequels after the first Happiness, which is Happiness Ever After, and the last one, Happiness Is.
Luthuli Museum, writer, producer. I've been lucky to work in adapting one things that we're doing as part of teams, whether it's producing or script writing, including film studies. There's another book that we just worked on now, which is based on a historical character. And most recently, I think most people know me for working and writing Shakiri.
Hi, I'm Fred Khumalo. I'm a novelist, among other things. So I've published 19 books altogether. But I think I was put on this panel on the basis of my historical novel, Dancing the Death Drill, which is of course, it's a historical novel based on one of those hidden pockets of history. We shall explore it later. So I think they invited me because the book has been adapted to the stage, and the stage adaptation was performed at the Groutville Theatre. It closed 2-3 weeks ago, and this very, very generous gentleman said he was blown away by the stage adaptation. So you are going to adapt that book into film.
No, thank you so much. I think I'll just start off there. Since I'm afraid you've written, published so many books, why this one? Why choose this one to adapt it for theatre? And maybe how was that process?
Yes, well, I didn't choose it. They chose James Nglobo, with whom I've worked before. My very first book was an autobiography called Touch My Blood, which came out in 2005 or 6. And James read it. At that time, he was still artistic director at the Market Theatre. And he felt the story resonated with him and the audience at that time. So he took it to the stage. And then fast forward to this book. This book came out in 2017 on the 100th anniversary of the sinking of the assessment, which is very pivotal to the novel itself. So James thought, wow, this book that deserves another life form. So he approached me and said, could we adapt it? But obviously, it needs to do these things, as this gentleman knows, it needs time and money. So he was raising money all these years until one benefactor said, okay, I like the story as well. So he put his money, and then started like that.
I guess I'll pose the same for the rest of the panel. When you're adapting the books that you from novels into screen, were you involved in the process? And if so, were there things that are core that you had to let go of just to fit the on-screen medium? Yeah, so for me, for Happiness, is a project where I was involved as an advisor, also just reviewing the script. Yes, and the book has 4 characters, right? But when the film came out, they had to pick one character. So the film has 3 characters. And I think that is one of the things that you have to adapt to. So somebody said, once you release the book, it no longer becomes your own work. So you need whoever receives it, interpret it in whichever way that they receive it. And if you give the rights for it to be adapted, literally they can just read the book once and throw it away and reimagine how and retell the story. So yeah, so it ended up working well because I think the producers they managed not to even though they took one character off, but they just managed to keep the story the same or similar as the book.
For me, it's the opposite. I was not involved at all. I sold the rights to the money and I went back where I came from and I really took about over a year after our agreement, and I only started being I don't know, not exactly being involved, just talking about it, just being mentioned in the conversations and all of that, when they had already done the auditions and the scripts and all of that. So I wasn't, and it was my choice. I said, well, I write books, I don't know anything about TV. I feel like these people, have written the story in a way that will make it very easy to adapt. So I said, I trust their way, they know what they're doing. And so yeah, they did their thing. So it's, books and film, 2 totally different storytelling mediums. And they did it the way they did it. And yeah, that was it.
I think for me, like as a producer, one of the tough things about working in adaptation is the level of involvement of writers, right? I think the one thing that as producers and as broadcasters people are never honest about. I'll come to notes and say, I love the story. But most of the time producers don't actually love the story. They love the audience that the story has. So that's the unfortunate reality of working in this space. You get that a lot. So especially you're like, oh, you love books and you come from the book writing and book reading world. And then you're in pitches with broadcasters, and then they're telling you, hey, you must add this, you must take out this. I always tell the story of when we were writing season 1 of The Wife. And there's a very famous scene in the book that takes place in the hospital, right? And I fought to write that episode because I understood the audience that had read the book, which if this scene is not the way it's supposed to be, the series is going to be over from there, right? So a lot of the time you're engaging with people that don't really care about the material itself. They know that this book has an audience between age 20 and 45, and for this channel, we want to target that audience. Let's give them this thing, but they don't really drill down into the details of why this audience cares about that particular thing. So that's always a challenge about working in terms of adapting books. And And that's why some of the things you see, there's so many changes when you ask them, like, why did they do that? That's always the core reason.
Okay, no, thank you. While we're still on the audience, I think this was one of the questions I also asked, like, as a writer or an author, how do you deal with the pressure of your purest fan, like the first one? Because they read the book, they love the book, Jiggy, when's our man show, when's our fun? And then for them, it's not being a good book, your audience has loved it, but now when they see it on this audio visual media, like, you're not supposed to be like this, or is that bad publicity for yourself as one band? So how do you deal with that? Maybe it's not really about the money, but it's about the brand, the book, your voice, like, how do you deal with that one?
Yeah, I think that question is like specific because all of that happened to me. It was a very, very hard time. It was exciting when it was announced. First of all, because it is what people had been asking for. So my readers had been asking for years, right? And even the channel, because I worked with my agreement was with the channel, and they wanted to do it because of that, because there was all this hype, and they knew that there was an audience already waiting for it, right? But I think what should have been done was, as Luthuli was saying, they want the audience, but they don't understand why the audience loves the story so much. Who the story speaks to, why it is so important, the issues that it goes into, and why so many people relate to it, right? So also my audience is very, very, I'm gonna say passionate. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna use the word passionate, right? This is their thing. These are their books, right? I just like them. So it was crazy. It was war. It was war. I think from when they said it's going on screen, it was war, because it was like, you better give us the Zulu brothers as they are. And when it was never going to be, there was never going to be the perfect cast, right? It was impossible, right? So when it started, when the cast was announced, they're like, nope. And then I had to go and say, guys, this is, these are actors, this is their way, they know what they're doing, and then that it died down, and the cast was loved, and everything went well, and it was so right, so too. And all the time, in all of the things that were happening, I was at the center of it. So I felt like I can't. So the channel, we had an agreement. They have to do their thing. It's theirs now. And then I have my readers, whom my loyalty lies with. Those are the first people to me, like anything. And I was kind of torn in between, but everybody knows who I like, whose side I'm on. It did, I'm not gonna lie, it did affect me emotionally, very, very much, because I'm also very much attached to this thing that I've built over 10 years. So it did affect me, that it didn't, it was fine when it was like things are not the same, but when I started feeling like they have not respected my story, what I've done for like women and the stories that I'm telling, it became very, very, very hard. When it comes to how it affected my brand, it didn't. I don't know. I've never really tried to figure that one out. But my books are still selling, so.
I think just to give you some insight, so I worked on season 1 of the series. One of the challenges that we have, and I always speak about this, right,
Luckily, we were friends before all of this, and we remain friends. So one of the challenges is, when you're adapting a book, you need time to actually just emotionally process it, and to work as a team. Often in South African TV shows, there's a big turnover in terms of team, right? So we could be working on like half of season 1, and Fred has to go somewhere, and knows his contract runs out, she's doing something else. So you hardly ever get a show that's written from start to end by the same group of people. And through that, and I've had this experience even on shows that are not adaptations where you will set up something in like episode 1, and your ideas that are gonna pay off down the line. And that never happens because by the time the episode 20 is written, it's a new group of people. They don't even have the context of the conversation that you have. So those challenges had to happen. And I think with season 1, we ended up with more time to develop story. And then most of us left the show, right? By the time season 2, because of the demand and the success that happened in season 1, you don't really have time to develop and say, okay, what is this book actually about? What is the POV that you want to take when telling the story? So you just rush it because now actors need scripts, this needs. So it's a very vicious process. It's even made worse if it's an existing piece of material because you're just running on a treadmill the whole time. And I think that's why a lot of our adaptations, I think, at story level, are not successful because we don't have time to actually properly develop. There's another show that I've been working on, which is also an adaptation. And for me, it's the first time where we've had 3 years to just develop the story. The South African film, like, you're lucky if you have 6 months. You're lucky, most of the time, you're getting 3 months and you're developing as people are shooting. So a lot of the time, the thing is on air, you're right now writing in terms of how is the audience reaction. So those are all the challenges that come with actually adapting a show. And it's even made worse if it's a successful something, So yeah, it's not an easy thing, and that's why even a lot of time I always advise authors to say, don't work with producers. Rather go build a relationship with the channel and try and create a situation where when the book is being developed, you actually have time to develop the book properly yourself, because otherwise it's not going to work, and it often doesn't.
Thank you for the one. Netflix is changing the whole scenario. Right now, I was approached by Netflix. I thought they wanted to adapt one of my books. No, they approached me for a different production that they are working on. So I'm there as a consultant and writer. So they're changing the game. So we've got 2 years to develop one production. And I'm grateful for that because I'm going to learn a lot in the process. Coming to you, you are going to adapt one of my books. That's it. That's the drill. Okay, it's been on stage. There are 2 iterations of it. In 2019, it was adapted by a group in Cape Town because they got funding from Southampton in the UK. It was some centenary whatever. So they got funding to do a theatrical production that spoke to the First World War. So they chose my book and they did a musical, which was never performed in South Africa. Yeah, it was performed in Southampton, London, Norway, Australia, of all places. I don't know why Australia. So I was invited to watch it. Yeah, I was not involved. But this time around, James Noble said, you know how it speaks. And he said, okay, we are going to work together. So I was so grateful that they consulted me all the way through, even choosing the cast. Yeah. On the color, and they showed me pictures. Oh no, this is the one. And it was very, very, very educational for me as a writer, and and so on and so on. I can go on and on and on. But what I'm saying is, I'm grateful that the industry is changing gradually so that writers do get involved. And yeah, because when I saw the stage play, I said, wow, okay, there's music here, you know. And yeah, and they took the play the story to another level. So yeah, we are just grateful that you guys are, well, we are realizing each other's strengths as writers and producers. To say we are storytellers. Yeah. So let's tap into each other's strengths. Yeah. And so yeah, thank you.
Sibonge kakhulu ngaloko. I guess the last one, I think ama-questions wasatsekugcineni ngoba sigijimisa isikhathi. Ngizothi mhlampe i-advice engayinika abafuna uku-adapt iy'ncwadi zabo ukuthi bey'fikeni noma i-stage play, iyiphi engingabanika yona ukuthi bhekani la kanjani. So of course ngiyazi in the room we have writers, authors that want to go into that direction. I think that's a very good question, and I'm glad that there are writers here who've got their books out. So it's not, and you and I are also experimenting with this, so you're also going to be part of this conversation. So one, so for example, I am trying to adapt my second novel myself, I'm also have another, it's not an adaptation, but it's a completely new film concept that I'm developing through the support from the NFVF. So I'm kind of branching from being just a book writer to now entering that world that is very scary. But I think it is possible. So I think educate yourself as writers, and I think every writer should try to write for multiple mediums. So do not be stuck in just book writing. Also, there's a little bit more money in the film, TV world than there is in books, in books, because people don't buy books as much as they should, right? So you end up staying for years and years and years on your book or on your autobiography or memoir, and then only a few people will buy it. So do start to think about that crossover. And I think the best way, I'm just looking at my own journey, one is to apply for all kind of funding, but also do some courses. If there's a course that is being offered by this organization, do it. If it's script writing, if it's adaptation, just start to familiarize yourself with that industry. And then apply for funding, for development funding, especially because then you get a little bit of money to work with an established writer that can help you in that process of writing. So you might be nervous to write it yourself, but then if you've got some funding, then it's easy to then get okay, maybe not efficient because of they're like in that level, but you might be able to get somebody who is, just starting out in the film world, who can, whom you can afford to pay. So you go through that process together. So I'm also just starting that process now in November and December, and I'm putting together all these industry experts to just help me with my concept to get to a point where there is a script, and then hopefully we can then sell that script to whoever. But go for it. Don't be shy, and if you're not sure what you need to do, we are here. We can just help you navigate that process, as we are also navigating that process.
Nozi said everything that I agree with her fully. She said it's learning, just like that. Same as fellow self-published writers. How we started from scratch when we didn't know anything about publishing, how we mastered it now. It's just the trick is just to learn as much as you can and make connections with people. I know we're all introverted, some different levels of introverts, but sometimes you just have to go for it and speak to people.
I think for me, the most important thing is always understand what you want to get out of it, right? So some people want to be able to build a name for themselves so that they can get more into writing other shows, writing other films. So whatever your end goal is, I think sort of determines the approach that you're going to take. I think the most important thing is to always find a producer that is aligned with whatever your goal is. And most of the time, I always say it's always better if you're going to find a producer that's really interested in the story, that understands the story, and you have the same goal of, okay, this is how we actually want to make this thing, because there are lots of avenues, right? There's another friend of mine that I'm working with also as a book, and because of, we understand the timelines of working with the South African broadcast system, we need a bit more time to develop. So we're co-producing it with a Canadian producer, because at least then we'll know, okay, we want this thing to go global, but also we're going to be able to have a little bit more time to actually develop and work on this thing for the next 3 or 4 years. So that was the end goal for us, to have this thing broadcast internationally, and to actually have time to develop it properly so that it can go to that place. The South African system, I was actually chatting to Usfiso yesterday, and I was saying to him, he probably doesn't even know that the company that has the rights to his book approached him to write the story for his book.
Yeah.
So, there are all those kinds of divisions and silos. So if you're a writer and you're entering the space, I think it's always important to empower yourself as much as can, as well as you're seeing. There are workshops, hosted by the Durban Film Arts, that you can attend that will give you insights in terms of how to actually work in the space. Africa No Filter does workshop, the NFDF, the KZN Film Commission. So there are all kinds of places where you can actually learn about how to write and adapt your material, as well as the business side of it. So definitely tap into those kinds of spaces. And I always tell writers always say, I don't know how to write. You know how to write a novel. Everything is a process you learn. So I think that's the best advice that I can share.
Thank you. When I was a younger writer, it was very it was embarrassing to talk about money, because we wrote because we were dreamers and so on. With age, I've discovered that money can give to write what you want to write. So you get a scholarship, just sit down and write whatever you want to write. As Nozi said earlier, there's more money in TV and film. So that frees you a bit to focus on your craft. There's this amazing thing called YouTube. It's not only for entertainment. There are many workshops, writers' workshops that you can get on YouTube. You follow Stephen King. Stephen King does give these master classes in writing. And there's a book that he wrote about writing. It's called Writing, on Writing. Yeah. And so he tells you how he transitioned from being a novelist and a short story writer to actually writing film script as well. Because initially he was very skeptical of the film industry, but with time he gave them the benefit of the doubt, and he has benefited from the doubt, you see. So yeah, you learn every day as we keep learning. So just go to YouTube. There are so many beautiful master classes on writing of whatever form, whether you want to write short stories or what you want to adapt your short story or novel into a film or a stage play. It's there. It's easier these days because we grew up with typewriters.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody for attending the panel. I'm hoping it was as informative as possible. Maybe I can take maybe 2 questions. I know I'm already over time by 5 minutes. I'm not going to know something my embinge.
Speaking by.
Hello. My question is about the money.
right? The same as mentioned, and that there is a little bit more money in that industry. And oftentimes we don't speak about the figures, right? I'm an author, and this is also one of the things that I struggled with when I was going into publishing, is that there's this percentage, right? And no one has told you they could ask for more, right? So I think what I want to ask is, when we are talking about the figures, right? What is that range? Like if you were to sell a script, for someone that would want to go that route, so they're not shortchanged in that industry, how much would that be?
It's okay, so it's actually a very straightforward question to answer, right? Most of the information, if you're part of the Writers Guild of South Africa, in fact, if you're not part of the Writers Guild of South Africa, there's a rate which they'll give you like the ballpark figures depending on what you're doing, building the concepts and scripts and whatever. So first I'll start on the right side. Rights, you always negotiate based on the leverage that you have. How popular is the book? How wanted is the book? Like I was telling this yesterday. So I tried to get the rights for Zico's books, and I lost. I lost to someone else, right? Because they were able to pay more. So if it's a bit more, obviously, the price goes up.
Yeah.
Okay. If it's a bit more, the price goes up. That's always the case in any negotiation. I know people that have sold rights upwards to 1.2 million, right? So it's really it can get to that level, especially if it's a co-production where you're working with like an international company and the show is going to travel. So there's a period piece that I'm doing now, which is based on a book. It's set in the 1940s. I mean, the author got paid very well.
How much?
No, from what I know, they got paid 1.2 million. Yeah, because it's a 3-country co-production. So it's a Canadian company, a French company, South African company.
Is this rams or gardens?
No, rams. Right. This is after the publisher took the percentage, so they got paid very well. Scripts, I mean, most of the time, if you're applying for development funding, you're gonna get about 250,000 rand if you're writing a feature script. To just write your feature film. That's generally the ballpark figure, and then you pay like an editor for you negotiate what the script editor will get paid. It's in the episodic writing where it's like telenovelas and all of that kind of stuff. For like a half-hour episode, you'll get paid something like 20,000. 20 to 30,000 depending on what the show is and what type of show it is and how many drafts you're doing. So all of those kinds of things factor into it. With the Netflixes, I mean, you can pay like 150,000 an episode. It's like an 8-episode drama. So there is money, but it's hard. It's hard work. Like especially the Netflixes, they'll give notes, and it's also the start and start of it. Right? You don't really get momentum on the projects. Because sometimes you don't hear anything for 2 months, and then they come in and say, can you work on this, work on this? So it's all of those things, right? But I think that the most important thing is if you're trying to sell the rights to your book or you're negotiating, then try and have as much leverage as you can. Whether it's like I know someone who's actually has a very particular tactic that we're using now, which is they've written the book. And they basically informed every production company that there's going to be a window that's going to open. So they had the rights before, sold the rights before to some the rights left, and they know that the book is wanted, right? So they're basically going to like an open call to say the rights are available for this period of time, so that we're all clamoring to get them, which then pushes up the price. And I think it's like a brilliant tactic. So you just need to be a little bit innovative in terms of how you actually. And don't wait for the producers to approach you. I think that's the other thing sometimes when you sort of give up your power because you're waiting for someone to share basically. But if you want to get your story to the phone, go out and coach people that you want to be a part of it.
Sanibona Manjani. Uthokozana ngokusonsa. So it's another song of mine. Especially a writer, I own all my stuff. My background is home music, so I need to own it. Licensing, I think, is that open for book adaptations. Instead of actually selling my rights, I license it for that certain period. We do that on the music side, and then after it's been paid, you can then still shop it even overseas. You know, instead of selling it to someone who can shop it around the world and they make 150 times of what you made. That's the first question. The second one, I will come to the adaptation from book to animation and to audiobook. I've done a children's book, which I launched with the Durban City Library or Central Library in 2023. We launched last year. And I have done an audiobook of that because of technology and stuff. And I've also animated it into a cartoon. So how do we have whole part of the pipeline onto what's now broadcasting? Because like looking at the lifespan of the animation or even the lifespan of a book is perpetual. That is why I'm saying it's better to license it and then always take it from one, as we can say, Netflix content was done, so I want it's down. That's because the license is expired. So do we now, as the independent media houses, have that pipeline, or are there negotiations or talks around the line to say, look, this is how much one title can be translated or exploited or exploring that evaluate to the next? Do we have that type of thing?
Licensing the rights is, you're gonna have a hard time. I don't know of a case where someone has made that negotiation successful. And part of the reason why, so you'll have a multi-choice that will come to you and say, hey, we want the rights to your book, but multi-choice, although they broadcast in South Africa, don't only operate in South Africa. So they once they've produced the series, they want to be able to, sell it off to other territories, for instance, to actually recoup their money. And that's actually where a lot of the recoupment of the money comes from. It's in selling whatever the product is to other territories. So when they come to you, generally they want global rights. And it's even if it's an original. For instance, I'll give you an example, right? I used to write on the river. The river, there are three versions of the river. There's one that's played in Nigeria now, which is a Nigerian adaptation of what we wrote. And there's one that's played in Kenya, which is a Kenyan adaptation of what we wrote. So when they got the show, they want the rights to everything so that they can.
So it's universal right basically.
Yeah, repurpose it and resell it. The second part of the question around animation. Animation in Africa particularly, there is a lot of development and a lot of money that's being put into animation. For instance, now there's the Kigali animation that was happening even as we speak now in Rwanda. And all of these things are like open core. Right now, the different formats is looking for animation projects. So you submit your project and tell them, this is my story, this is how I want to do it, this is what the story is about, this is the budget, and you actually get a chance to pitch it to broadcasters from all around the world. You can win awards, you can win funding, you can get distributors. It's like a one-stop shop. Series Mania, and then in France, there's a lot of labs that actually do that kind of work. The British Council is doing work, especially around animation and VR in South Africa. So if you have an animation project, or if you have a children's book that's you want to adapt to animation, there's all kinds of opportunities that you can actually do to make that happen. And the nice thing about animation is you can adapt it into any language because the pictures are the same. You just dub it and voice it, so it travels really, really well. Unfortunately, in Africa, we don't have a lot of animators, but that's changing a little bit. I mean, there's a company called Which does amazing work in the animation space. I forgot the one that did Kumba now, but they're based in Cape Town. Sugarfish. So yeah, there's an appetite for animation.
Oh, okay. So thank you. I think I will sit and give others a chance to answer the question because I wanted to know: are there any local animators? Because collaboration and finalizing the product will be easier. Because right now, new tech is actually taking their away. I've done mine is short stories, so I've done like 2 of the stories, and they link word for word, and it's perfect. It's much better than what our kids are watching on national TV. So that is why I was going to ask, what is the threat then of the new technology into that type of adaptations? Those companies, it's like endangered species.
I think like technology it's how you use it, right?
Yeah.
The thread of it is I can take Bluetooth, I can take, Notebook, I can take my Facebook, feed it into this thing and create something which I say is mine. That's always the thread of it, right? But also on the flip side of it, especially like with animation is you and I don't necessarily have the resources of a Pixar or Disney or whatever, but if you can create a drawing that you can animate. And I've seen people even when they're doing pictures, right, where they have a concept art and they use like AI to actually animate and give more of a sense of what this thing will look like. On the reverse side, also, which is interesting, most of the time, if you are pitching in the film and broadcast space and you use AI, people don't like it. So if you show AI characters, they just like because they feel like the artist's voice is not present, so they can never really fully trust what. Oh, we can actually do this thing because they feel like you didn't actually do this thing. So most of the time when you go to pictures, if you're using AI videos or concept videos, 90% of the time you're not going to get it. So it's how you use
But
it.
wouldn't that be an advisable route then for an artist to actually put a visual presentation of where this is going instead of trying to explain that this character I want it to look like this?
That's what
I give you a visual presentation. I think that's just the threat of the business model, the model not working because it translates better. If I had to beam or project what I had done, it
So
would
let me
be
give you an example,
like,
right?
I'm not arguing, I'm just asking to seek advice to say, for instance, like a musician submitting a demo recording,
Sure.
to say the final song will be like this. So isn't it finite?
It's not, and I'll tell you why, right? A lot of the time people use that as a crutch in terms of and fail to articulate what it is that their vision is. So sometimes the visuals can take away from what you're trying to say as a creative person because now all of a sudden you don't have to do the work of explaining this character is like this because this happened to them and this is where I want to take the story. So the visuals end up being a crutch. And I think now more than ever, especially because of the presence of this kind of technology, if all of us here are using ChatGPT and we're all pitching a comedy, there are certain things that are going to be that are going to be common in what we're trying to do. If we're all using Midjourney, the look of Midjourney is, it's quite consistent. So the artist's voice then becomes even more important in that context. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gabonga.
Okay, no, I think we're done. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, for your work.
echoes of a lived life, right? Amen. Sizoyiphathelwa uSifiso Mzobe, Jeff Wakabe, Ishmael, noMoses Khakhane. Ngiyacela ukuthi-ke sibe engaging. Sazofika, if we take too long, I might stand somewhere, just to enjoy the session while I'm standing. Yeah, so some please abani, but will you please begin? Thank you. Yes, I'll get it.
Oh, hi everyone, thank you for being with us. We are doing a session on memoir writing. On my right here, I have 3 authors, and they couldn't have written so different memoirs. They are all beautiful in their own way. And so today, they are unpacking about the art of memoir writing. So on my immediate right, I have Moses Khakhane, SC, who is a practicing advocate, senior counsel, and occasional acting judge. A lifelong activist, he has held leadership roles in student politics and anti-apartheid organizations, and has represented clients in high-profile cases that have shaped South Africa's legal landscape. He was the inaugural chairperson of the Pan-African Bar Association of South Africa, PABASA, and was recently elected to the role. His memoir, a very, very, very beautiful memoir, it's called The Odyssey of Liberation, a memoir of a rebel advocate, reflects on South Africa's unresolved historical injustices and the nation's ongoing struggles for justice and transformation. We are so honored to have him today. He made his time from his very, very hectic schedule. And then in the middle, I have Ishmael here. Ishmael is from Sierra Leone. So he's Sierra Leonean and American. He's a best-selling author, producer, and conflict resolution expert. His memoir, A Long Way Gone, Memoirs of a Boy Soldier, a #1 New York Times bestseller, has been translated into over 40 languages. His novels, The Radiance of Tomorrow, which was published in 2014, and The Little Family, which was published in 2020, explore resilience, post-war recovery, and the human connection. Bear, who has worked globally to promote peace, is currently pursuing a PhD at the University of Cape Town, and his forthcoming memoir, which is a sequel to his first memoir, continuing story for Long Way Gone, will be published in 2025, and we're looking forward to that. So on the far there, I have Jeffrey Wakabe, who has written a very, very powerful memoir, peeling the veil on initiation. You know, the initiation of young boys in the Limpopo region, and this is a book that I think everyone should read. He's a writer from the Leboa region of Limpopo, and he's now based in Johannesburg. Wakabe's memoir, Led by Shepherds, chronicles this journey from a brutal initiation ritual to the liberating world of books, drives his powerful exploration of tradition, misogyny, and gender-based violence in South Africa. He holds a diploma in arts and drama from Tshwane University of Technology. I'd like to please give them a round of applause. So we'll dive straight to it. Why, with your artistic and talented use of voice, did you decide memoir?
Yes. Yeah, it's a difficult thing to write a memoir because it's something I thought about for many years. And also because I think autobiographies and memoirs are an arrogant piece of work. Who are you to write a book and why should people know about you? So it's something I meditated for a long time until I thought there are lessons in my life. And so I was not writing about myself, I was writing about the life of a black rural boy who's traversed different stages of what I think is a typical black life. And so I wrote it at a time when I thought, I think I've traversed a number of experiences for a young black person to learn from my experiences. And I mean, it's difficult. One of the challenges, of course, of writing a memoir, which is what all writers should know. Everybody you've encountered did not decide to write a book. So you have to respect their privacy. There are people who write memoirs and they forget that the people you've met did not decide to write a book. And so be careful about what you write. Be careful of the truths you tell, because your sister doesn't want you to write about their parents. The girlfriend you used to go out with when you were young is now married to a bishop. He does not want you to write about it. So it's a balancing act to write a book and to tell the truth and leave nothing and yet offend nobody.
I mean, I think, when you choose to write a memoir, you inevitably going to basically upset a lot of people. Because I think expectation of people is that they have a version of themselves, and there's your version of them when you encounter them. And that version varies based on where you met them, right? As you grow older, it changes. And so when you want to write a memoir, if you ask for that condition, it doesn't become your memoir anymore, because it becomes their versions of themselves. So as long as you're not trying to malign anyone, I think you can tell the truth in the best possible way. My reason why I decided to write a memoir, I'm from Sierra Leone. We had a civil war in my country for 11 years. And during that time, the country collapsed completely. Everything we knew was destroyed, and I was a boy at the time, and I was recruited to fight in the war. When I was 13, I became a soldier for a number of years. The war became my life. Prior to that, I'd been a young boy who loved Shakespeare. I went to school, wanted to be a writer, even though my father wanted me to be an economist, which I did anyway. And when I came out of that experience, I was adopted in a family in the United States. So I went to live there. And I had all this privilege that I felt quite bad about, because I knew some of my friends were still in the war, because the war was still going on. And so my writing writing that memoir came out of frustration, but also the desire to give a human context to the story, because at the time it was missing. When journalists started learning about war in Syria, particularly Western journalists, there was a way they glorified the war and talked about the violence that had occurred as if we just woke up one morning in Sierra Leone and we decided to have a war. And that everybody goes to war in Africa and these countries, they were just these mad people. And most importantly, if you went through a war as a child, you could no longer recover. They used to call us the lost generation. Yes. And here I was living in New York City, going to a private school at the top of my class, doing well. And I thought to myself, well, I have to change that narrative. So that's actually why I decided to write. And it was incredibly difficult because my experience was very painful to remember.
Thank you, very informative. For me, it's a question of how do you write? Because for me, I did not set out to write a book nor be a writer. So I went to initiation when I was 12 years old, and that was my decision that my mother was against. But the reason why I wrote this book is that I'm in a relationship with a feminist, and after the death of Queen Mkhwejane, she kind of blamed my manhood as to it's you, man, pointing at me. But what are you going to do about it? So what we decided is that, okay, give me money to go to the library. and figure out what we can do. So it started as an academic exploration that I was doing on myself, where I was researching about boys and girls ritual ceremonies in South Africa and kind of reflecting on their roles on gender polarization. And that sort of became a memoir at the end of the day.
Oh, very, very informative, very informative. Now, as a writer myself, I'm always interested in the writing process, right? I want to know from you guys that aha moment when you said, "Now I'm starting." Just take me to the day or the moment when you sat on your laptop and wrote the first line.
Yeah, it's a series of things because you can't separate writing from reading.
Yes.
Because I read, every time I read, I write something, and I try to compare it with my own life story. So, as I said, it took years for me to write what I thought was a typical life of a black person. So when I write in the book that somebody once dug a grave for me, that the security police once dug a grave for me, and once when I went to Joburg, I had 3 bullets in my body. So it's a series of things. And when I was a teacher and then lecturer and an advocate, so much happened to me as an activist and just an ordinary South African. And one day when I felt South Africa did not understand my job as an advocate, did not understand what an advocate does, that an advocate is like a hospital or a church. And I try to represent people, and when, by the way, no advocate represents people who are not in trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't be. Absolutely, and you wouldn't be an advocate if it's like a hospital that says we don't want sick people. And so at some point, having represented probably 3 presidents of this country, some of whom were in trouble, I thought it would be right for people to understand that justice is not an exclusive preserve of people we like. And piece it together as a life story of struggle about race. Many people say my book is much about race. Of course it is, because South Africa is about race. And so I write about it as a perspective from a person that has gone through. And I wrote that, and I think I decided in 2022, let me just put together everything I've always written about myself and about life in South Africa and what I think are attitudes, class, race, gender, attitudes in South Africa. And so I started unlike many writers who have money, they get somebody to sponsor. I have no one to sponsor. I just wrote and then finished in 2024 and published. Wow.
No, I remember actually. I mentioned earlier that it was out of frustration, but actually the very act of writing came out of knowing that I could make money from writing. And I'll explain how, right? So I was in undergrad, I actually completed the book before I finished my undergraduate, so I was in my 20s. And in my university that I went to in the United States, there was a school-wide competition for a short story of any form, and you could win $3,000. And this was in 2003. So even now, it's still a lot of money, but then it was even more. So I thought to myself, wow, I was a student on scholarship. I already had calculated that if I won the money, how much I would send to my grandmother in Sierra Leone. I had already made a decision how the money would be spent before I even wrote the story. So I decided to write a moment of the experience of war in Sierra Leone. And a moment of truth and fictionalized because I wasn't ready to stand behind it for people to know that that was my past. So it was a moment where during the war, when I had left and I was going through rehabilitation in the capital city, there would be this fighter jet that would come from Ghana to help the government to fight against the different groups, to bomb, would come at noon every day. And it was during that time that if you had food, rice or sugar with some whatever it is, that you will go out to be able to cook and eat it in peace. Because when it came, all the people would come to hide it. So you could cook your food quickly and eat it. Because if you cooked it any other time, they will come with their guns and put you on the compound and eat your food. And probably kill you. So I wrote a story based on that moment of a family who went through that day in, day out, and what that did to them. Submitted it, forgot about it, and then I was called into the creative writing office and said, here's a check for $3,000. At that time, I was studying political science and law, and I was like, wow, I'm reading all these books, they haven't paid me any money. I wrote the story in 2 hours. So that was the moment. And then after that, one of the professors in the creative writing department said, I know a bit about your background, and you seem to have a talent. So I'm going to make sure you write a book before you graduate, whether you like it or not. So he harassed me. I tried to hide from him. Believe me, I was a soldier. I know I can hide really well. I couldn't,
Wow. For me, the hardest moment after my partners pushed me to do something is that not only am I going to write about something, but I'm going to reveal traditional secrets that have been kept hidden for a long time. And not only reveal them, but link them to the societal broader picture of gender-based violence, femicide, toxic masculinity, and all those kind of things that we're fighting about. So it became very traumatic in terms of, before I could even write a book, I needed to share those secrets with my partner, who is a woman. And the most important thing about traditional male initiation secret is that you're not supposed to tell them to women. But through that process, what I realized is that we carried that load together. And she helped me realize some of the things that I did not realize. So the first thing that I wrote was a play. And I gave her to read, and she said it was nonsense. And then that's when we started to formulate a book and everything. And so that was the hardest moment, revealing the secrets, because one of the things that they told us when we are in the initiation is that should you reveal those things, is that they are going to get mad or die. So I'm still waiting to see which one I'm gonna get. But what I realized is that it doesn't matter, right? What would be the worth of a single man's life compared to the millions of South African women? So most of the people who went through that nonsensical ritual believe as I do, but they don't have the courage to speak as I do.
Now, in writing, you're unpacking your life, it's a retrospective, checking your life. Just tell us now, which scenes were the most difficult to write? And tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, we have different life stories. I think my story is more or less like his, but I was not in Sierra Leone. It's a story of being a young activist, trained militarily, harboring secrets of being in the underground of a struggle when you're a teenager, and then getting involved in different things. So then to write about them, it's a cathartic experience because you're writing about something you've never told most people. So in a way, the difficulty is to write about those things that you yourself hardly talk about. And so someone said upstairs that there are moments of crying when you're writing. It's because you're writing about something you hardly talk about most people, and you have to be honest to write about them. The difficulty was to write about things that critique things I've done, things I've known, things I've held dearly. Write about corruption by people that I grew up with, that I know, discovering that people that I was in the struggle with were betraying our own people. It's a difficult thing, discovering that your mom was a prostitute, but it's still your mom. And so to write about organizations and people that I grew up in that have betrayed Black people was a hard thing. And to write about my own poverty, because reading for me was caused by poverty. People who grew up here will know that at home you have a stereo, you listen to a radio in the evening, and there was nothing at home. So my sister and I used to read, and I still read because of that culture. We would read my parents' stories why other families have radio. There was no TV. And so it's hard in that way, but it's also cathartic because it also makes you confront. I was writing to make sure as well that I'm not the hero in the movie. Because it's easy to write a book about yourself and gloss over your errors. And so a book forces you to confront some of your darkest moments as a human being. And the best way to write a book is to confront those dark moments, even if it's for your own lessons about yourself. And when I finished the book, I knew more about myself and my weaknesses than I did before I wrote it.
No, I echo that actually. I think writing is one of the acts of being truthful to yourself, if you allow it. When you're writing, if you're not truthful to what you're writing, you will know it yourself. Now, if you choose to avoid that and just pretend it's on. And for me, when I started writing, I knew right away, like you said, that I didn't want to be a hero. I wanted to explain how you are absorbed into violence and how you accept it as a way of being truly, which is what I did, and how you even find power in being able to have a tool that takes life, right? And I wanted to try to tell the story in a matter-of-fact way. I wasn't trying to apologize to anybody. I didn't want any victimhood, nothing. I wanted to tell just the truth, and it was very difficult because then I had to fix myself, the things that I've done in the war. When I started writing, I thought to myself that the solace I would find was to write about the times before the war as a way to take a break. But actually that broke my heart even more because I understood what it is that I'd lost. You know, it's those simple moments as a village boy going to the river that I'd taken for granted. I realized what they were and what they meant to me. So that made me, so there was no escape for me in the book. Everything was pain and pain, but I had to go through it. But what kept me going was something that my grandmother was one of the girls in my village. And she always used to tell me, even before I knew I could be a writer, that stories are medicine that you put in the world to heal it. But for you to be able to put that medicine, it has to be truthful. Otherwise, you will actually destroy the world as well. So when I was writing, that's what I kept thinking to myself, I gotta get through this. And when actually I finished writing, it was the first time, like you said, I allowed myself to think about everything that had happened to me. So actually, then I realized, well, I paid all these therapists and all these people. I was actually my own best therapist because I allowed myself to sit with myself.
The most difficult. The most difficult part to write and why?
First, it was what I realized is that the domestication and indoctrination of young boys. When we got there, it works very well because after the initiation, I did not really think about it because I wanted to display this proudness in me of how I've conquered that time-old initiation. But the most hardest part in terms of remembering and writing is when in the morning I slept there, so I was not circumcised on the first day, so I slept there. Tomorrow early in the morning, when they put us in a line, and because I was so little, they picked me up and took off my clothes and taken to a stone and got circumcised. And the people now they were seeing that here he is, love of women. Remember when you used to hid behind your mother, now where is your mother to protect you? So, and within a little seconds, this foreskin that I was born with was gone and I was in blood. So that was the most difficult thing to do.
I think one of the most, the product to his memoir, it reads like a, it reads like a nightmare, you know what I mean? All right. What advice would you give someone who wants to write a memoir? What advice would you give them for them to write a proper memoir?
Yeah, you must be ready to be honest. Yeah, it's the first thing. I think if you want to write a memo, you must be ready to be honest, not just with the world, but with yourself. And in that way, readers are not stupid. They can tell when you are glorifying things and you sort of purifying yourself. And they can tell the voice is authentic. And so don't write because you want to write about presenting yourself as this moral or paragon of morality or paragon of all things virtuous, right? Because you are imperfect. And people must be able to see in your imperfections things that they must sort out in their lives and what life lessons are there in what you write about. Otherwise, it's an arrogant endeavor. If you write, but you're writing because you want to be Denzel Washington in a movie.
Yeah, in addition to the honesty, I think one of the things is also to understand that even though you have gone through this, the story is bigger than you. And I think that must be one of the reasons why you want to tell it. That it has lessons that other people must know that are bigger beyond yourself. It's not about you when you write it. But from a craft perspective, I would say also every story needs to be told well. So also decide what you're going to choose to tell. Decide why you want to tell the story, how you want to get it across, and choose the most important moments that can make that point, but also do it well. Don't do it like the old biographies that are so boring, that just have factual dates. Because stories have color, they have feelings. So when I was writing, I knew that I was writing about something that most people didn't know about, or at least my age, in my peer. So how do I make them smell, feel? How do I make them exhausted? Because I was running from where I was exhausted. So I made sure I was able to bring that in the language that I chose to tell the story, right? Instead of just giving facts and facts and facts. I didn't need to say that I went to the bathroom because giving you this go to the bathroom is unnecessary. So don't give details that are unnecessary. Like you really pick the most important moments to make the point.
So I think for me, I would say you need to be honest self-appraisal that most of the things in the suitcase of your life that you love and cherish might be wrong. And once you can cross that line and interrogate some of your aspects and beliefs of life, even those that you hold dear, I think we can have great memoirs.
That's really wonderful. I want to, before we leave everything to the audience for questions, I just wanted to ask you, all of you, because all your lives were from a very young age upended by something. Upended with either poverty at the time, it's either the war, it's either initiation. And then you turn it around, you show resilience of the human spirit that is rare, and that's other people do not show, that most other people do not show. What would be your advice to someone who goes through trauma at a young age? What would be your advice for them to survive?
Yeah, it's difficult, but it's simple. It's self-knowledge. We spend very little time trying to understand who we are and ourselves, because it's a terrible thing to look in the mirror and see yourself. But one of the things about trauma for me is you've got to go through that experience that you went through, write it, tell it to yourself first. And in telling it to yourself, try and avoid situations where you are blameless. Because you're not blameless. And some of your biggest tragedies are because you were reckless. And some of your biggest tragedies is because you were nasty as a person. So try and confront who you are in all of those tragedies. And out of it, you emerge with much more resilience, healing. My book is loved by many people, but it's also hated by people.
because I tell stories of what I think about race, what I think, and it has caused me friendships. But I want an honest debate in South Africa about race. I don't like the idea of racial reconciliation because black people must bend over backwards. It must be honest. Non-racialism will be a consequence of honest admission by all of us about what we did to each other. And it has earned me so many enemies, but it's better that way than to lie and end friends.
I mean, for me, what I learned through my experience is this idea that resilience, we throw this word around so recklessly sometimes. Resilient, people are strong, how do you overcome trauma? But people don't realize that to survive and to be resilient is in itself a form of intelligence. And that's what I learned. And then I said to myself, well, how do I change that around, right? So now, remember, I was adopted in a family in the United States. I was like 16, 17, and I went to high school with kids who had never experienced anything close to what I'd experienced. I'm in a class with them, read a book about war, Close of its Fog of War. The way they perceive that story, it's so on the surface, I don't know the depth of it. Because of what had happened to me that was bad. Because I'd been a soldier at a very young age, I was very trained to stand somewhere for long periods of time and be able to endure. So I used that strength to sit in the library and catch up with my reading and read books that I hadn't read for years. Because I was very observant. As a soldier, you have to be observant to pay attention to what's going on, information, and you have to prepare. I use that to observe people. So when I write a story, I know exactly what people's body language look like. I can observe people without them feeling intruded upon. I know how to do that. Comments. Exactly. So what seemed like harm, what seemed terrible to me, I repurposed it. Imagine you're 12 years old, 13, 14, you're commanding 500 other people, younger than you, older than you, in a bush where there's a war with madness. That's leadership skills. Yes. What 12-year-old do you know in America who can even do something on a playground with others, right? But we've been told that you're broken because of that. So what I learned is that resilience is intelligence. And you just repurpose it, exactly, turn it around, and I could see,
And there's one anecdote that you were telling me earlier about what the children were asking you about in Africa. What did they ask? Are the aliens in Africa?
Oh, yes. It was, like when I first went to the US, kids would ask me all the time, oh yeah, there are aliens in Africa. And I would immediately tell them, listen, we have bigger problems to worry about, some other extra problems. We have issues,
So I think he put it nicely. So for me, in dealing with trauma, I was not dealing with the trauma of initiation, but how much I realized that like my partner was a woman in this country. So my fears was that, and I still fear that even today, that there's a woman, someone might have back and cut it into pieces and throw her somewhere. So I think that fire in me became more important than seeing about women genitals in initiation and my personal trauma. Because what I realized is that by the time I realized that I'm dealing with a personal crisis, I was dealing with a national crisis. So for me, it was the fire of love and how my partner as a woman might be called one day to come and identify a body.
I think that's about it. We can leave it to the floor now if anyone has a question.
Good afternoon to the panel. Big eye. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to the panel and to the house at large. Igama OBK. Ngicela usizo lana. I've also written an autobiography titled Victim of Circumstances. They lived my life, I took it back. This book, I published it in 2018, but I'm afraid of selling it or launching it because I have a feeling that people won't believe what I went through. So what I've done is I've turned the book to the second part. I'm now working on the second book titled Runaway Slave. So in that one, I'm trying to tone it down because people won't believe if they read Victim of Circumstances, what I went through. I grew up in a suffocated background. I know how to live like an orphan, a special orphan, but in the presence of men, in the presence of family. So I want the panel to assist someone who's here maybe, who has a story to tell, but doesn't have the guts to share that story. Okay.
Yeah, I think you could just tell it. That fear is actually good to have that fear because if you don't have it, you are immodest. Every writer knows the fear of publishing something. And I don't think you should fear. Even experienced writers like Fred can tell you, you grew up reading and we still do. You would be arrogant if you thought what you write will be accepted and will have a big crowd. Just put it out there. If it's authentic, it's well written, and it's you. You'll be surprised how many people will like reading because it reflects their life. So please don't fear putting something out because there is no other way. Just put it out, and then those who don't like it, you'll write another one. And you may not. Some great books have great enemies.
Yeah.
My book has great enemies, very powerful enemies. but I don't care. Because the people I wanted to read my book read it. A young or old black South African who grew up like me. I don't care about any educated Westerner who hates my critique. I was writing for my people who grew up like me. That's all. I don't care what other people say.
I think quickly what I would add is that the fear will continue even when you publish the book. It's not going to end.
Yeah, that's true.
It will continue and people are going to try to put you in a certain box because they want to disbelieve the capacity of the human being to overcome certain things. Or if you find yourself in such a situation, what you could become part of, right? I'll give you a quick example. When my first book came out, the first interview I had on CNN, the woman asked me, how many people did you kill? That was the first question. And I said, well, I don't know, it's war. It's not like Rambo film. You don't go around counting. And she said 1, 2, 3, 4. It didn't end there. The next interview I had, and I said, well, I don't know. The next interview I had, another journalist interviewed me. iLembe, a former chancellor from Sierra Leone, who said he had killed too many people to remember. You see how it was going. And I quickly realized, wow, just when I thought I knew. So no matter what you do, the fear will remain. But the book went on to do its own, as I said.
I think in a nutshell to what they said, I think for me, I would say to cover everything they said is you must just be prepared to drive the bus through the wall and make friends where you can and enemies where you must.
Hello? But I'll just ask the question. So there's a perception, especially around black men, right, that we don't examine our own lives. That we just sort of live free of worries and free of stress, free of guilt. Whereas I always find, in my experience, especially particularly black men, we are always thinking about our lives. It's just that we don't vocalize it. So I'm interested in sort of your perceptions around what are the challenges that you had to get over around this identity of being a black man, and how black men responded to you, because your books are very personal. You describe some quite traumatic and some very difficult experiences. So I'm interested about some of the conversations that you've been able to open up, particularly with that group of people, which is black men, that group that you are a part of, and just generally, what have you learned about yourself since closing this chapter of writing your own memoir?
So about being a man, so I think that there's nothing that I'm ashamed of right now, like having a penis between my legs in terms of becoming a man, and it's something that I'm rejecting a lot. I don't know if that's fair or how, but
The definition.
The definition, yes, but I went to art school with a lot of gays and lesbians, and most of them were my friends, and they kind of built this good man that I'm still aspiring to, and the examination that I'm doing in my life in terms of taking the ritual aspect that I've lived within my life and questioning what kind of man do I want to be tomorrow, and what kind of husband do I want to be to my partner. And what I've learned after closing the book was that it doesn't end. I do not have a specific answer as to what I've learned, but I don't think the learning stops.
For me specifically, when it comes to black manhood or black boyhood, I learned a few things by writing the book and also by going with the book into the world, right? I don't know how everybody else grew up, but I grew up with a father who never showed any expression of love, any care. The idea was that you were fed, that was enough. You go to school, you come, hey, I got an A, and so why do you think we sent you to the school for? So there was never any moments of reprieve or any celebration, right? Even my birthdays, when I would come to my father and say, oh, my birthday's coming up, and say, and what did you do that day? So what I was celebrating, this is how I grew up. Now, imagine that, so there was no emotion. And then I became a soldier, which is even, you repress even more emotions. So when I was writing the book, I learned to be vulnerable. I learned that actually being part of a black boy or black man can also be being vulnerable, and that itself is a form of strength. And then once I wrote that book, it opened up conversations among other blacks. For example, in the US, a lot of kids in gangs around New Jersey, Blood and Crips, they came to my talks. I didn't expect that audience. They came to my talks, and they were wanting to know about how do we change this trajectory of our lives. I didn't know that was, but I think by opening up, you redefine what manhood means, which means I can be vulnerable. And then I went on to become a father. When I met my, before we married and when we decided to have children, she said to me, you're gonna learn to express your love, otherwise you're not having children. And I was like, what does that mean? She was like, you tell me you love me, I don't see anything in your face, it's just your words. You gotta show me. I gotta tell you, brother, it's harder than the war. So, I learned I had to express and show what I'm feeling. So for me, that changed. And so I'm raising my son with that idea now that being vulnerable, showing love is also a form of strength.
Yeah. I learned in writing that, as I said, you confront your own weaknesses. I just learned something I knew already, that I'm imperfect. Right? I had a very different take about this emphasis on black males. Because masculinity is the people who chopped off black people in Congo were white Belgian males. And so this idea that we must study black males as a particular sect that is negative is itself an imposition of something that I think prolongs trauma. I think maids all over the world, centuries ago, used to go around, colonize others, chop off their limbs, take them as slaves. And I think this isolation of black males as a unit to be studied bothers me. But of course, we have to learn through what is it that we are like this. Sometimes we are like this because of our own circumstances, but also because we are misunderstood. I don't believe that because your father didn't hug you, he didn't love you. I don't think so. I think it's because we wear a particular lens when we analyze our parents and we don't understand their own ways of living and how they express things. So I think we've got to study. I teach a lot about decoloniality because I try to teach black people that there's nothing wrong with you. And we must stop this thing of thinking there's something wrong with us. There's nothing wrong with us. We're victims of certain things and circumstances for centuries. And sometimes we are victims of seeing ourselves through the eyes of people who don't like us. Oh, please cry. Oh, please do this. Well, we have our own ways of dealing with things. And it's not always wrong. It's different. And we've got to understand ourselves and why we do certain things and correct things that don't work. But this idea that there's something fundamentally wrong about blackness is something I truly, truly detest.
One last question, and then we can keep ladies first. Ladies first. That's just my sister, so.
Can one person answer the question?
Yeah. And one.
Thank you very much. Inequities in corner everywhere. I'm sorry, my voice is outside of throat. I must commend you for writing your stories. Like you have said, it's not easy to write a memoir, especially since we have to introspect. But it seems as well that it is also a healing process. So I commend you for that. Now the question that I wanted to pose to you, I think it links with what Advocate Khan has just said now, and also the anecdotes that you mentioned that when you went to the US, the school kids there will ask you, are the aliens in Africa? So it goes to show that it's very important that we tell our stories, because there's a even gentleman that the Nigerian writer does say that there is a danger in telling a single story. So I think there's a single narrative that is out there among black men about blackness, about who we are. So now that we find you telling our story, so that is something that is very important. Now my question is, how do we make sure, or the first question is about writing in general. Is this a skill that is innate, or is this a skill that can be nurtured? Because I think we need more writers out there who tell our story. So now, as a teacher, as a parent, as a guardian, how do I nurture this skill of writing? If it is something that can be nurtured, or is it something that is innate that you are born with? Why is my brother writing and I'm not writing? More than I'm sharing up here.
I think you must surround your home with books. If the child is hungry for knowledge, they will open up a book. Yeah, they'll open up a book. And also, if you spot like a bit of the talent, just encourage the child. Children need encouragement more than anything.
Last question.
Thank you. Yeah, open up from Emmanuel. My question will be directed to Obama, Advocate Skakari. I'm sure, though not I from the one, but I'm sure his book encompasses even his legal career. What are some of your challenges, biggest one, challenges in your legal career? And opresident bake bafike ofisini lakho bezocela legal advice. And uthini wena? Do you even tell them the truth? They first chief I'm just thinking I'm going to talk of you president in my office for the legal advice. What is your response to that? Do you tell them the truth?
It's like, the question you're asking is like asking a doctor about AIDS, whether do you tell your clients to use protection? He won't say. But you ask an important question because everybody doesn't like an advocate who represents someone they don't like. And the job of an advocate is to know what I've never asked anyone who knocks on my door. I never judge them. I don't like some of my clients, but I don't have to like you to help you. It's really not part of my job to like or agree with someone I'm helping. I know what you're asking about. You say Representative Zuma at some point, Mandela fighting IOP. I actually don't judge clients because when people come to you, they are already condemned. No one needs a senior counsel like me unless they have been accused of something. And so, yes, you do tell them, but when you represent people, you must have courage to stand by them, even if they are judged. Because one day when you walk into my chambers being accused of rape, I can assure you now, I won't judge you. I'll sit with you and I'll ask you, what did you do? And if your child is accused, I will do the same. So it's that you tell them the truth, but you don't take their lives. Sometimes you tell them and they don't do what you told them, but it's not your job to go around telling the world, oh, I told someone this, I told Baby this. You would be unethical to do so. You would be self-egotistical to do that. Forget about people who don't like your client. Help the person you must help. And that's why I think it's an important thing you must be courageous to help people who are not liked. And that's your job, to help people who are judged. That's it. If you don't do that, don't be a doctor, don't be a lawyer, because you are a coward, you are a populist.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Plenty of applause for the
After this, you can just go upstairs to get it. They said, and of course, they kill our unfortunately, I know, but we're going to start in about 5 minutes to just get people organized and all the stuff. I understand because we started an hour late, the whole thing, so we're running an hour behind. Just gonna ask good afternoon, guys. Sorry for the slight delay because according to the program, this is supposed to be lunchtime. So we're just trying to get people in. So because most people think it's lunchtime, we are kind of skipping lunch because we're an hour behind. Yeah, so just a little bit, just 2 minutes, please. Thank you. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. We are going to start. Understandably, most people are a bit hungry, so don't feel kind of irritated when people come and go because other people are just doing lunch.
My name is Luthuli. I will be moderating these wonderful people next to me tonight. Are you? Sorry, I'm feeling close. The title of this session is The Future of Writing, Creativity, AI, and the Venetian Readers. I think that's going to be a little bit controversial, I am sure. Because I'm a very clumsy person, whenever I try to introduce people's biographies, I always miss something or I always overstate something. So I'm gonna let my panelists introduce themselves. I was gonna give you guys 2 minutes when we had an hour, but I'm reducing it to 2 minutes for everybody. Quickly introduce yourself, tell us about your books, especially the recent ones, and all that stuff, because our title, this panel, is more about creative process rather than individual books. But I want people to buy your books. So feel free to talk about your book, even if I'm not asking about it directly. Feel free to connect and locate it into this topic. Thank you very much.
Hi all, I'm Nibashni Naya Sukhdev. This is my 6th book. It's called Pillow Talk. This book is a South African romance that is set in a fictional town called Raleigh. The reason why the town is fictional and it's outside Durban is because I'm actually a hard news journalist. So if I had to write a town that was real, I would get bogged down by the facts. Most of my books have been written on my phone while picking up my son from school.
Wow.
My name is Swondo Sosibo. I'm actually a local here in Groutville. Been to the museum several times during high school, so I'm going to be back. And I'm a theatre kid. I teach theatre. I've taught theatre at UKZN, taught a little bit at OLAG, Nelson Mandela Museum as well. And I'm currently head of research at AFTA, Devon North. So yeah, I'm a university lecturer, theatre kid, and this is my debut work also. A lot of authors here are quite established. This is my first book. It's called Staging Black, Queer South Africa, a Place for the Gods. It's published by Methuen Drama, so that's Bloomsbury's project child. And it's a collection of 5 plays. And essentially what I was doing was trying to interrogate the queer circumstance in the country. And this is important because we know, I mean, all these own recently that was with the LGBT community. So yeah, the plays are an interrogation of queerness in the South African context. Some of them have been staged, some of them are yet to be staged. And yeah, I'm looking forward to everything else.
Wow.
Hello everyone, my name is Shabnam Khan. I'm a writer from Durban. I have 2 novels and 1 memoir. My latest book is called The Lost Love of Akbar Manzil. It's about a haunted house on the east coast of South Africa, in Durban. And I write all over the place. I write magic realism, family drama, travel memoir. I just write what I like. And I'm excited to be here today.
As I'm listening to everyone, I'm like, oh, I also write on my phone. Like, oh, I love reading plays. So my mind wanders a lot, probably why this is my 11th book. My name is Busisegile Kumalo. I am a fiction writer. I have 11 books. The Harvard Wife, which is the first one, and this, the last one, is called His Baby Maker. I love drama. I'm a very dramatic people. There's the people who read my books can attest to that. So this, his Baby Maker, is actually the 4th book in the Harvard series, which is weird because the Harvard series is my first series, but this is my 11th book. So my thought process is also a little bit all over the place, but somehow all 11 books are connected or connecting, but are not a series. Yeah, I think we'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, kids. I see we're gonna have a good time because you obey my 2 minutes limit, and I have also orders from here. Okay, guys, we are here to talk about the process of creativity in the age of artificial intelligence. And then after that, we will talk about the disappearing or the so-called disappearing readers. I'm gonna disappoint you. If you think I'm here to bash AI, I am not going to. I feel it is inevitable, and whoever is resisting it, it reminds me, if you remember Socrates, Plato talk about Socrates when in an era of oral literature, and then writing was being discovered, and everybody was like, oh, it's going to take away an ability for people, memory, people won't have memories and all that stuff, which in a way is true, because, since the digital age, most of us, those who are as young as me, grew up memorizing telephone numbers. But my partner is here, I don't know her number. Because we've got phones. Why must I memorize the number? It's quite inconveniencing sometimes when I don't have my phone. But the interest I have in the creative process is we cannot run away from it. It's here, and it's not going anywhere. And my other advantage is that I'm a field of design. So we've been doing software design for quite some time now. It's silly these days. Like I grew up when I was at school. We used to, on the School of Architecture, do what we call sketching. But now, you just put on the software. And the software does everything. Does this threaten you as a writer? Do you feel that as a writer you are losing voice because in the age of algorithms, everything can be done quicker, perhaps even smarter? Yeah, I understand that. I'm gonna reserve another question I want to ask, but for now, do you feel threatened as a writer?
Okay, so I'm not even gonna say I'm anti-AI, although because of my profession, it would be expected. Yes, I do feel threatened because in the romance genre, we are finding that there are so many AI written books and people are buying it. And the thing is though, while I am threatened by it, I'm just gonna give an example. This book was written in 2023, so ChatGPT and things wasn't that big, right? But earlier this year, when people were talking about AI, I decided to test it out. And I wrote, my command was, write about a sunny day as Stephen King. And it did. And then I said, write about a sunny day as Judy Blume. Judy Blume's my favorite author. It did. And then I said, write about a sunny day as Mibashni Nair Sukhdeo. And it did. Exactly like how I would write it. And so that is, but while it was exact in the grammar, it was not exact in the emotion. Because from humans, we get emotions on the page. And so while I was scared and threatened, and I picked up the phone and I phoned my author friends, only when I reviewed it, I realized I didn't really need to be threatened because it could never ever replace my human emotion.
I think I echo your sentiments. I think although these machines are called intelligent and whatnot, I don't think you can
replace human experience and human memory. The intimacy that arrives, for example, when I say Kwasuka, you know, Kwasuka, right? The memory and the intimacy that single phrase evokes in us. I don't think something that machines can replicate or replace, you know. So I come from the theater. The theater has been dying for 500 years now, you know. You're always told the theater is dying, the theater is dying, so that it's not, you know. And I don't think literature as well is going to be, you know, lost. You know, we still have our own unique creativities, we still have our own unique memories, our own unique stories. And I think this is the time where writers should actually rise and say, here's how we differentiate ourselves from what is out there. And I say this also as a teacher of students who rely on these technologies, and I'm always aghast, you know, when they give me an essay or a story that you can tell has been generated. So now I don't feel threatened. I think what we do is unique, and I don't think it's going to go anywhere anytime soon.
So, I mean, I think I agree with all that. I am threatened, purely because I write full-time, that's my job. I don't have anything else to rely on. I need to know what my future looks like in this career. Like, everything I have is invested in it. I need to know, you know, and I don't use AI very much. But when I do use it and I see things like write it a short comment, or write it myself, and I see the things that are coming up, I'm overwhelmed. I'm like, oh my god, this is so scary. But that said, I do agree with the other two panelists that I think writing, especially creative writing, is something innately human about storytelling. And a lot of the stories, especially because we're sitting here in a place like KwaDukuza with writers of color, black writers, brown writers, is that our stories are so unique and not often told that we do still have so much stories to tell that AI doesn't know all the stories, you know. It doesn't know everything. Like, what's in my head right now, AI doesn't know what's in my head right now. Like, and the stories that are still sitting in there forming. So I know I have great power. I'm a little nervous. So I would say I'm between the two. I'm just like a little nervous, but I also hold on to that. I'm generally trying to be optimistic. I'm like, I think what I have is still powerful because AI is based on what I think, right? AI is based on human behavior. It's based on what we already put out there. So we produced it. It's not making anything new. It's just taking what we produced already. So yeah, I'm threatened, but not as much. I do think maybe it's for future generations. I don't know about that, but for me, yeah.
I think one thing that I've learned in my career as a writer, because almost everything I've done is self-taught when it comes to literature, is I try everything at least once, you know? So when AI came out, ChatGPT, came out, I tried it. I tried giving it prompts and as a lazy person, like at times it makes some of them new. Then it's like if I have something in my mind, but I'm just lazy to put it down, and then I write exactly what I want, like, and then I tell it in this how many words or whatever, then it spits out. Then I go back to it and I'm like, I wouldn't write it this way. Okay, this I like, I'm gonna keep this. So I look at it as a tool that will make my lazy life easier. You know, I don't really view it as something but it does have drawbacks because I'm not very good at writing synopsises. I tend to go on and on and on. So when I was writing the synopsis for his baby maker, it was very long, and then I asked, to make it shorter or to, and all that stuff. And then I received an email from a company, traveling agent in Mexico. And they were like, we enjoyed reading about his baby maker. That was before his baby maker came out, you know. And then they gave like the synopsis that ChatGPT like had given me, and then I was like, wait a minute. This was in my phone. How is a thing in? Then I went on Reddit because I was like, what is happening? And it turns out there are these agents who use AI to like find out stuff about you. So they're using your search, your whatever you come up with through AI. Yes, to access you, and they access your emails and all this. And here's the thing, they sent the email to my author website. They didn't send it to my personal website. So there is that danger where, yes, it's easy for, if you're lazy, you can, and at times it's a lot of work actually getting AI to give you what you want. You end up saying, let me just do this myself, because you're not getting it. You know, I'm trying to tell you to do this, but then the danger is what other people can use with that. So there's intellectual property breach that is the, yeah.
Wonderful. What I'm gathering from you guys first is that you call it an emotion. As I will call it a voice. As a writer, AI can't mimic your voice, and that is your uniqueness as a writer, and I love that, and I totally agree with that. And then you say there is an element of a universality with AI, and that is perhaps one of its drawbacks is that it conforms everything. Like people speak the same, and the information is out there since the internet age. But what draws us into books is the unique voice of the writer. And the AI can't do that, or perhaps let me say, for now, it still can't do that. Because you must remember, AI is a parasite that is learning all the time. You understand that? When I talk about it now, I say it is in an adolescent age. We don't know its capabilities when it becomes a professor. Perhaps it will be able to mimic your Zulu voice, your Xhosa voice, your unique thing. And that is perhaps then that is going to become a little bit problematic when we can't distinguish who has, like for instance, I will not lie to you now. I read a lot of books and I can see when a writer has used AI. There are things, they're like even words. For some reason, it's obsessed with the word meaning or unfolding. Those words, it's obsessed with those words. You understand? But Shubhankar, your books have got mystery, romance, and all those things. And you say sometimes you put it out there, perhaps as a research and all that, and see what AI can do. So do you feel that it diminishes your how can I say, I don't know how to call it a plot, perhaps the mystery in your writing? Because let's be honest, as writers, sometimes you get stuck. And then you say, but okay, can you suggest a way forward here? And then you say exactly what you're saying, and the AI talks nonsense most of the time. Oh, by the way, it also lies. That's its danger. Yeah, if it has no answer, it makes up this stuff. You understand? And that is its major danger because it has no cross-referencing. But do you ever use it for cross-references? Because it minimizes, it helps you because AI can get every information that is on the internet and it helps you in that way.
So, firstly, I'm very hesitant to use it. I mean, for normal things, maybe. I mean, I don't use AI, I should be using it for normal things. But for writing, especially, I'm very careful. Like, I am terrified after what you just said about somebody sending you an email just because of things you were searching on chat. GPT. Because as a writer, the most powerful thing that I have is my ideas. That is my skill, that is my magic, that is my thing that I own, and I will keep it safe for as long as I can. So I don't put my ideas into whatever, AI, right? Because that's my idea. Once I put it there, I don't know where it goes, and you just confirmed it goes somewhere. This is like my nightmare what's happening. It goes somewhere. So I don't put my ideas. If I have an idea, I keep it with me or I write it in the book, but I don't put it even like on a note on my phone because that's how. That is my magic. That is my thing that I have power over. So I'm not going to do that. But I do think, I have been thinking a lot about it because like you said, it's inevitable. AI is inevitable. I think there are many people using it well. I do think sometimes, I haven't done it yet, but I do think maybe in the future, I might be like, I'm stuck with this character. What job could she have that might be more interesting or something just to make me go a bit faster because I write very slow. This last book took me 8-9 years to write. So I write very slow, so I need to work faster. I need to work more effectively. So maybe those things, but even then, I think I might be going down a slippery slope because I know me and I know it will take me, I will start asking more questions and I will start relying on the AI app to help me with the book. And fundamentally, for me, what a book is supposed to be is it's supposed to be something that takes time, that takes work. That is something real that you have in front of you that I can be proud of, even if maybe nobody wants to read it, but I know I did this on my own. And I think for me, it will take something away if I know I kept relying on asking questions. But I think I need to find the middle ground of which questions to ask and then to just stop. Because I know me, I'll start asking all the questions.
In actual fact, that's what AI is. It's as good as the prompt you give it. You understand? If you prompt it wrongly, it will give you nonsensical answers. So it's how to use it is to know how to prompt it. But Swondo, I have an interest here. In this age of globalization, we are very much affected by Western notion of things, including films, including movies, including books, and all that stuff. They very much influence us. Of course, we sometimes protest that they don't represent us as Africans. And our voice we can't see ourselves in an authentic way. You understand? So yes, we protest about that, but we accept that we watch movies, we watch series, we watch and all that. But why do you think there's this resistance against AI? Because for me, AI does almost the same thing, but it does it quicker. And of course, especially now, the way it is coded with the Western bias. But what happens when it learns Zulu, when it learns Xhosa, when it learns Sotho? Do you think it will ever represent an African body and the vision and the psychic and mentality? Even like as a person, as an African, do you think it will ever be able to represent you the way a mimic? Yes, for now it's mimicking, you understand? But do you think it will ever be able to represent you authentically?
Well, I think we'll sue it, that Prophet says to die. We'll sue those companies. Listen, I'm a playwright, so what happens in theatre is that it's one of the unique forms of literature because you finish a play after you've seen it. So you have a script, the actors act it out, you stage it, and that's where you start editing after you see it, and then you send it to the publisher after there's a run. So I don't think machines or these intelligences can generate that yet. But I also think our form of storytelling as African is as unique as the word unique itself, you know. I think nobody, because I also struggle, for example, writing in English, which is what I was trained to do, You know, I'm not an Isuzu writer, I write English, that's my training. But I often find it difficult to translate the idea of usiko, the idea of imbeko, the idea, even the word gogo, it's just grandmother, but to us it has such a lineage, a history of what that means. So I don't think that these, first of all, I've never even used AI. I wouldn't even know what to do if you put it in front of me. I'm not interested in it. The only reason that's why I would think of using it is to figure out how to catch my students. But besides that, I'm not at all interested. But I don't think, if you look at, for example, stories like Igonda, right, which is a children's Isuzu book, how do you even feed that into a computer and ask it to, you know, summarize or come up with something else? So I think our archetypes, our metaphors, our history, I don't think the West has tried for the longest to replicate it, and it still can't. So I wouldn't think. Listen, I don't know. I mean, as you said, who the hell knows what 10 years or 20 years will look like? But for now, I don't know.
But does it scare you though that they can replicate it through AI intelligence, which seems to be like very quick at learning? And you are saying, and I agree with you, the West has tried to replicate and imitate who we are. But if they can replicate themselves, why can't they replicate in Africa? You.
But I mean, I think of literature as a whole. I mean, Tolstoy took 6 years to write Crime and Punishment. There's something that happens in that toil, you know. And I'm sure we all know the idea of editing and rewriting and making those choices. Even writing an email takes me an hour because I need to figure out the next sentence, the next word, and how to properly do things. And again, I think that's a uniquely human endeavor. You know, we know when I say the smell of imbeko, for example, you know what that means. Kalabumbuzi, you know what that means. So I think making those choices, for me, still resides within the human experience. Maybe a century from now, there'll be a superhuman intelligence that can do it, but no. I'm still resistant. Maybe I don't know.
Okay, perhaps it goes back to the old age question that the machines have no soul, whereas humans have a soul. I can detect in a person, even if they are speaking in English, I can detect that, but this person, by virtue of how he's speaking this English, is Zulu. Yeah, I can't explain it, but I know when I hear it. Yeah, understand that. It's the same thing. Usesekile, I have an interesting question for you. Sorry for Googling and trying to find out much about you, but I had to prepare for this, for this session. And I see that you interact a lot with your readers on social media. And sometimes you ask them questions to prompt you on the plot of the story that you are writing. Why is it anathema when you do that on AI? What is the difference?
Honestly, Mina, I don't see the difference. I don't, but maybe the difference is that when I ask people, they share their lived experiences. So it gives a certain voice. You know, a lot of my work is fiction. Or all of my work is fiction, but it's I write across Africa, not just South Africa. I also write about places I've never been to. I write about people that are not just me. So I write about African women. I've written about Somalian women. I've written about Muslim women. I've written about and I'm from Zimbabwe. I write about Xhosa women. So at times there's only so much that you can get from Googling or from watching YouTube so at times when I'm asking because I've formed this virtual family. I'm actually here because of my Facebook friends. Yeah, they nominated me to be a part of iLembe. So it's a community where if I need to know something, I can ask, oh, please let me know, how do you know, and I enjoy our interaction so much because contrary to popular belief, I'm a loner who's always at home. The only time I go out is to get my daughter from school. So the only time I get human interaction is through social media. But now the difference, when I ask AI, it usually regurgitates things that it has gathered from other machines, you know. So when I ask, also I wanted to talk about the whitewashing of AI, because a lot of times when I ask about, well, most of my work is African, so I also include spiritualism, I include, you know, a lot of it. They give me the European or the westernized, like I give AI the most, I think it has fun with my prompts, I hope it does. And I'm always so polite, hello, please, and thank you. Because in case it comes, you know, it will remember I was polite. It will always remember I was polite to it. So when I ask those questions about African, you know, maybe, okay, what happens at a cleansing? Please give me a scenario of a cleansing and this and that. It gives the most generic responses, like it will not tell you about spirits, it will not tell you ukuthi mawusiye emanzini kumele ubike, kumele ukhanyise, kumele wenze lokho. And this is intrinsic to, you know, the African, we know this, you know, but AI doesn't. So at times when I ask people, they give me their lived experiences, and AI just regurgitates what it got from other, you know, and also their referencing is so bad. Like if you ask for even things that it will tell you, I can't go and read this, sorry, I can't do this, sorry, I can't do that. And
you are lucky, it lies from when it does not know the question, it lies.
I'm polite, so it's polite back to me. We have a thing going on. But also I've discovered that it doesn't write sex scenes. So I think romance authors are safe there. It's only point blank, sorry, we cannot write this, and we do not write anything of a sexual nature.
I did not know that. Lastly, on this topic, because I want us to talk about the vanishing ring. Nivashani, because you've talked about the emotions that AI can replicate. My understanding of a creative process is actually putting order into a chaos of information and making it artistic and all the stuff. Why do you think AI can't do that?
I think purely because it's a machine. And I actually think of it as a robot. So the thing is, a lot of my professional life overlaps into being an author. I've been a Sunday Times journalist for 25 years. So I'm obviously going to hate AI because when you, it's stolen my work to get that answer. And so when we write a story, I'm just going to give an example. Recently, there was a story in Durban about a guy who couldn't pay his 1,500 rand bill at a restaurant in Florida Road. And what had happened was they called the police, and while they were waiting for the police, the restaurant owner made him wash the dishes. And that was a real story. It came from a security company. We had a picture of the guy, and yet all of the comments on my story said, this looks AI generated. Even going to the point of suggesting that the photo was AI generated. And it's because now people are starting to think that everything that we put out there is AI. So what happens, that obviously threatens me, but also from a creative point of view, I can't really talk for all creatives, because like Pillow Talk, you said we could mention the book. This book was written in 3 weeks on my phone. I don't have a process. My characters come into my head and they talk and they don't leave me. And so I have to jot it down. So I don't know about the creative chaos, etc., or control chaos, because my chaos is ready to pick up somebody, and at the traffic light, Shona has said to me, I want to kiss him now. You know? So everybody's creative process is different.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. I think you guys, I will give you a chance to ask about the AI. But now I want to move to another question about the disappearing reader. I'm not sure about this. Are readers truly disappearing, or are they simply consuming stories differently? By that, I mean, they want to listen to podcasts? They want to do fan fiction, or they want to talk through social media instead of sitting with a book? And don't get me wrong, the process of reading a book is, for me, and that's my belief, is much more beneficial than consuming snippets of social media, because the book has a narrative and it teaches you something. But are we disappearing? We're gonna go that way.
So it depends where you're looking, because if you belong to readers forums and if you're on social media readers groups and you are part of a reading community, you know that people are spending hundreds of rands a month and going to the library, and people are reading. But there's another side of it, and it's a side where even when we talk about like bringing in AI, like my son believes that AI is for lazy people because he was taught that in school. And the thing is, with reading, if people are using like AI to write, sometimes it means that they want things done fast. And you said reading is a process. So the disappearing reader actually comes from the fact that everybody wants things fast. You want your pizza to arrive, you want checkers to bring it at 60 minutes. So people, the only reason it's disappearing is because people are no longer investing their time in doing real hobbies that you don't put a picture on social media about.
And while answering that, Sundo, please also make for me, all of you, a distinction of what is an attention span. Because we keep being told that kids today have no attention span, and yet they spend hours and hours on their phones waiting. So what is an attention span? Please, and you are a professor, you are in a good position to explain to us.
I wish. I think the craft of reading in the household has been compromised. And I understand this because parents have a lot to do today, you know. You have 2 or 3 jobs and, you know, sales, economy is doing what it's doing to you. And so everybody has a lot of responsibilities. And so the craft of sitting down in story time has been compromised in the household. And unfortunately, South Africa, our literacy levels are shocking, to say the least. And also, we're one of the very few countries that consumes non-fiction more than we do fiction. Which I don't know what it means for us here today, but clearly something ought to happen. And I say that because my mother was in the crowd, was an English teacher, she's a retired English teacher, and there was reading at home. You know, there was the sit down and Kwasuka and here's a short story, etc. So I think parents, and I'm not one, so I don't know what it's like to be one, but I think the challenge is greater now to maintain that culture in the household, in art, literature. But I don't think attention spans are, I mean, people watch 8-hour series in one day or evening or weekend. So I think people can sit still for 8 hours and watch a series back to back. But I think what we are consuming is changing. And we know 2-year-olds are now being parented by iPads. You know, so again, going back to the idea of picking up a book and sitting down with it and fleshing out these characters and reading. I think that's where the challenge is. And unfortunately, each household has its own way of answering that challenge, I think.
And Shubham, as you answer that, please, I'm not saying I prefer that, but please tell me if as one that say we're too busy, if I don't have time to read to my child, why can't I just ask AI in my iPad to read to my child? That's an edit on that question. You were going to answer.
That's a different question from me.
Make it two questions then. It's an edit.
So I have two answers for the original question, which was, what was it?
Yeah, no.
Oh, yes.
It's disappearing. Sorry for disturbing your attention.
No, it's fine. I have to stay on the path or I go off. The disappearing reader, I do think, readers are disappearing, and I do think attention is getting shorter. People's attention spans are getting shorter. Like I saw something last night as I was scrolling, which I'm trying not to do, but I saw something that said they make movies nowadays. They're making the plots of movies easier nowadays because they're taking into account that people are scrolling and watching. So they're not just watching a movie anymore, they're scrolling and watching, so they need to try to make movies more simple so that people can follow the plot faster. So I was like, wow. So I do think that, but that said, and this is the other contrasting thing, I do think there are more readers also somehow, because with book talk, I see more younger people interested in reading. I mean, we haven't stopped producing books at the stage where people stopped printing books. People want those physical books. For me, I feel like there was a period, I don't know, maybe about 10, 15 years ago when it seems like reading was going down, but and I don't even know what to base this on, but I'm just thinking from like Twitter and TikTok, stuff I see, people are talking about books more, they're reading more, they're interested in people who have taken time to write about different topics. So I feel like that has also grown on one hand somehow. But that said, I do think it's getting harder and harder to keep the attention of readers. I think a good book will always be a good book and people will always find it somehow. But I mean, it is something that is happening and the way people read is changing. And it's not something to be scared of, I think. Because it's always been changing. It's always, every generation it changes in different forms and people always want stories. The forms are just changing.
I like that you're saying it's not something to be scared of, and that's the philosophy I'm trying to say. But we cannot be controlled by machines. We are humans. We are the ones who created it. And so this is you write romance mostly, and romance is about social change, as it says. So as you answer this, because I'm not going to have time to, they've already told me that we're done. As you answer this, so in this technologically hyper-algorithmic age, how do you think romance will cope through the social change also? But I also want to answer the disappearing reader question.
Okay, I think the first one is, okay, I'll try to mail all my answers. Okay, so I think with the disappearing readers, it's all a matter of finding readers where they are. So I think it's, as we move forward, now you don't put adverts in the newspaper, you make TikTok dances, because that's where readers are. You find that when they're scrolling their phone, they should see you. You should be there in their faces all the time. And that's, be aggressive about it if you have to, but in a cute way. In a cute way that won't feel aggressive, but you are aggressive. So, and also the thing about attention span is, now the challenge as a writer, you have to catch a reader's attention from the very first line. There is no more room for you to start saying, oh, there was a girl, her name is Sipo, she's, Okay, so like for a line, for instance, a line like Never's Conditions, Titi Lagaremba wrote, I was not sorry when my brother died. Neither am I apologizing for my callousness. Or like, so immediately I'm like, what? Why is she not sorry her brother died? So now we have that added burden of now capturing people's interest from the word go. First, be where they are. Secondly, catch their attention and keep it. Because now it's a challenge, you know. And the last question that you asked about romance, I feel like technology is actually helping in romance, you know, because now we have book talk, you know, we've seen a boom in romance reading. A long time ago, people used to be ashamed of writing romance, of reading romance. You know, now we have mugs where we say, you know, I'm a book slut, you know, I'm this and that. We are so proud of it. I'm a dark romance girly through and through. I have things and all that stuff. And, you know, why? Because social media is making it more acceptable. Now I don't have to, you know, there's a thing on social media where you don't kink slut someone, you know. If I say, oh guys, I want to read a book about a man chaining a woman to the ceiling, you know, the other book girlies will be like, oh, I read this book, why don't you try this one, you know? So there's, we are removing shame through technology, through social media, and I feel like that is helping boost romance.
Thank you, guys. This has been enjoyable. And because I love you on the floor, I'm going to not look at that side and give you a chance to ask one or two questions. Anybody?
Thank you all for such a wonderful question. I'm a writer as well, and it's a question that I need to give context to. So some of us writers have been thinking about we can't get rid of AI, but how do we find ways to become part of the monetization of it? So the idea that we're working on is that every time somebody goes on there and makes a prompt, say write a book like any of you, you get a percentage, right? If that were the case, would you stand behind AI, the development of it more?
Interesting. Anybody want to take that?
Who doesn't want money? Like, anything that gives me money, because I'm not about to be a starving artist, I have kids to feed. He said if AI were to pay you to like be behind the response of those prompts.
Every
So
time
you are-
somebody asks AI to do something like you, you
Yes.
get a percentage cut because your
Yes.
knowledge, whatever
So
is
it's more
gathered.
like a getting commission.
I'm gonna say no,
Oh.
because purely, again, it's stealing my work. And as I said, it's very hard to separate the journalist, the ethical journalist, from the writer. So often we find, I gave an example of how it steals our work. And even if you get money for it, I would say no.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Zake's Dar case sort of almost answers this. In a sense that I would need to know what the fine print is. I'm on the fence, is what I'm saying.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for me, this thing is very simple. AI is probably can code and arrange information better than us. But the thing about AI is that it does not know how to be silent, because many human answers are in silence. And AI can do all the information thing, but it does not know that human thing of how to be silent and the connection between each other that it doesn't have, because it can collate all the information it likes, but it has no soul. Thank you very much.
The session upstairs has already started, and we can just begin the session.
The books, guys, are outside if you want. Sorry, I forgot that I was selling books also.
There's also a session here. You don't have to leave, guys.
Yes, once again, we're back. Doing this session is on crime now.
The mic.
Yeah. Doing a session on crime. I will introduce or reintroduce my fellow panelists. Okay. Reintroduce my fellow panelists. Here I have, she's called Umbo, but she said she was the she has over 20 years of experience in diplomacy, stakeholder relations, marketing, and communications. She is the founder of ISRC, International Stakeholder Relations Consultancy, helping organizations craft authentic and impactful content. Previously, she served as a South African diplomat in Belgium and held senior communications roles at EY Africa and South African Tourism. A passionate writer and connector, Mbo thrives on globally oriented environments that create meaningful outcomes for local communities. Bosheko's debut novel, Diplomatic Ties, tells a gripping story of power, ambition, and the price of desire. Sets in the world of diplomacy. Right? So very short. We can not go get one. We can do I can play yourself. Okay, and then I will jump. Sihlem will go to Sihlekwa. I just want to mix it. So Sihlekwa was born in a small village in KwaZulu-Natal and now lives in Johannesburg. In 2021, he participated in the Jade's Global Foundation's Writing Mentorship Program. He published his debut novel, The Resurrection, which was longlisted for the Sunday Times Fiction Prize in 2024. The same year, he won the K. Memorial Literary Award. The Resurrection is a thrilling tale revolving around a young man's struggle to uncover the truth and confront hidden dangers. Kwabe holds a diploma in public relations. And then we have my home girl from Wenties. The Galis. Yeah, the Galis. Yeah. So Irene Taylor-Finn is the sixth of 7 siblings. An activist, educator, conflict resolution mediator, mother, and author. She prides herself on being an advocate for reading and writing, as well as a catalyst for positive change within society. Irene's memoir is based on her experiences growing up on High Street in the suburb of Wentworth, Durban, an area often marked by high levels of substance abuse and gangsterism. And then we have
Listening to your own voice is so awkward.
It's awkward. Oh, okay, let's go. Sihlem Tembu. Sihlem Tembu is a writer and filmmaker born in Moyo River in the KZN Midlands. He has worked as a scriptwriter, producer, director, and as critic and journalist. His work has appeared in publications such as Rolling Stone SA, Vice, The Mail and Guardian, The City Press, One Small Seed, The Sunday Independent, The Independent on Saturday, Bona, Ada, and OK Africa. He is also the former resident film critic for the Sunday Tribune and the creator of 2 podcasts on Black culture, music, and film. As a screenwriter, Tembo has written for and developed storylines for some of South Africa's top shows, including Shaka iLembe, House of Sweden, Queendom, The Wife, and Adulting, and Blood and Water. He holds a BTech degree in journalism from the Durban University of Technology. So welcome to our panelists. So guys, we're talking about crime here, or the underbelly of the life that's is known. In all of your works, you guys deal with these subjects, of those people in kind of the shadows, you know. I want to know from each of you why you chose that subject matter for your books or the works that you do, let's say.
Since I've got the mic, I'll start. Thank you so much. So in diplomatic ties, it's more about the setting that, so it's linked to the government. So Mali, who is the main character of the book, she works as a diplomat. And so she works for the Department of Foreign Affairs. And before, she goes and her posting in Brussels, she gets involved with like a minister. And I think that's where we start to see almost kind of like that element of corruption. But I think instead of like looking at my work more as, criminal kind of settings or situations, it's more of what happens when you lose the sense of self. Therefore, it's so easy for you to get involved, like to compromise yourself and get involved in situations that really just erode at your own moral fiber. So the setting, the reason why I chose it is because I, like Mbali, used to work as a diplomat at some point. So I do understand that world, and I just wanted to also kind of like give a sneak peek into just the texture of that world, the conversations that happen.
And you did it very well. I mean, when you read the book, you can see that well. You've done it very well.
It's not your own story.
We'll come back, but it's not my story, it's fiction.
I think for me the intriguing thing about crime is like what it says about the place. So a murder in Moira, a small town where I'm from, is very different to a murder in the city. It's very different to a murder, in the environment. Like I always tell the story that the first time I was aware that there was even the idea of killing someone, I remember it very vividly. The first time I saw a body, because it was such a rare thing in the community that I grew up in. I could be out in the streets at 7 p.m. It was never like a big thing, right? So I think for me, writing crime shows and writing crime scenes, it's always about making sense of the environment and how people respond, but also like really understanding the spaces in between the violence. And I think this, for instance, when I was working on a show like Horror, that was always something that we really spoke about because the lead character in the story, Umam Sondo, she's a grown woman, she's in her 60s, she's a gangster, she runs this big hijacking syndicate, but she's also a grandmother. She's also, so all of like trying to understand, because when you go to a court, in my previous life I was a journalist, and when you go to court, you have a very, it's very procedural. It's this guy did this is how they did it, and it's almost very cold. And I always try to go behind the scenes, how did this person actually get to this place? And I was always really intrigued by that. And I think for me, the crime genre is one of the few genres that's really able to crystallize those kinds of things, space, as well as just sort of the moments in between the violence that lead to those kinds of acts. So for me, that was always the attraction to the genre.
For me personally, it was this idea of writing what you know, like style what you know. So obviously, being a guy from the township, these are the stories I see every day. These are the guys who are around here every day. And then, I don't know, the story just kind of blossomed into something that was bigger than the initial idea. But I think with this thing, like with crime, right? The interesting thing is this. It's this fight for survival. And then the moment a person fights to survive, like there's just something that gets really, really honest about the situation. Like they get so genuine, they become human in the process. So I fell in love with that idea, just creating people that are really human in all the ways that you can think of. They're honest and they're genuine and they just basically trying their best with the circumstances that's around them.
Well, for me, while crime and violence is prevalent in my story, I was simply writing my story. And the thing that made me actually put pen to paper is because I come from a family of 5 males and 2 females. And so in the colored community, it translates into you have a greater contribution towards gangsterism because you have 5 males in the family. And so in a family of gangsters, you as a female are in the shadows.
Yes.
So me being the 6th child and so the youngest sibling, I was the invisible child. And so the little girl growing up, my mother did not take note of me, so much so that I thought my mother did not love me. And so I grew up that way, not feeling loved. And growing up in a family of gangsters, I also really I was not allowed to express emotion. I was not allowed, in fact, for my father's funeral, I was shouted at for crying. So for me, it was important to tell the perspective of the little girl that was growing up in the corner during this period of gangsterism.
I love all these words that you built, whether it's fiction, because fiction is actually based on real life, especially the world that you put your characters in. I'll start with Irene. Her book is a small book about a family, but the love that is there in the flats where she lives in Wandsworth, the sense of community that is there, and the love within her own family and her brothers. She was almost like the glue of the family, you know. She was the glue of the family. I'd like to ask from her, where does this love come from in a place that is so dangerous, a place where people, you know, they risk their lives, and most of the time they're in and out of jail. But there is this love of community. Maybe she can just explain to us, because the world that you show us in the book is a world I know quite well as well. Because sometimes when we were younger, we would go to the flats there when she's, you know, when some of our friends wanted to get something. So I know the camaraderie very well, because you know, so sometimes the person you come to see there doesn't have their phone, but when you ask someone else, they will say, no, he's not here, and he's there, you know, let me get someone to get him for you, you know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I just by him saying that, I can tell he was there.
No, it's driving.
It's so true. But I think it's almost like a contradiction, but I'm so glad that you get it. Because I come from a family of gangsters, and so there was no emotion expressed, but in my community, the love. And I tell you why that existed. It's because there was no difference. You were poor like me.
Yes.
We were both going without supper. So there was no showing you up or showing off in front of you. We were all in the same boat. So I think that's where that love came from. So we were not bought toys. We created toys. The bricks outside were cars. They were cars. So we were creative minds. And so and also in High Street, it is located in Wentworth. But what you must know about High Street, until this day, it is one of the most dangerous places to be in Wentworth. And so, not only are we rejected by the greater world and SAP, but we are also discriminated upon in our own area, Wentworth. So Wentworth itself is afraid to go to High Street. You see, and so we only had ourselves in this, and the way High Street is also located geographically, we're in a hole. We are literally in a hole because we're closer to the Jacobs industrial area, and then Wentworth has an incline after that. So we're like there. So we had ourselves to love.
Oh yeah, okay.
I just want to add something. I think for me that's one of the appeals of the crime genre, right? It's sort of this idea that the struggle for survival does not mean that there is no love or does not experience the experience of joy, right? And I think for me it's even like it's funny because we're talking about adapting your book. One of the things that when I was speaking to the producers of the book, or whether it should be a TV series or a movie, I was saying there's a time tension that's attached to the story, but also in the character's mind so much, and it's quite an emotional story. So, there's the big reveal of the murder that takes place in the story, but you're so emotionally attached to this character. And I think that's a reflection of the people that we have in our lives. Right? I mean, one of the experiences that I had, when we were looking for writing a show like Pomona, people always say, why does Mom Soto love Mazet so much, more than her own children? I'm like, because Mazet is a young Mom Soto. She identifies herself. So if everyone messes with Mazet, she will jump over any fence, So I think for me, that's the thing about crime is that it makes these people that we see, committing these acts, it brings them much closer to us, and it makes us see ourselves that we are capable of doing some of these things because we have the same emotions.
And okay, in terms of creating a character now, how much is how do you create a character according to
Yeah, so for me, and I will just stick to Diplomatic Ties because that is my novel. I wanted to create a person that was full and whole and complete. I wanted a person who is layered, like all of us real people. I think when it comes to work of fiction, sometimes people want to see a one-dimensional person, but I wanted a person who had almost kind of like this vertical trajectory to life. When you see someone in their mess, when you see someone not knowing who they are, and then you watch them evolve and start to make different choices. You know what I mean? Because there's growth and there's expansion because it's just how life is. So when I sat and was writing the character of Mbali, that was very important to me. It was important that I write about things that are real. I did not want to write also about like something like fantasy. I wanted, at some point I remember writing and thinking, oh my gosh, my mom is going to read this. And it's just like everyone comes but I'm saying it's me. But then I thought, actually it's fine. She must think that because we can, all of us, see a little bit of ourselves in people that we even think are thugs or, don't have that moral kind of like constitution, high ground. So, and I think, just basically a layered character.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm a person that's very interested in the subject of redemption. And I think for me, looking back at some of the shows that I've worked on, some of the stories that I've worked on, that's always like a recurring concern, like, can you undo something that you've done? Can you be redeemed, right? And for me, like, so for instance, my two best friends growing up, one, it was involved in like bombing ATMs, got killed. Another one was drunk one day, went into someone's fence, and that was killed a woman there whose sons were gangsters, had to run away. So like the two people that were like the defining relationships of my life suddenly overnight just disappeared from my life. And I think subconsciously I've always been wondering, like, in all of the things that they did, was there a way back? And I think for me, in all my characters, that's the question that I've always asked myself. Where is the tipping point? Where is far too far? And where can we still understand why a person does certain things?
For me, it's not so much about creating the characters as much as it's about them finding me. So what happens is, especially with the resurrection, the first character that came to mind was Bandusu. Yeah. It's not in the story, but it's such an influence to the story. Like he was the first person that came to mind. So what usually happens is a character will come to mind, and then slowly they reveal themselves to me. I get to understand them more and more with every passing day. And then ultimately, I aim for this when I write a story. I just want something that will consume the reader as much as it consumes me. So when these people come in my head, the moment I start obsessing about them, I obsess, and then when they make sense for me, and then I just bring it to paper now. I try to bring them to life. And the aim is, when you read the book, I want you to forget about everything for that time. When you're looking at Bantu, I just want Bantu to be a wall, and to forget about everything. That is what it's saying.
So it's a very good way to aim.
But for me, because my book is non-fiction, but then the question will be relevant to me still, because why would I shine the light on certain characters? So the one I'd like to mention is a girl by the name of Milo that I mentioned in my book. Now, when I was younger, if you know, went with the stormwater drains, and those stormwater drains crazily divided us. It's just a stormwater drain, but then my block of flats were on this side. I felt different from the child that was over the other stormwater drain. Crazy. So we felt like we were from the other side. Crazy. So we even created, you know how in school you have sports houses? So we created that in the flats. So my block of flats was called the Tigers, and the other blocks was called the Carriers. And so we competed against each other in the flats. Now, that created, it's crazy being a child, because that in itself created somehow now you're my enemy, you know? And so in the other group, there was this little girl by the name of Milo. Now, I'm just saying little girl because I'm an adult now, but she was not a little girl to me when I was young. So Milo was very tomboyish, very slender, skinny, not slender, skinny, and she could run. She won all her races. But on top of that, she was a tomboy, so she could fight. And she was cross-eyed. And so we were very afraid of Milo, very afraid of her. She bullied us and she sorted us out. And so whenever we crossed her, we'd tease and say the worst of things, your shoes got holes, and so the bashing happened. But what we would forget is that we need to cross the stormwater drain to buy ice lollies. And Milo's grandmother sold these famous ice lollies, and we needed to go there. So we would sneak across to go and buy the ice lollies. And then Milo, with a cross-eye, would spot us. And then Milo would come and hold us against the wall. It was petrifying. But the problem was that Milo asked us questions. Now we need to respond to Milo. But Milo is cross-eyed. So we did not know where to look.
Now, all of you, it's your first books for three of you. But I want Cynthia to get in as well into this, to answer this one. How was the journey of writing the first book? Just tell us about the journey of writing and getting published. How was it? How long it took? And I want you to tell us about the first episode you wrote for TV. How did that get about? How did that happen?
Taking me back. So the first ever TV show that I wrote on, where I was hired and paid to write for TV, was a TV show called The Queen. So it was for me. I decided I wanted to get into film, and literally I just went online and started reading how to write scripts. I did that for like 3 years, and I told myself I'm going to give myself a 3-year window to learn.
While you were working as a
I'm working full time as a journalist. So I would do that at night, and I just had my son, so there was just a lot going on at the same time. And I sent out my scripts to different production companies, and I was really lucky that they were like, okay, you've sent us something that we really like the tone of your writing. this, and they told me the concept of the show, which was like it's about this family that's involved in crime, and some of the relationship dynamics. You would write a test script for us, and I was at
What's a test script?
it's a script. So they'll send you like scenes that you have to write out.
Okay.
So they'll tell you, in this scene, this person does this, and you have to literally write it out. And I remember, because sometimes you have imposter syndrome. I was like, why am I even doing this? And I had the deadline. I went to masquerade. I remember sitting at the KFC masquerade, and I was like, let me just write these scenes and send them. If they say it sucks, then I know for sure that's it. Right? And they liked it, and they were like, okay, cool, come and work with us on the show. And I think for me, that's starting with them, working with a team that was really quite helpful in terms of bringing me along on their journey was really helpful, and they were quite receptive of my ideas. And I think it was nice to work, because the Queen is very much a crime show, to work in a genre that I really liked. And some of the things that we always used to talk about, for instance, if you watch most of the episodes of the Queen, the show will start on like a big morning family scene. Because they always say, as much as these guys are involved in crime, they're family, right? So you can contrast and see Kwasuka and all of those kinds of people. And I think for me, it was nice to get in really early on the show. And I ended up writing a lot of storylines for Shaggy and Princess, also my characters. So that's really where the journey began. And then I worked on stuff like The River and Gomorrah and all of these other shows. But that was really the starting point.
So you actually approached the production company.
I always tell guys, don't wait to be courted. You must court.
Yeah. Don't worry.
So yeah, that was my approach. I just wait for it. I was like, okay, this is what I'm interested in. And they weren't the only, I approached other people as well. So I think there was obviously something, because they weren't the only company that responded. So I had other opportunities out of that too. And people that I still work with, I met back then.
And self-taught as well.
Self-taught.
That's a lesson for other people.
So my journey writing Diplomatic Ties, the way it started was in 2007, when I got the call that I was going to get posted. And I was very excited. And the first thing I did was I went to the bookstore to look for a book about someone who had had like a lived experience, as a diplomat. I could not find any book on that. All the books that I could find were on geopolitics and, politics really in the UN and all of that. And fast forward a couple of months later, I was reading on Toni Morrison, and there's a quote that she made that if there's a story that you want to read and you can't find it, you write it yourself. And then I thought to myself, hey, I'm actually a good writer. I'm going to actually write a book. Yeah, actually, I'm going to write a book. At first, I didn't. Writing my own story was never really something that I was looking into doing. But I wanted to capture the experience of living abroad, as a foreigner, so to speak, but also as a diplomat, because when you're a diplomat, there are many other incentives that you get. You don't have to go to Home Affairs and do like a passport or something. That people actually get to do those things for you. And then at the airport you got different passports. Life is just different and really amazing. And I thought, I could actually, write about this thing. And I did. So back then I wrote the story based on these three female characters. But then I finished it, I sent it to Random House, they actually liked it. And they wanted to, they asked me to work on certain things before they could publish. But then at the time, I was not confident enough to actually think I could put something out there and stand behind it. I actually think that the process of writing something is also a process of you coming of age. Because you put it out there, people will ask you questions, and you'll be judged and you must be ready for it. So there's a level of maturity that is required. But then anyway, fast forward, Penn Macmillan picked up the book around 3 years ago. They said to me they like it if I can just like rework as usual, standard operating procedures. And I read the story again and I thought, oh, I don't like it anymore. It doesn't resonate anymore. And then this, like you were saying, how characters always kind of just come out of you from somewhere. And I think the Somebody story came, and it's been like the most amazing journey. And I think, just to wrap it up, is that I had asked a friend of mine once about her brother who runs the Comrades, the marathon. And she was telling me a story about, her brother telling her that, running the Comrades, it's like every single human emotion or like emotion available to a human being, you go through it. Like you're so excited. Oh my God, I'm going to do this. Then halfway you're like, I'm so stupid. Like, what am I doing? Then you get angry, then you get frustrated. So basically, and then you get joyful, right? Then you get inspired, and you're flowing. And then you're like, oh shit, maybe I should not have started this thing. So I think the journey of writing has been very similar to my friend's brother. Yeah.
For me, the journey of the resurrection, it began around 2016, 2017, if I remember when. It has to be around that. So my father died in 2014. And oddly enough, after his funeral, Bantu came to mind.
Okay.
And then I lived with Bantu for a couple of years. And then after a couple of years, because I think I always knew in my heart of hearts, I always knew one day I want to publish a book. So when I got to 2016, 2017, I was like, what do I have to lose? Because I think that's the beauty about it. I look at it as, if I do it and I fail, I'm really not losing anything. I'm already not a published author, so what difference does it make? So I just gave it a shot. I started writing then. Then I think around 2019, I was done. I had something I thought was quite good at the time. Like I thought, okay, I can work with this. Then I started submitting to publishers. It didn't work out. Nobody really liked what I had to say.
Very humbling. Very humbling.
Then luckily enough, I think around 2020, I bumped into this lady. Her name was Ali Smith. I'll never forget that lady. And then she read the manuscript and then she told me, she was like, you have a really unique voice. Like there's just something like really different about you. And then she told me about Kwela. She's like, I know these guys, Kwela books, they love guys like you.
Yeah.
I will talk to them on their behalf. And then she spoke to Kwela. Kwela read the manuscript, and then they liked it, oddly enough. Like everybody else told me how they want to say it. So that's how the Jakes Global Foundation came into the picture. Because they were like, you do have the potential, but there's certain things you still need to learn. So I went to the Jakes Global Foundation in 2021. I did a year there, like doing these writing workshops. Like it's a very it's an amazing experience. You get a mentor that's just assigned to you. So for the entire year, you guys are working on your manuscript, like going through word for word, line for line, with this person until the end of the year. Then after that, the manuscript was taken back to Kwela. And then obviously, because that's another thing that's really hurtful about our industry. You have to wait. Like there's this anxiety where everything is just quiet. So I waited, I think for almost a year. Then towards the end of 2022, I just get an email out of the blue. I remember I was at work, I'm frustrated, heading out my things going. I'm telling you. I go outside for a smoke and then I check my phone and then it's like, dear secret, and then it's an offer to publish. Wow! It was the greatest day of my life. And then 2023 came through, and then the resurrection was introduced to the world, and then I moved into another state of anxiety now, where like your book is just out there, and now you need to know what people think of it, and in a way, what they think of you. So, that was the change.
For me, it was a transition. I've always had high speed in my heart. And it came to a moment of realization. I made a decision to marry somebody. And I think what most of us are unaware of, sometimes we marry on the basis of our insecurities or lacks thereof. So I come from a family, like I said, of gangsters, and I did not witness how you express love. So when I was exposed to a family that was functional, I based my decision on the family but not the individual. And I proceeded in marrying the individual. And when it came to the realization that, oops, I actually made a bad choice. And that's when Heinrich, which was in my closet, came back and said, you shelved something for something that just took up. Sorry guys, it was just a waste of your time, you know? And so there was no reason for me to shelve my dreams. And so I pulled it out of the closet and then worked on High Street. And I actually managed, to actually get myself out of that marriage and progress. And the other reason why High Street also came to the forefront is because I've always worked with the young people in High Street. And so I started doing community work at the age of 16 because I wanted to be their hope. I saw the children that I once was in High Street, and all I needed was a rope of hope to pull me out. And if there was nobody existing and everybody's so afraid to come in, so somebody from the inside had to do it. And so I took that baton to do it. And I started working with the young people. So I'm a soccer player. I took the young girls for modeling. I did drama classes. I did reading clubs. And so I watched, even as I grew older and the children grew, I watched the cycle. So the batch that I worked with, some exited, but some fell to the wayside. And then I watched the cycle when the next generation came. And they asked me the really same questions that the previous one. Lord, what are you trying to do? And you would not believe it. So a number of generations have been through my hands. And each new generation asks, well, how come you're not getting old? So I will be 54 this year. What? So I've worked with these different batches and in each cycle they keep on, how is it you are not getting old? And so I continue working with every new batch. And the previous, I've had drug lords under me. But what's the fascinating thing? It's the relationship. That's the important thing.
Oh, about the book, is it self-published or how was the publishing?
So it's a publishing company by the name of Micromedia. Okay. So the International Book Club picked out my book and they gave me the offer to publish. Yeah. And then the other interest, I must mention this. So in the gangster world, in the number game, if anybody's aware of the prison number system. So my brother was the highest. He was the general of the 26th gang. And so with the book with me writing the book, it increased the reading population. I've had gangsters phone me and said, what have you done to me, Irene? I started reading. So for me, that's my greatest pride when it comes to this book.
It's interesting that you say that, my book as well is about the numbers and everything and the hijackers. So, when I'm in festivals, they're always asking me, but these guys, when they read the book, aren't you afraid that you're revealing their secrets? And I tell them that I'm a king, They love me, Because, I think also people want their stories to be told in the end, Yeah, so that's very lovely. I wanted you to tell us the story of the neighbor that died who was living in the second floor, right? And in telling the story, I want people to see the type of community that is there?
Yeah, so the flats are ground floor, first floor, second floor. So there was this auntie, her name was Auntie Sweetness, and she had died, a single parent. And back then, people could not afford funeral policies. So then you had this paper going around from door to door, where you would put your donation. And back then it was not an embarrassment because that's just the way things were. And so this paper went around, but now the day of the funeral, it was a work day, I remember it was a weekday. And she lived on the top floor. And so they brought the coffin home. And I don't know, these people do not plan themselves. So they were on their way upstairs with this coffin. So it was only when they got stuck between floors. Remember, there's no elevators when I speak about floors, simply stairways. So they got jammed between the two floors, and that's when they realized this plan of ours is just not a good one. So they brought the coffin back down, and the children of the family were our friends, and there was one girl in that family, and so very close to me. So picture this. The children of that woman standing there, and this coffin is going. These people are making plan A, B, C, D, and this coffin is going this way, that way, and it's their time of mourning. And finally, they decided to rope the coffin up. So they tied the coffin, and now they're putting it in, you know how you pull a wardrobe up. And these children are standing on the side. And in my mind, I'm just thinking, wow, if that door just opens. If that door opens. And so, but I could imagine them standing there terrified, because that's their mom inside. For me, it's a coffin with a dead person. But for them, it's their mom. So these people are roping, pull, and hearing all these calls. And that's when they realize this plan is not working as well. So then they thought, let's leave it on the ground floor. And so they simply knocked to the ground floor, the unit there, and said, coffin go up, can it go up, can it go up the stairs? Can we have the funeral here? And the door was open. The door was open. The owner of the apartment was not home, take notes. Somebody else made the decision. So the funeral now was on the ground floor in block B. So the attendants were told to make a line because it's time for viewing. So there was a long line outside going in. And it was really sad. And owner of the flat came home and she noticed that there was a long line outside of her apartment. And she's like, now she cannot get past the line. So the best thing she could do with her work bag, she joined the line. And she joined the line only to get to the front to find out the viewing.
What is the outside, it's flash.
It's almost an hour. I just want to say one thing. Listening to all the stories around here, I think the most interesting thing about South Africa is like the ritualized nature of crime. In every generation, across every culture, there are certain rituals or certain things that become part of our community as a response or as a reaction to the world of crime. I mean, I was laughing the other day, so I was, going to some whole transcript for a story that I'm working on. And it was an interview with a guy who was Inca. And he was talking about the fact that if Inca is hired to kill you, they're supposed to do like a ceremony asking questions from your ancestors. Because they have to explain, see, a problem, we need to take him now, and they need to give permission. So those kinds of things, those kinds of details, I think they tell us a lot about our society, more than the act itself. Someone got shot, but what was everything around it that happened? And I think that's what the crime genre offers us.
I think also with regards, also, really right, this is reality. Also, if the police come into the neighborhood, and I think somehow we South Africans, we anti-SAP.
Yeah.
So if the police come like, did you see so and so? This person committed a crime, you're like, no, the other way. And then that's getting joy as one.
That's what's time. It's time flies, eh?
Yeah.
Time flies. All right. That's it for the session. A big round of applause for that.
Guys, can we? Guys, we are almost there. Just remember that we are still going to have a poetry slam, which is going to be exciting. You don't want to miss that. I know you're tired, but we are almost there. There's just one more session, and then we have the slam. Okay? There's one upstairs and then there's one here. We're going to give them 25 minutes only. Thank you.
wants to join this session outside, please come inside. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope at least you still have the energy to do this. It's been a long day, but it's been a wonderful day also. Talking about books is the things we love and the things we write for, joining the readers. I'm usually very clumsy in introducing people. So what I would ask each of you, because we don't have much time, I'll give you 2 minutes each to introduce yourself and tell us about the book that you are here. We will be discussing. Of course, we are not discussing your books per se, because the title we've been given, it says Beyond the Headlines. Unpacking Africa's challenges and possibilities. But feel free to include whatever you feel in your book speaks to the topic. Since you've got a mic, Ishmael, I will let you start.
I'm representing all women. I don't know why this is such a sexist panel, all these men around me. My name is Karen Jennings. Is it echoing? No. It's fine. Okay. I am currently head of creative writing at Northwest University Potchefstroom. So anyone who wants to do creative writing, come to us. You're allowed to write in any of the official languages of South Africa. So. I'm the author of several books, most recently Crooked Seeds. I do have a sort of poetry collection coming out this year sometime, although the year is rapidly coming to an end, so I don't quite know when it's happening. And then a novel coming out next year, March, in England, hopefully in South Africa as well, and some other countries. And I am also co-founder of the iLembe Prize for debut African novels.
I'm Ishmael here. I just want to say I'm a feminist, so I hope that suffices. Okay. I'm an author. I started as a memoirist, but then went on to write 2 novels. So I have 3 books and just completed a sequel to the first book, the memoir. And I'm currently pursuing a PhD at University of Cape Town. Sort of my research is around the idea of decolonizing literature, particularly in the West African point of view. And I'm also a fellow at STIAS, which is the Stellenbosch Institute of Advanced Studies, where I'm working on another novel that's titled Beware of Bad Dogs. And it's looking at narrative hegemony, what leaders usually say about what they're doing for their people as opposed to what the reality is on the ground. So this is sort of the process of the novel.
My name is Mosley Skakane. I'm an advocate and a senior counsel based in Johannesburg. I'm a former teacher, former activist, former lecturer in political science. Yeah, that's what I do.
Thank you. My name is Swet Kumar. I'm a journalist, a novelist, short story writer, essayist. I'm also pursuing a PhD in creative writing. I don't know why. Because I've published 19 books already. So I don't know. But the book that we are going to allude to for this session is Dancing in the Death Trail. It's a historical novel about the sinking of the SS Mandy which was a troop ship, a warship, during the First World War, which took almost 1,000 black men who were going to serve on the Western Front in France during the First World War. But their ship had an accident, collided with another vessel, taking the lives of the majority of the people on board. So that is the inspiration behind Dancing That Dream. But of course, it's a love story, so to speak. And the war becomes the backdrop to the love story. I think that's it.
Thank you, Fred. By the way, I'm still angry with you. Because on the dancing dream, I was hoping to hear more of Jobo Isaac Wachome. I did not know that it's just a backdrop of the story. In any case, guys, too often when the world looks to Africa, it sees us through a keyhole of catastrophes. Coups, corruption, famine, migration, and so on, and political instability and so on. But when you think about it, these things flattens us, the complexity of what we are as Africans. And because beneath all that, you see, especially if you read Ishmael's book, the stubborn hope, the rhythm of hope behind all the tragedies that befell us. The book itself is almost like a rebellion against depression that they want to paint our continent by. So today, we want to look beyond the glare of the spectacle. We want to explore what truly ails us and what redeems us. And because we're writers, the instrument that we use is our imagination. Advocate Sikakane, in the Odyssey of Liberation, you write that law, which was meant to be a tool of justice, often in this country becomes an instrument of domination. And you call that white domination. And there's a lot that angers you about this country, like most of us. Can you give us a summary of why you are so angry about the situation we're in?
It's an interesting question. People say this a lot to me about why am I emotional about the plight of people, or just why am I emotional? I think if injustice doesn't make you emotional, you're not human.
Yes.
Yeah, if you can watch things happen, poverty around you, hopelessness, and it doesn't make you emotional, you must check your humanity. But the book I wrote is about a plethora of things. It's 27 chapters. It was 800 pages at some point. It became 498 because you never finish a book. But I think for me, it's a book about my journey. I mean, Odyssey means voyage, a journey. It's a Greek word. But I picked it deliberately because it's about not just my journey, what I think is a journey of an African person in a country and a continent where the colonized are completely occupied your mental universe. You reach a point where even when you assess yourself through the eyes of the very person that dislikes you. You see yourself through the eyes of the white person, westernized person. And that's what we battle with. And I think our leaders and corruption that we see, hopelessness as I was driving here, all of that for me brings back the fact that 500 or 600 years ago, somebody occupied the mental universe of another. And from that day, the life of that person changed. The way that person who's African thinks of the world and thinks of himself. And since the world was disrupted, corrupted, bastardized, up to today. And so corruption that you see And everything else, that the negativity itself is learned from subjugation of the mind.
Thank you. And by the way, I was just being provocative. There are beautiful scenes in the book also. I love when you talk about yourself as a young man, growing up in the rural areas, being surrounded by mountains. That spoke to me because I could see myself there. Fred, may I be presumptuous enough to say what angers you in the dancing, the death drill, is the fact that it's such a historical scene, such a tragedy of 823 people dying is almost absent in our history books.
Yeah, it's, where do I even begin? It's a tragedy. Growing up here in KZN, I sang in a church choir and school choir as well. And there was this song about Amakoha and it was in Xhosa, but we are Zulu speaking, but of course, when you sing in different languages. So and we learned this song is about soldiers, warriors, black warriors who went to serve in France on behalf of the crown, the English crown, because at that time, the Union of South Africa was part of the majestic British Empire, as it was called at that time. So these people go over there, they die, and we are never even told, they are never consecrated in our books. But through song and poetry, we hear about them, but it becomes a kind of a myth. They get mythologized as if they are not human beings. Fast forward to I think it was 2006 or something. I went to France in my capacity as a journalist. And during our spare time, this guy who was our chaperone took us to some graveyard and we were thinking, oh, this is how French people treat their guests. They take them to the graveyard. What is this about? And only when we got to the graveyard did we understand the immensity of the message that this French guy was putting across. And we saw these tombstones with the names like Mukwena, Gundla, Kumar, and so on. And so we said, who are these people? And he says, yeah, I wanted to see a part of your history that we are not aware of. And then he said, this is the many people are buried here. And I was angry. I was really, really furious. Oh, what I thought was some kind of legend or myth was reality that had been hidden from us. So that's when I decided, okay, some justice needs to be done. So I thought, let me write this as a novel.
And you did well, the story of Pizzo and all that stuff. Even if my hero Joba, you put him at the background.
As advocate said, a book can start with 1,000 pages, but you have to whittle it down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, Isaac Wachobe Joba was a reverend and one of the first black intellectuals who died at the sinking of Umedi also. The song or the theme that Fred talks about, the dancing, the death strip, it's him who called all the black labor corps as the ship was singing and said that we're here because of this, so do not be afraid. And then growing up in the Eastern Cape myself, I thought it was just a myth. We were we used to call it restoration, but by S.E.K. Kai, government. Yeah, understand? It made me angry also to realize that it was a historical thing. It was not a fiction. You understand? Karen, you write about ordinary lives. Of course, the white lady, Deirdre, a very unlikable character. But I usually don't like unlikable characters, but you made me interested to hear the side of her story, even though I don't like her, with all that moral decay and all what is happening. What I picked from the book actually was like, you were almost how can I say, accusing ordinary lives of complicity in when things like apartheid or colonialism are happening, and then everybody is like, no, I did not know about that. I was just living my life. Am I right in that presumption?
In part, yes. You know, recently on his podcast, Trevor Noah said, if you ask around in South Africa, no one voted for the National Party, no one voted for apartheid, because no one will admit to it now. And so you have to say, okay, so either no one voted for them, or people voted for them, but they are lying about it because they want to rewrite their role in history. We all want to be on the right side of history. We don't want to look bad. And so this is something that I also have to come to terms with as a white South African. Okay, so I was 11 when apartheid officially ended, when we had our first free and fair elections. But that doesn't mean that I haven't benefited from apartheid, that I haven't benefited in certain ways, and that I shouldn't be aware of that in terms of where we are now, where we're moving to. And I feel very frustrated when people are stuck in monolithic thinking, like, oh, well, apartheid is gone, it's over, I don't want to think about it, I don't want to know about it, let's just move on. Or that they say, well, actually, it's the opposite now. White people, you know, the genocide of white people that's happening in South Africa that Trump was or worried about. And what are these myths that are being created now where suddenly, you know, white people are endangered? I think it's very disrespectful of the facts and the truth. And I think that there's too much hiding from the truth in South Africa, not only amongst the white community. I do want to applaud your General Mkhwanazi, who has been an amazing whistleblower coming forward and being a voice for all South Africans. And I think we need more people like him. I'm sorry, I did go off tangent.
No, it's fine. We are here to talk beyond the headlines. And so we're talking also beyond our own books. Ishmael, there's something you are teaching me, because yes, the book we're talking about today is the story of a boy soldier. But then I have been reading your fiction also. And the tender language in which you write is very effective, is very humbling actually. When you have read your story from Sierra Leone, and I'm like, why is this guy not angry? Because I would be angry with all this experiences that I have had and all that stuff, and yet, would I be right to say you're right for exactly this, to go beyond anger into renewal and beyond survival into hope? Like, you seem to have like a tremendous strength and hope that bears in everything you write, especially in fiction.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the thing about writing about yourself is that when people meet you, they will just read your book, particularly as a memoir and you're young. So they feel like you just came out of the experience yesterday, but you've had years of being angry, years of processing the anger that led you to wherever you are, you know? So I think what you see now is years of work, you know, facing myself to be able to get to that point where I'm able to understand something. But in all my writings, what I try to say is that even in dark moments, life still exists. And wherever life exists, there has to be something. You know, people still fall in love even in the midst of complete madness. You know, people look after each other during extreme madness. For example, I'll tell you a story in Sierra Leone. There's still somehow some moral compasses remain, not every time, but there are moments that it shows. During the war in Sierra Leone, for example, you will go to a town, everything would be destroyed, but the mosque and the church would remain standing. Somehow, in that madness, everybody thought, well, let's not touch that, or let's not touch that. But they kill everybody, human beings, right? And so you stand there and you think to yourself, well, something is really, I don't know what's going on here, but it's eerie. Like, even when you're standing there with your gun, you find the situation very eerie. You know, you're thinking, well, maybe we shouldn't kill those guys, because I mean, they left the church and the mosque, you know. I mean, I'm laughing, but it's a horrible thing that I'm describing, but anyway. So I've witnessed this sort of thing. So when I started writing novels, I think what I wanted to express in my novels was to pay homage to the strength of indigenous life, the knowledge of it, that has always existed, and as our elder mentioned earlier, our growth was impeded by stopping that knowledge growth. But it existed, and as a young man, I grew up in that indigenous life for a very long time. I was a village boy. I only came to the capital city because of the war. So that westernization didn't reach me early. So I was formed with a lot of real knowledge based on real ways of living, not the Western way of living. So by the time I came, so when I write my books, this is what I try to get across. This idea that the things that we know, the strength that we have in us, this strength, ancestral strength, did not happen just out of nowhere. There were people building it before it was impeded, right? I was talking to my friend earlier, you know, like I'm studying at UCT9, and one of the things, and I was telling Fred yesterday too, that we're always talking about decoloniality and things like that, but even within that conversation, the frameworks that we're using to decolonize are still frameworks imposed on us. Right? Exactly. So it's like, well, what are we doing there? So it's always this kind of thing that bothers me. So, but in a very gentle way, I try to bring that across in my fiction.
Yeah, beautiful, because it brings me back to Advocate's point of view. Because in his book, it says colonialism might be over, but coloniality is still there. Because we have not learned to decolonize our heads, our minds. We still see ourselves through Western punctuations and all those things. And Advocate, you say until that within us is finished, our liberation would not be finished. So, what philosophies or moral languages are we still lacking to finish our liberation?
It's what I call reimagining yourself. Because when your mental universe is completely dominated by another worldview when you are born, it means you are born of parents whose mental universe was dominated and their parents. You come up with an inability to imagine different. So decoloniality, as my brother is saying, is the ability to reimagine that you're not the person you are. The circumstances are different. It means you see the world through some kind of authentic lens. It's very, very difficult. And first of all, for black people and white people, but let me talk about black people, because I don't know what it's like to colonize another person. I only know what it's like to be colonized. You've got to first think that you are a human being worthy of the title human being, and that you are not inferior. So what I'm doing in the book, and in the book I'm writing and others I'm about to write, is to try and teach a young person who grows up in the circumstances of colonization to reimagine themselves as a free mind. And there are many people who've done that, Fred, and then write authentically on their own, and we must begin to write, not in the colonial framework. And literature is an important thing because it's not Western. And lastly, there's a book I encourage people to read. It's called The Destruction of the African Civilization. This book tells us about that when you imagine Africans, stop imagining 500 years ago. Try and imagine 1,000,000 years ago. And then you will know, a young person will know that we had cities, we had libraries, we taught algebra, we taught people who came back to colonize our civilization, people who came back to civilize us 1,000,000 years ago. And so what I do in my books is try and revive that kind of positive self-image, because it's the only way we will be free. And in all of this corruption you see, everything that you see happens because we have a negative image of who we are.
Perfect. Fred, thank you. Yes, no, you can continue. Fred, there's something you do in the dancing of the death drum. And I'm thinking to myself, what's Fred doing here? What is he trying to do? Pizzo is what in South Africa we call a colored man, because his father is an Afrikaner and his mother is a Sotho. And in that book, there's cross-culturation and cross-interrogation, not just between white and black, but between Zulu and Xhosa, between Sotho and Xhosa. And our history, and you spend a lot of time investing even in the Anglo-Boer War, which they, in our historical books, deny that we participated on. What were you doing then? Explain for me, please.
So the singing of the men is the foundation. The story, singing of the men is the foundation. So I use it as a springboard from which I launch all these questions into race, identity, sexuality, tribalism, if you want to use that word.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, to be able to ask, as advocates asking, what were we like before we were colonized, and then what did it mean to be colored, to be a person of colored identity during those days, and how do they interact with the rest of society? And of course, if you follow the book, there is the issue of Pizzo fighting against his father, who had abandoned him. Did he abandon him because he realized, oh shit, I'm a poor, I've just created a so-called mixed-race child. How do I live with my conscience as a pure Afrikaner? So I interpret all these issues, identity, race, and so on. Whether I succeed or not, but I did try to start a conversation, so to speak, to say, what are we doing as South Africans? We, at one stage, we were told we are Sibani, we are Simunye, we are one, we are multicultural and all that. Is it a myth or not? Are we aspirational or are we aspiring towards that Simunye? And if we are, what do we do about our past? Do we just sweep it under the carpet or forget about it? Or do we learn from it? You know?
Yeah, and you did it beautifully. And the setting was perfect, because Umendi, all races, all tribes, all ethnicity, everybody was there. And then it gave you a beautiful setup. So I was provoking you this, and congratulations actually, because even there you can see how a Zulu thinks differently from a Xhosa, and how a Xhosa thinks differently from a Sotho. It's not just black and white and all those things. And of course, you use humor to make your points most of the time, especially scatological humor. What is with you with, excuse me, shit? You always like to use it as a source of humor. Don't answer that. Karen, in both your books, which I have read, the climate change is at the forefront, and the dangers we go through in all the stuff. In your thinking, actually, let me say, yeah. Can you, because I'm new in these things, I had somebody talk about an African ecological imagination. What is that? Because I thought by if anybody would know that, it would be you, because you always put climate change and in the forefront of your books.
I don't know. That's my long and short answer.
In any case, okay, where is Africa generally situated in this argument about the change of climate? Are we doing well or are we doing worse?
I don't think anyone is doing well, to be quite honest. I think that, so there was a time where I became quite obsessive. I would cut off all the little blank pieces of paper off a piece of paper that I'd used, and I was storing up all this little tiny bits of paper. I don't know what I was storing it for, but I thought it's sinful to throw it away. Or whatever I had that was plastic, I was saving it, and I was trying to eat only organic and all these things. But really, if the huge, big conglomerates are not doing what they can to stop pollution, air pollution, it's going to make no difference whether I save 10 kilograms of paper or recycle 100 bottles. It makes absolutely no difference. And this is where we need the governments to step in to help us and to make sure that they are taking care of us and our futures. And I do feel despondent about it. I think there's not enough outrage. I think there's not enough concern. I think that as humans, we tend to think, oh, that's a problem for the future. It's not about me. I don't have to worry about it. Now, I don't have children, but I do have a niece and nephew. And what kind of world are they being left? And that is what I do worry about. What are they left with?
Yeah, it's such a shame because like everything else in the world, this is a power dynamics because those who have money can do whatever they like and get away with it. And unfortunately, I don't know, perhaps the advocate can tell us. I heard the other day that the case of Shell against Amadiba community is back in court again. And I had thought that we had won that fight. I don't understand why is it back in court again. But in any case, I don't know if she wants to explain it because I don't understand why is that case back in court again.
Well, it's back because of what I complain about in the epilogue in the book, what I call the new pagan god that we worship. It's called money. It's back because those who dominate capital dominate what we think, what we read, what we write, what we eat, and what cases win. Even the climate change debate, it doesn't go anywhere because it's a recycling of dominant capitalist game of money moving from one capitalist to the other, and the ordinary people don't matter.
So unfortunate. Ishmael, having lived between continents, do you think the world is finally ready to listen to Africa in its own terms?
I wish I had better news, but I do not think, but also I think we don't need the world to be ready. I think we should say what we want to say, write what we want to write, and the world will catch up with us if they want to. You know, there's real resistance that's in knowledge and in art. And you know, as the advocate was talking, it's good to know our history before the contact with the Western world. Because usually when you go to school, because those curriculums built by the very people who interrupted our mind, it starts with the advent of the colonials, as if we didn't have a history before that, right? And as a young man who's been around the world, I've seen traces of our ancestors. They were already traveling. You know, there's a book called Before They Arrived Before Columbus by a fellow called Yvonne Zatima. If you go to New York City, there are graves of Africans down by Wall Street. They crossed the Atlantic before Columbus got lost and ended up somewhere else, you know. But they were not going for conquest, they were going for search of knowledge, of new ideas. Okay, so that's our difference. But we don't grow up knowing that we have these things. So reimagining these things are quite important. And I don't think we need to wait for anybody. I'll tell you, when I started writing, I saw this, and I'll be very brief. When I left Sierra Leone, I was telling an advocate, before I went to live in the United States, I happened by chance, and which was great, to actually live in South Africa, in Cape Town, after I fled everything. And it was in 97 to 98. And the family that I was living with in Cape Town introduced me to the works of Steve Biko, Roberto Bukwe, and I started thinking to myself, wow, I didn't even know, because outside of South Africa, we didn't know there were people resisting with knowledge within even. Right? So I read those works, you know, and Steve Biko's words about resistance and about the Black consciousness, you know, and all of these things, you know, and it spoke to me. And then when I went to live in the United States, I began to understand some of these things. When I wanted to, for example, when I started writing my first book, I had to fight for every single word. Because there was a version that was expected of me to tell. And I'm saying this because of how we imagine and create. Even our imagination can be taken away from us because the people who publish our books want a certain story to be told. So even in that arena, we have to resist. When I was writing my book, the first time I submitted my first book, I was told that there was too much context. I should just write about the war, like they were shooting at each other. No, seriously, imagine I was 25 and I'm thinking to myself, what? I mean, they have the money, but I thought to myself, you know what? And I said to them, listen, if I want to tell a story that traumatizes people only for that sake, I don't need to write a book. I can just tell you 1 hour right now, you will sleep for years. But what good would that do for you? Or for me? What legacy would I leave? That's why to this day, my book hasn't been made into a film, because I don't want Hollywood to tarnish it. Until I find a Black African director who can honor that story and take it to the next level, I'm not giving it up to anybody just for the sake of money. Because that's legacy. My children will see that. They will see that and they will say, okay, somebody thought something, they'll build on that thought. So for me, this imagination has to be done. Yes, we got to survive in the structures they've created for us. I understand that. But I think it doesn't mean that we have to sell our value system and sell, because that's what happened before. So I don't think we should repeat it again. So for me, when I look at these things, that's what I think about. We have every single word I write. Whenever I write any book, any short story, I always think about the fact that this may very well be the last thing I write. So I write it the best possible way that I can. You know, so for me, that's my reinvention, reimagination. That's the consciousness I want to live in the world. You know?
Yes, beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, that scary man that keeps the time is there. It's so you know what that means. But I will define him a little bit by giving 1 or 2 questions from the floor, if they are available. What I have learned here for personally is that the African story will not be saved by pity. not by policy or even politics for that matter. It will be renewed by the imagination, our own imagination, by people who see beauty where others see despair, who turn suffering into art, who turn survival into wisdom. And as long as we keep listening to the African story, Africa will endure and it will astonish us and the world. 2 questions, please.
Thank you. Very interesting panel. So it's more of conversational. So we are regressing as the world, and we are witnessing the rise of dictatorships around the world, even in Africa. So we are kind of in a competition backwards in the world. Putin wants to go back to the Tsarist Empire, a century before the Bolshevism. Trump has his own imagination. Israel wants to go back 2,000 years ago in Africa, especially South Africa. We are still arguing as to in which age should we go. So my question to the panelists, I don't know, is, and this gives rise to populism, which brings forth dangerous nationalism. My question is there a difference between nationalism and patriotism?
No nationalism. Anybody wants to take that? Answer. Okay.
Yeah, it's a very serious academic distinction, but I'll tell you, if you want to get there, because the word nationalism is a formal word that comes with what we call the nation state. It means it's slightly different because it evokes different things about the geography of the nation state and what it is. But it speaks less about feeling, about ideology. It speaks to, so you could get in a nation state and nationalism, a wide range of people that think differently. Patriotism is quite frankly a human feeling of love for one's country. And so what you have to fix is your worldview, so that both these two terms, nationalism and patriotism, are not dangerous. It means what type of nation are you protecting? And if you are a patriot, what type of society do you love so much to be called a patriot? And it's for us, and I think one of the things we have to change in society is that I personally have an obsession with the underdog. And I think society must have an obsession with those at the lowest level of the pyramid of humanity in order to lift them up. And it doesn't matter whether you have a nation state or one continent, because you're protecting a society that I think is and is equal, gives everyone opportunity. I'll just tell you a story. One, when I wrote my book, I gave it to a white colleague. And I said, read this. And he read it. She was angry. She taught me English at face and she was upset. She was, how can you say this? Some of the things here hurt us as white people. I said, well, hold it right there. That's why there is no peace in the world between the races and genders. When men listen to women, they want women to tell their story so that men are not hurt. When white people listen to our story, they place the white person at the center. We must tell our story so that we don't hurt this superior person. I said, don't do that to me. You are actually the source of my misery, so I've got to listen to what I want. So, if we're all equal and we see the world differently, non-racialism will follow. But non-racialism cannot be forced on people, and it cannot be done and achieved at the expense of people who've been colonized. It must be achieved when those who colonize others become humble. Thank you.
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Afternoon, panelists. So, from who advocate as well as who Ishame, I think what is coming through is that we have to reclaim who we are as Africans and so on. So, luckily, advocate, you were a teacher before, so I will ask you to complete this sentence. I am not inferior, that's what you said, but I am. So complete that sentence. Then how do I define myself? Whatever, and I don't even want to say I am superior or anything. And by the way, just lastly, I am reading a book currently. It's very angry, and what I do when I read a book, I walk with I become the character, and I become those characters. You are throwing me on stones like I have such anxiety now. And this one, and calling me satanic, and I'm like, I'm so angry. Thank you, but I'm not sincere, but I am.
Yeah, but I'm human. Oh.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause. And yeah, thank you very much. Much appreciated. And thank you for a group photo. Thank you guys, you enjoyed the great shift.
we subtract a point. So you don't want that to happen. It's much better if you are or below 3 minutes, 10 seconds. So we are going to slam. Slam needs energy and needs people to engage by snapping and just looking at the slams. Okay. So when I say, or when I ask you, do you love the slam? Say yes, we love the slam. Do you love the slam? Do you love the slam? Yes, we love the slam. Okay. Try to say it like slightly faster. Yes, we love the slam. Do you love the slam? Do you love the slam? Yes, we love the slam. Do you love the slam? Do you love the slam? Yes, we love the slam. It's the poets. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam? Yes, we love to slam. Okay, we are gonna slam. So what you're gonna do when you walk up to stage, you are gonna introduce yourself. Right? So that's gonna be me prompting you, saying I. So when I'm about to start, this is what I'll do. Hi, my name is Luthuli. And then everyone here, after I say my name, say 5, no, 3, 2, 1, slam! Okay, let's do it. Hi, my name is Luthuli. 3, 2, 1, slam! Reciting is translating the sketches in my taste buds into sound. For my tongue is a pen, encrypted to inscribe realities that are apprehended from the firmament. So when I articulate, you, the audience, are just reading a writing projected from heaven. I am hologrammed as human, in motion, to tap into your emotions. So do not underestimate the gestures I make with my arms on the side. My palms are like soldiers, and my fingers have been taught to go to war to conjure up the whole. It's going to be the ultimate slam. It's one of you. It might be you, it might be you, it might be you, it might be you, it might be you. Nobody knows. Only the slam gods know. So you're going to walk up to stage, look at the judges, say your number, and say your name. Okay, say your name and number, or vice versa. Say your number, look at the judges so that they can name and number. Hi everyone, my name is Faye, I'm the guy, and I'm number 5. 3. No. Just name your number. Name, number, sit down. When the judges tell you to sit down, you sit down. Name, number, sit. Judge, sit down. Okay? Once again, hi everyone. My name is Pegabazingeli Vegai, and I'm number 5.
Hello everyone. My name is Bandile Nkala and I'm number 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kwasuka, and I'm number 4. I'm number 4. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Okwe Tsufumani, and my number is number 2.
Wow.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sumaila Maraj, and I'm number 1. Sumaila. Yeah.
The pressure is on. Okay, so my slammers, I still got a few more things to tell you. There's somebody sitting right here in front. So when you are performing, should it happen that you approach 3 minutes, they're gonna lift up something that's gonna tell you 30 seconds left, so that you can know that you need to wrap up, because you don't want to lose points, right? And when it's after 30 seconds, uzoti, time up. After time up, you are moving on grace period. Yeah. And since we were expecting 10 poets, since it's 5 poets, we are gonna move immediately to second round. So if you prepared 3 poems, just pick your strongest poems. That's all I can say. Pick your strongest poems. But should the 6th person come back, or not come back, arrive, then we'll have 3 rounds. Yeah. Okay. So may our first slammer. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
Yes, your name.
I'm Sumaila Maraj, and this is my poem.
3, 2, 1, slam!
This night, the full moon rose. A presence of a second, like our breaths, held between a heartbeat, froze. A landscape, baffled by the occurrence. It became echoed, dabber, like a reoccurrence, unsure and uncertain. Low in the skies, it bled red. High on the Tambora, the winds declared. Whilst winds, hot-handed, pressing the sky. The listening, sparks and ambers fall, and we do not deny. Cinder whispers our names as small conspiracies. Emeralds gather what we cannot admire. We feed flame into flame. Until night, the night answers why. Within ashes hush, the old blame, it dies. In Sweden and Alberta, we carried smoke like a hind, east and south until it drifted to us behind. Lingering red and yellow lights, we asked the sky for rain just to tame the pain. The ashen pale and green surrounding the sky with red gave hope in the uncertainty of the blue moon like a tater. The storm scatters blue into a burning thread. The moon shifts, uncertain, to red. He swore the work would finish with a new moon overhead. Saxon or Dane, they mark the moon by season and by name. Snow makes it vague, snow makes it blue. Like Scottish Jim Fane, we're here and we're anew. Thank you.
They mark the moon by season and name. And so we carried the smoke. Guys, poetry. It's a slam. It's a slam, this thing. Yeah, I think we should say this thing every time I come up stage because I think I love it so much. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam? And then you say,
yes, we love to slam.
And then we also need to whisper it just for fun. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
So if you love to slam and you love the slam, then you just need to start snapping a little bit for our second contestant, our second poet.
I am Kwasuka.
3, 2, 1, slam!
Ungwane, masu, masinga sile, nduzinobulong, zikhala zingalingani ezamaqengwane. Nina bakaSamuel elingawela abantu wazana, liwela izinkondlwane zasemakhwaneni. Sana libanze lingavula abantu wazana ngoba zivale ngezihlambu zamadoda. Nina bakaMatiwana baqhubasho ithole elindanga zemashini. Liqalaqala lakithi elimadolo abomvu. The drums know my name. They do not ask. They do not knock or whisper gently. They call me by my name, the one no one else but me could hear. And when they called me, the earth moved. A language older than the kings and queens. The drums did not learn my name, but they remembered it. From the day I was carved from prayer, pain, and suffering. They beat like my grandmother's footsteps, walking more than 5 kilometers just to get water. They beat like the rain on zinc roofs in the village that only lived in stories. They beat in the heart of something I forgot I was. I am because you are. We are because they were, and they were because someone was. I tried to walk away, pretend I didn't hear them, but they followed me into cities, into silence, and into the land of peace. Even when I turned up the volume of the world, the cars and news, they came from beneath it. You're a hidden thunder. I asked the old woman why my feet moved without reason. They laughed and pointed to the unknown. It is your people calling. They want you to remember and they want you to listen. So I listened, and in that listening, I found myself swaying not to music but to memories. I found not entertainment but to the inheritance my ancestors left me. The drums knew I was coming before I was born. They stitched my story to the drum one stitch at a time. Now when I move, it is not me who moves. It is my ancestors dancing barefoot through my blood. It is the spirits chanting through the bones of my chest. It is the land beating back and prison to my soul. The drums not know my name, not the one in paper, not the one in the system, but the one that lives in sound, the name that breaks chains, the name that builds altars from broken hopes and tears. So let them beat, let them call, let them remind the sky that I am awake now. Let the wind carry my name across the mountains and the rivers. Let the children hear it when they touch the soil, because I have come home, because I remember, because the drums never forgot. Thank you.
When they called my name, the ground moved. What on earth is that? A hidden thunder. How do you hide thunder? It's poetry. It's a beautiful thing. This thing. Where's this dead poet of mine? Yeah. We're gonna do the same thing, Ibo. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
Bandile Kala.
3, 2, 1, slam!
Reading helped me. My childhood was quiet, but square TVs and toys occupied me daily. This really kept my quiet energy up until my brother found Super Strikers comics for free on a Sunday Times newspaper. The beginning of the shift began. My eyes hooked into Joan's storylines. My mind focused onto the Joan characters. Celtic-sponsored footballers at play became a thread for me to read and follow. The comic frames showing emotion with minimal movements, the words moving with the most intricate detail, the fulfillment of finishing one issue and the anticipation of the next issue to be printed. Like a fiend, I got addicted to the physical dopamine of comic books. The smell and the energy of new comics infiltrated my nature. With pictures or without pictures, it's common that I would be there. Of literature in my mind, all because literature saved me. Thank you.
Guys, there's something we call figures of speech when we are writing poetry. Né? I don't know, but there's something called a homonym. I don't know what that is. There's a homophone, there's a homograph. Yeah? I have an issue with you. And then issue A. I saw that. You don't get it. There are two issues there. You said issue twice, and me sitting there like issue. Okay. Where is my lovely fourth poet? Do you love to, you need to answer for yourself. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
Also, I'm sorry to do this, didn't tell you guys. After you've introduced yourself and the 3, 2, 1 slam, you are allowed to take a breath. We'll start counting from the first word that you deliver. Okay? Because we'll say 3, 2, 1 slam and then you rush. You can collect yourself for a few seconds and then jump into the poem. Amen? Forgive me. It's okay.
Nkosenye Tutu.
3, 2, 2, 1, slam!
Buya Juba. Nakho sekucwila nomkhumbi kaNomo. Ngibona ngokusa bengabiyiwe ngafohle. Imphiphindu isibili emehlweni ami ngike ngakuphoqa ngesoka. Mina ngikhule kubamba ezingelayo izinhlanzi zamanje zizidlisa satshanyana kwenkomo. Kakade isimilo siyadengadenga uma kunesimo somnotho. Sithanda mina lo wakufumbathisa ingunaphakade esandleni sakho sokhohle. Mina nawe siyazi lapha ekunempande khona kunesona. Futhi ngiyazi usathukile nami bengayazi ngiqala ngami inkomo yokuthola. Waqaqela endodeni ngiyafunga lokho ngamasoka kuyaziqaqa lezi zibobo. Obuya Juba. Nakho sekucwila nomkhumbi kaNomo. Ngibona ngokusa bengabiyiwe ngafohle. Imphiphindu isibili emehlweni ami ngike ngakuphoqa ngesoka. Mina ngikhule kubamba ezingelayo izinhlanzi zamanje zizidlisa satshanyana kwenkomo. Kakade nesimilo siyadengadenga uma kunesimo somnotho. Ngiyakukhumbula empeleni. Uwena kuphela isihluthulelo sala enhlizweni. Ngiyazi mina owanikela ngenjabulo yethu ezitheni. Kepha nalo wayengenasona kamkhandanga ngamanje uhuda olufanayo lwalisematheni. Salusuxola sithando sewumbethele ngokwanele unembeza kumanje ngile ngisiphambalweni. Sondeza ongena nengubo ithemba lami liyokuya mhla ngibambelele emphethweni. Obuya Juba. Nakho sekucwila nomkhumbi kaNomo. Ngibona ngokusa bengabiyiwe ngafohle. Imphiphindu isibili emehlweni ami ngike ngakuphoqa ngesoka. Mina ngikhule kubamba ezingelayo izinhlanzi zamanje zizidlisa satshanyana kwenkomo. Kakade nesimilo siyadengadenga uma kunesimo somnotho. Kama la Nkosi.
Forgive me on this one. I'm not going to say anything. Tiwa Zulu asitoliwe. Ukuba siyatoliwe ngabe ngithi the fish is trying to eat grass. Angiyeke yabo. Anyashiya. Hayibo slammers number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So far so good. Yes. I love it. I love it here. Okay, so slam number 5. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
Go.
3, 2, 1, slam.
Okay. Wangijuiba. Wangiphontsa kwesitebhili isiziba ngemgede isina nelesikilo sami. Uke walivula lonke iphiko usuhlabelela umhlabelelo wakamathanda inhliziyo. Sekukulo kuhle ngilokhu ngifuna wena owangiletha la kwangqingetshe ekupheleni kwanhliziyo ngiyise uvala ngathi sibili uyabulala umthandi uzongiphilisa. Ke waphilisa abakwethu usukunika izingazelo ngqe. Bakela sibekele imigoqo siye zabuthanisa izitha esithanda mini kwanindaba sasivuna izikaba zonke nokhahlamba kwaboshwa amasongolo enyela kuphila bekuzikukisa. Noma sengawavala mehlo ngengaboni uthando luphila. Ngeke yakhala isingizilana nakimi. Ngeke yangilusa imicabango ngawe ikhombisa wena nokuhle ifanisa. Imiqhathanisa impingisa kancane inhliziyo ingalisa ngephilisa. Ifuna ukungihlanzisela leyakhulu lenkulungwane yothando engayigwini. Nanamuhla angazi ngasisuku saphi izingqotho zami. Zili ngami singofakazi bami khona manjalo ziyoma nami nje emphakathini. Angazi ngaphinda kanjani kuba ngisifuba sicalwe ngawo. Noma sengisekela phansi ngiyohlala ngikhumbula ithunga lami. Wangijwiba. Wangiphonsa kwesidebile isiziba nemgede isinganele isipilo sami. Walivula lonke iphimbo. Usihlabelela umhlabelelo wabamathanda inhliziyo. Ngisekubo lobubuhle ngilokhu ngifuna wena owangiletha la kwangqingetshe. Uthe uvalo njani? Uvalo lesibili. Yabona uqhathanisa lezo zinto, uvalo nesibili. Wakwenza ngazuthi into eyiphilayo sikwazi ukukhuluma nazo. Ukusondelisa uvalo nesibili. Guys, poetry is a serious thing. I once heard someone say, poetry is the highest form of literature. So in order for you to package such a message in just a few, in fact in 2 lines, there's something I call ephemeral permanence. Yeah. Yeah, ephemeral permanence is when there's a friend of mine where we were watching a sunset together. And then it's like, you're a poet, describe this. I was like, I failed. It was orange colors reflecting on the water. It was beautiful. My judges can even walk out if they want to calculate. I don't know. So that is a ephemeral permanence where you are unable, or rather, you capture a moment in such a short. I think I'm also failing to describe what that is. I once wrote a poem with a friend of mine, and the first line of the poem was, "Isikhathi time sifinqa inkathi yokudla inhlamvana siyenza isikhashana." The whole lifetime folded in a moment. That is ephemeral permanence. While we wait, I know that there are poets from around here. One of them is Amahle. They can just come up to stage and just show us. Nje. Ukuthi ama-poets angalana enze njani. Entertain us. Sondelani. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
Oh, okay, I love it. It's a duet poetry thing. Nice.
Small, you know.
Sanibona, igama lami Amahlelo umbhalo wencwadi Izindlela Zombili.
3, 2, 1,
slam.
Le inkondlo yethu yokuqala ngaphansi kwesiqephu sokuqala ngaphansi kwesihloko esithi ngathatha uthando njengegugu ngamthanda njengegugu lami ngingazi uyena oyogugula igugu lami kepha xoshwa kubekiwe.
Ngiyafisa ukuthi isithandwa sami seminyaka, kepha nginaso isibindi sokukutshela. Phela sebebaningi befika ngijethu sofa silahlelwe.
Sengihambe ngaze ngabuya la ngidlula khona ingidwango lwethu uthando. Lona luhle likhulu libanzi lijulile lingangolwandle kanye nentaba zaseGibhithe ezweni lobugqili. Asihlangane sithandane sitshiloze sitshakajule siya kokuhle kuhle kwezinyoni eziyakha isibheke ngekhwane sidlangalaleni. Singabe sabheke emuva sivele sishone ensimini yothando kwantombi kayigugi iphinifa sengisho kwatholele inkomo liphila namanzi.
Kanti cha, ngisikhohlisa. sibindi uyabulala, sibindi uyaphilisa. Lalela dala, wena ngowami, sebengakhuluma bakhulumayo, mina nginandaba. Ngizikhethele wena ngoba ngikuthanda, kuyangimangalisa ukubona uthando lukhula ngosuku. Kuyacaca ukuthi uthando sinalo lweqiniso, yebo ngiyavuma, banomona ngathi. Kodwa leyo ngeke kushintsha indlela engizizwa ngayo ngale nkonzo, sofa silahlane.
Noma sesambe kimi bempilo sibobeka phansi idolo sibhekise konke kumdali. Silethembe igama lakhe siliphathise kuhle kwehlahla lomlahlankosi. Lapho khona sokhona ekuthenini sokwakho okuhle egameni lenkosi. Ngimi ngempi ngiyibhongo umbusi ibhonge kodwa amaqiniso basale bangakhona ukuthi iyona kanti iyona. Izinkinga zami sengazifikela ipeni. Ngingulaka lomlungu uphimbe lapho usebusika kwesikisiki. Siyabonga.
Are you guys ready for round 2?
Yes.
You're not ready? Then we have some more poets who can still perform while we wait. Sobalinda ngenkonzo. So, okay.
Ngingusithemba. Ngizonilethela ithemba, ngibuyisela ithemba kwabasebephelelwe yithemba. Nginguthembekile, thembani mina, ngizonilethela ithemba. Igama lami ngo-Amahleshalo, ngiyimfihlakalo, ngingumbhali wencwadi asephelile amathemba.
3, 2, 1, slam!
Asephelile amathemba. Ngizwe kahle mntanami, asephelile amathemba. Ngisekhona nami ukuthi nje sengiphelelwe yithemba. Ngibonga ukuxolisela kwezothando, mina ngisafuna ithando. Kunomuntu othi uyakuthanda, ngibe sengimbuza ukuthi ngabe ushonile. Ngibe sengikhumbula amazwi kwamama ethi uma ekuthanda uzokulinda uzofeza amaphupho akho. Nginguthemba nje, kepha ngihlangane nothemba. Wangiphindisela kwabephelelwe yithemba, uthemba lo ngenze ngaphelelwa yithemba. Ngiyabonga.
I have 3 poets here. Just 3. I want to tell you one thing. Well, it is one thing. Before I announce these 3 poets, we had a poetry workshop yesterday with some of these poets, and I told them that I once performed at a poetry slam, and I did not win that slam. I was not even in the top 3 of that slam. But there was someone from the audience who felt like I was the best. And they loved my performance. And then what happened was that person came and approached me and they were like, I've got a lovely opportunity for you. I want you to go perform at the United States. And so I did. The person who won got a very lovely prize, but winning, I said something nice yesterday, I don't remember what I said. But even when you lose, you win. Yeah. Even when winning is illogical, losing is far from being optional. Yeah. So the first person who made it to the second round is Ubela. Simshayele izandla. Balubeka. The second person who made it to the second round is Olwethu. Why Olwethu? Okwethu. And then the third person to make it to the second round is one king. Oh, Kosenye. Oh, another. The two other poets, you guys were amazing. That was beautiful. Maybe somebody saw you, we don't know. But for me, everyone, Jay, was lovely and exceptional. Yeah. So we're gonna use the same pattern. If Unkosenye was number 2, if you go number 2, then you're gonna come. Or if you go number 1, whatever number you come back first. Thank you. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
Yes, girl.
Oh, my God.
Let's go, way to.
Hi everyone again. I'm Obotu Shomane.
3, 2, 1, slam.
The child I was still walks with me, not behind, not as a shadow, but beside me, asking questions the world never cared to answer. She was not raised in gardens, but in broken houses between debts, unspoken arguments, the sound of her parents arguing. She grew in the quiet corners, those places where children aren't supposed to notice what's wrong, but they always do. She was a quiet witness to grown-up sorrow. She watched joy disappear into exhaustion when she worked 3 jobs just so I could have the best. I watched love turn to discipline and discipline into fear. Her world taught her early that softness was a liability, that people will call you a good girl if you stay small, agreeable, and obedient, especially if you ask for nothing, especially if you never have the guts to challenge them. She learned to hold her voice like it was something dangerous, to sift through every word like they were bad words, to stay still when she wanted to scream, when he oppressed and broke her. Why do grown-ups forget to listen? Why is being quiet safer than being honest? Why do some children get to dream while others only learn how to cope? She watched her world and saw cracks in schools that punished more than they protected, in homes that preached strength and love but harbored pain and suffering, in streets where boys were taught to work and girls were taught to stay in the kitchen. And she asked, is this what it means to grow up? Is to trade happiness for my life? Still, she tried to be good, to be what the world expected her to be, but every time she bent herself to make others comfortable, something inside her broke a little deeper. She was young, yes, but she knew that silence was not peace. She knew that sometimes what wounds you the most comes wearing love's face. And now I stand older, taller, louder. I look back and I realize she was never weak. She was never wrong for feeling too much. She was only responding to a world that refused to feel. Now I grow not away from her, but with her. I carry her wisdom like a precious treasure. I speak when she could not. I cry when she was forced to stop her voice. I build boundaries where she only knew to be obedient and let anyone do anything. I let her become what the world tried to hide away. She teaches me even now. She reminds me that healing is not forgetting. It is remembering fully without letting the memory break any further. It is saying, yes, I was hurt, but I'm not only my hurt. I am more than my pain and suffering. I am what grew around it, what learned to be loved without being taught. I am the child I was and the adult she prayed for. Not perfect, not finished, but finally free to speak, to feel, to grow. And that's in a world that demanded silence is a blessing. Thank you.
Hey, In poetry, there's something you call subject matter. You see, this thing that you touch, grown-ups, they forget to listen even. Betting in a girl, you need to stay small. Don't do that. And do you know what's a dynamite? It comes in small packages that day. You are not, in fact, not even a dynamite, because a dynamite means you are small. You are not. Kodwa nje ngempela ke, you guys are not small. Don't you dare ever feel small. You are bigger than what you can imagine.
Yes.
That's me finding out. That's a pillow abantu.
Amen.
Yeah. Our next poet.
Three, two, one, slam.
Isongezo. Eva likhishwa ngelinye phone basolani uma bexosha ikati ngomkhono wayo. Indlovu nathi ayisindwa njengoboko wayo. Pho ungani umbombo kathisha ekugcineni usivunelo kwabo. Esimamane sifele esigangeni kunokuphila ehlazweni. Inqobo masaze emakhaya abalale bedlile. Ngoba kunzima. Ukuphila ngomkhuleko njalo empilo ibuza ukuthi osukwini uzuzeni. Abazali befunga ukubonelwa amathumbu imiyezane ibhakuzo obondeni. Entafuleni ihlulo kubeka okuzothikameza isithumbu emva kweminyaka behlele ethembeni. Mina ngisola yona ngokusinda nanka amathuba empilo efuna sisibambele thina amathuba. Kanti-ke mina ngisenaso isikhathi sokugxekana nohulumeni ekuvuleni amathuba. Asisifake emantaliyane iyajoda. Ukufaka izintshebe umuntu uyaguga. Inhliziyo nje kwabayosala enkundleni imakruku. Namanye sonke siyophikelela siculelana amagugu singemagugu. Isongezo. Eva likhishwa ngelinye phone basolani uma bexosha ikati ngomkhono wayo. Shothi thina siphelezela abathize vele la emhlabeni. Ngoba impilo eqondile kade sayiphila kumanje sisadukile iningi libhajwe ezihlahleni. Singizintandane ziyabanetha abazali bayazambulela emathuneni thina sisemakhoneni. Sithengisa ngempilo unembeza usisele emakhoneni vele kade sasikhala kodwa alizwakalanga iphimbo lethu. Mina ngisola le ndlala esimemqaleni. Ngoba besithi umazamula ninanele ngohleko manje umazamula kunanele izintaba singamane siphile ngakho ukugcwala izintaba. Vele kusasa silithenjisiwe bashiya nondaba. Isongezo. Eva likhishwa ngelinye phone basolani uma bexosha ikati ngomkhono wayo. Mhlawumbe nabo lelo ikhono la. Vele umdali wathi sodla ngamakhono ethu. Sebenzise lakho nawe mfethu. Lokho okubonayo esikwenzayo kungokwethu. Ungasibeka amabala ngoba nathi leli izwe lethu. Babethe inkunzi isematholeni. Mhlazanye besibizele ezikoleni. Kodwa uma sesineziqu ukungena ematohweni sekuya ngokuthi unamalini ephaketheni. Kuphambana indishi nasemasontweni. Yazi kwakungcono sisayifaka emasosweni. Iminikelo yangabizwa ngamanani hlala nalawo masele uzonikala nontanga yakho ngasekugcineni. Ekhuzu ameni umfundisi ebandleni. Inkonzo iphazanyiswa umunye wesifazane ombona kahle nje ukuthi usemoyeni. Ekhala ngenkazimula ebona ehleli ibandla okholweni. Kanti nayo ufumbathisiwe nje ngasemakhoneni. Yazi ngidlala kabi ngoba ngimphefumulo yabantu elimalayo ekugcineni. Kama lami Nkosi.
but that was so gangster.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, but you're telling a deep story, but it was gangster. I said it was adverse with me. What that poets. Yeah, but then poet who made it to the final round is, I have good news for the poets. Too. I told you, but these things happen. It just happened. There's someone somewhere who saw the poets that were eliminated, and they're like, if they gather enough poems, I'm publishing these poems. Yeah, so they published author. I mean, we have authors right here.
Yes.
So just compile your material, and I promise you, it will be published because there's a publisher who will publish for you. Snap to that. Our final poet, can you please make it to stage?
Three, two, one, slam.
Ngijabule kabi, mina injabulo yakhe ayithengwa ngemali. Ngiyezwa lithi uciko buyathengisa, mina baba kuyibiza imali. Okusho ukuthi ngibhala kancane abenzi lesinye. Ngicwebe izinyembezi zokosinkwe ngibindwa isidwa ngisindwa amandla akho uciko. Uthi ngakho ngiyongiza ngaphezulu kanjani nginganginikile amaphiko. Uthi ngakho ngiyowelela naphesheya kwezilandle angibhaki inkondlo ngenqanawa ngizibungaze bezobamba uqhawe. Uthi angijulise yonke imibiko. Uthi angithunge nansi injobo ezosibopha sibe munye isizwe. Ukuthi kuphila kanjani ngobuciko angikaze ngizwe. Uthi ngiyobe ngiyakondla ngokumala ishashalazini nginipheke ngogozwane ibhodo elincane kumancintshana. Wonke uMonkulu ngabo luze biyokhula esiqini sami ngiyothuka nami izane kade ngikusebenzela kumthembisa imali eningi. Ngimi la ngiyisithunywa esingoni ngingumhambi ongoni isisu sincane okwenziwe inyuli. Ngiqonde ngqo okwethi lo mkhonto konke ngikushoyo kuwuthi lo mkhonto nasexhoseni akhonto imibongo ithi mandikhawulezise ngibuyisa isithunzi sami bangifana nje ngiyafa nje nami. Inkondlo ingimilisa izivilaphi ayingilaphi uma nithule sibonke anilalele sonke la nje sithunyiwe imizwa imicabango ibekela amazolo kuthi ikhululeka sitatamanzini njengendada bongivuba thisa umagende wokudlala ngamagama bungilumba nisongwaqa nonkamisa ukukhombisa ubuhle belixoxa uma likhamisa kanjani bungilalisa ezitabeni kungilelisa inkolo eziyishumi imiyalelo kwabaswele noma capna kusala. Nami ngibenza isigwili ngokucaphula nanku umbhalo kusele naboza kwethu. Ngizisa ubuhlakani bokhozi ngijubalala ngilale emaqeleni. Isimungulu mangikubuza kodwa uciko ungikhetheleni. Uthi abulitheze linokume kuzongisitheza emibhalo okusuke ibeke balazini. Ngiyezwa lithi uciko buyathengisa mina obama kuyibiza imali. Okusho ukuthi ngibhala kancane. Abenzi lesinye.
In poetry, there's something we call wordplay. This man right here just played with words. Yeah, not everything that you say is wordplay, but there's something we call wordplay. Uthi lo mkhondo. Hayi bo. Into eyodwa kodwa iwu-2. Nokunye kakushilo okuyi-wordplay okujulile. Angazi inje yakashiwo enye mnandi eyi-wordplay. There are many examples now, I just want to make examples of wordplay. But I see that there are also more poets, and I think there's a poet who would want to perform while we wait for the results. Perform? The stage is yours.
Buka umhlaba ngothi sonke izulu elabakhethiwe yithuna lendoda lisendleleni wena ngempilo yakho ulindeni kikilikiki ngitshela usaleleni emumva usaleleni ngoba uzothi umuvuka impumela basakhomba ukuthi bila imbila yaso umsela ngokuyalezela kanti uzenzile akakhalelwe nawe ezulele vuka ngoba impilo mayifika siphathe ngefana nasendabeni cishe nesiphileni nyakaza yisosha empini umlimi ensimini yimbongi ezigondlweni yenza kwakho ndoda sibone uyeke labathu besibone uyahamba la akusika siba esekhaya vuka uzibuze ukhahlela isigubo ngezinyawo ngezinyawo zombili ngoba empilweni ukuhlungu uzala umbethe usizi uzofuna umbethe uzofuna ufuna umbethe bafo lalela siyake lezo nto mtholo ngokuya nomusa kuyohlezi kusilandela kepha kusoze kwasifica ngoba siqhuba isono sibheke wena akekho kuzo omunye impela zifa ngavunye lunya uphambe esasifundethe
Right. Ngizwile futhi wordplay ngizwe nje. Forgive us. We know not what we do. Oh, I almost read wrong. Sheesh. Have you seen Steve Harvey before? Yeah, I almost did because it says 3, 2, 1, and I thought it was 1. Hey. Okay. So the winner for iLembe Book Festival is gonna get 1,000 rands. Yeah. Number 2, number 3, 500 rands each. Isn't that lovely? Okay, so without wasting time, our number 3 for the iLembe Book Festival, Poetry Slam, is.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Yes.
I don't know.
That's bad.
Okay, let me say it on the mic. Do you love to slam? Do you love to slam?
Yes, we love to slam.
So number 3 way to is Ngizokwethu, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, okay, give me a high five. Yeah. Oh my word, you are an exceptional poet. I know that you're still in school. Hey, a whole published author. Hey, I don't know what I was doing when I was still in school. Were you published when you were in school? Okay. Number 2, where 2 is there's a poet that I love. Okay, I'm not going to play any games again. I'm not playing any games. No, let me. So, our number 2 for the iLembe Book Festival Poetry Slam is a poet that is extremely amazing, who did a very good job on stage. And that person is going to receive the 500 rand. That person is Ainyamaz. It's a male figure. Congratulations, Vega. You were second. Can you all stand up? Okay. After I say this, we're gonna sit down. I would like to thank our judges. All of these judges are poets. There is no supermodel that is here because I once went to a slam and I was judged by models only. It was not nice. So we have professional poets judging the slam. We have Cindy Swazulu, who is an author also. I'm sure to serious in social media. Mention now, please, back social media, follow them because they are amazing. We have Utando Fuze, Nimzuileke, Levels. And then we have Nimbege with social media called follow, like, share, we have Still, Luthuli, search, follow, like, share. We host MC wenu, ikamala kulethu akakwanyana. And whenever on stage, I love saying, let the poet and the audience say, oh, Senias. Wow. Let the poet speak. You can even search let the poet speak or let Unkwanyana, you will find this guy. Can we please snap and clap hands for our champion for tonight, Ukosenye. I told you that we're still going to have one more sit because let's share it. Okay, when you walked in here this morning, his name was Ukosenye, but Manjo said Kosenye. Slam champion Kosenye. Everybody, round of applause. Sit down.
Nginohlala ngikhumbule kuqala kudala umaphansi ezohlala aqala hlehle sanqama ethembeni sahlala indoda yakhe ebuqamama athi mntanami ngicela ungidlulisele amaphilisi amathambo amadolo ayaqaqama ungakhohlwa amanzi mbijana athi ufudumala ethini mhlawumbe-ke uzofika umuthi wograbha khululeka ngizozihlikihla nakhi izinhlozo zakho ziyaphakama mntanami ubowuhlonipha umhlaba zijwayeze ukuzikhotha amanxeba indlela yempilo iyahlala kwazise umama kawusenaye kanti uyihlo ugcwele izintaba shiyondaba wena ungumongameli wami wakusasa esikoleni awukaze wangaphasi ngikukhulise ngembuya nezintanga okokuthaka komakhelwane ehambonana kulungile lo mjaho wempilo Nkosi thina noma singawinanga inqobo sisaphokopheliswe yithemba lokuthi vela uwini ungadlalanga athi mntanami ugweme uqamba amanga ingowamagama imbewu yangu naphakade inhliziyo yanogada ngakho uma ukhuluma ubogada wena uphimisa uwongwaka amaphuzu akho imbaba khululeka basazojaji bekufake emncintiswaneni ongawungenelanga bekujikele elibaleni ilanga khona ukujaha okwakho kuzofika noma selishonile ilanga osenye ngiyacela hambe laphi baba wena usentendeni isambili inqambi isandla usebenze kusakhanya sukusaba kuthatha isokwesiko ukukhala kwehlula imbuzi behlaba wena ungumongameli wami wakusasa esikoleni awukaze wangaphasa ngikukhulise ngembuya nezintanga okokuthaka komakhelwane ehambonana kulungile lo mjaho wempilo Nkosi thina noma singawinanga inqobo sisaphokopheliswe yithemba lokuthi vela uwini ungadlalanga nginokuhlala ngikhumbule kuqala kudala umaphansi ezohlala aqala hlehlisa nqama ethembeni sahlala indoda yakhe ebuqamama gama lami Nkosi
Besantela like isha angiseni ngazikhuluma inkulumile ungiselele njengalezi angikwazi kodwa just so iLembe book festival siyabonga and whoever made this event possible siyabonga kakhulu uma platforms kanje sengathi angakhula axhase kanje siyabonga nomphakathi nawo bonke abaxhasi siyabonga kakhulu
To the 5 slammers, you are going to go upstairs, meet at the boardroom. They want to have a conversation with you. We want to thank iLembe Book Festival. There are also slams, not just here. We have Poetry Africa. Yeah, they also have another slam. But so next year, they have monthly slams, January, February, March, April. Throughout the year, they have slams. So you need to follow this page, Poetry Africa, search for that. Thank you to Caesar Water, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, to Impala, to our judges, to our sound engineers, to our videographers and photographers. To our protocol, and everyone. See you next year. Take a picture with the poets. The picture with the poets.